All right. Let's get into this. I know it's early in the changing shit up. So let's do this. I don't know if it's gonna be snowing while I'm playing this, but we'll find out. My cool wooden bridge, my cool little tree house. Actually, it's my cool extra huge ginormous penis compensation treehouse. Look how massive it is, said no woman ever. Okay, well, we know where the frostbitten vine is now, so we can we we have to go mining stuff. So we have to find. Did we have to find? We have to find the black stones, whatever those are. I forget. Obsidian, a brittle purple gemstone, can be found near the ground level of forest, desert, and mountains. Well, that's amethyst. I don't care about amethyst. We got bones already, so we need obsidian. And obsidian is a black mineral found commonly underneath the mountain around stone. Can be used to craft a variety of tools, can be mined with bone pickaxe or stronger. Okay, so we need to go mine obsidian and progress from there. I'm guessing obsidian's the best I could do. After that, we gotta start forging shit. That, we're gonna do. We're gonna take. Oh, those are seeds. Those are seeds. Those are animal heads. I don't know what we can do with those. I thought maybe you'd be able to do something with those because you know, they're heads. Maybe I could make wall mounted, look what I did. I got this kind of thing. Glowing red crystals found within the deep volcanic layers of the world. Smelting this will allow it to be used to create powerful tools and armor. Can be mined with a pickaxe, stronger pickaxe. Hmm. Okay. Stone. So we need to look for these stones in the mountainous areas. forest, deserts, and mountains. Make basic items. Tools can be mined with a pickaxe. Permafrost can be obtained with a bone shovel or stronger. Okay. 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 Um, yeah. So if we happen to go to a forge or foundry, some kind, somewhere, we'll have that raw red crystal with us. Maybe we can use somebody else's thing and refine it. Oh my god, I got bored. He's sitting on his butt. And I think 250 is the highest I can go right now. So I think we have to upgrade to a better armor. Better armors and stuff. I saw somebody the other day that had, I could have swore they had 2250 on there, but that may just be my little brain being too tired. Was too tired to understand that. No, that's not what you thought you saw. Before we go anywhere, let's do this.
Before we get started, my fairy fantasy novel. Before we get started,
Well, never trust a fairy. Never trust fairies. Why? Because they will
summer of
probably kill
2012,
you.
I took my family to the Redwood Forest in California, where we camped in a tent. At about 2 or 3 in the morning, I heard a woman screaming at regular intervals. It was pretty far away at first, and the more I listened, the more I started to doubt that the sound was human. The sound was coming steadily closer to our campsite. When the sound was about 50 yards away, I could hear at the end of each scream what sounded like the beeping of a bird, like a finch. I thought it was some sort of animal at this point, although I'd never heard of an animal that made this kind of sound. It was getting closer. I'm a retired Marine. I served in the infantry as a machine gunner, but whatever this thing was seemed to force fear into me. I didn't have a firearm at the time, but I had a large knife and a can of bear spray. I stood up in the middle of the tent with knife in right hand and bear spray in left. It was in our campsite now. If it was an animal, its mouth was at least 10 feet in the air. It was still making that sound, the screaming and beeping, and the height at which the sound came from seemed to be 8 to 10 feet, although at some point I felt like this thing was flying, or should I say floating. It then approached my tent and sniffed, at which point my small Maltese dog growled at it. It then proceeded to leave and scream and beep until it got further away. Eventually I could no longer hear the beeping, only the scream. The next day I went and talked to a park ranger. I asked if there was any animal that made the sound described. She looked at me like I was crazy, but I couldn't get that sound out of my head. During the past 7 years, I have listened to all sorts of noises trying to explain what I heard, and nothing has sounded like it. I ran across a YouTube video where the guy claims to have seen not a Bigfoot, but like a hairy ape man, and the scream he described was similar, if not the same, as the one I had encountered. He did not claim a beeping noise at the end, but said he heard a parrot noise, so that's similar enough. Incidentally, the area where the man had run across the hairy ape man is the exact same area I'd been camping in. My question is, are there any accounts of some type of fairy being that makes this noise or looks like this being? I've been camping in this area many times before, never heard that noise before or since. I know this sounds bizarre. This happened in Colorado. I was in my car with a friend driving down a country road. We were near a small bridge in the redwood forest. Nothing unusual was happening. It was evening, so the light was growing dim. Then, all of a sudden, we both started to hear the sound of hoops clumping lightly on the road. It was a nice day, and we had our windows partly down. And then, as we drove along, we saw something ahead of us on the road. As we neared it, neither of us could believe what we were seeing. It looked like a half-man, half-animal creature with little nubby horns on its head. It was running, trotting in front of the car. We both got a really good look at it. We did think it was an animal at first, but as soon as we got closer, we could see him as plain as day. This was no animal. But whatever it was, he was amazingly beautiful. And we saw him in amazing detail. His top half was a human body that looked like a well-built young man, all the way down to the belly button. And then the bottom half was the lower half of a shaggy goat-like being that matched the size of the top half. He had small, nubby little horns coming out of his head right at the forehead hairline. He had light-colored curly hair that came down to the base of his skull. And his face was very pleasant. When the road got to a small bridge, the being ran off of the road and went down under the bridge where we couldn't see him anymore. We didn't know what to think. We were both freaked out.
Sounds like a satyr.
In front of the car, we felt absolutely no fear, only a sense of wonder and excitement. It was one of the happiest events of my life. My friend and I that saw him were not on any form of intoxicants. I feel the need to mention that. We were completely clear-headed. I don't know how to explain what we saw other than that we saw a member of the fairy kingdoms, and I feel very blessed to have had this experience. I've had other experiences with the paranormal in my life, but nothing like this. I feel greatly enriched by it. experiences, but this is one of the more recent ones. It happened when I was around 20. My mom, brother, and I were all going to live in another state. I'm from Australia. We were heading to Queensland, and we were about halfway to the Queensland border. We just exited a town, and we're driving through wooded areas. It was dark just after sundown, and when I looked out the window, I saw a group of riders on strange horses that seemed to be sopping wet. They looked like they'd been drowned and reanimated, both the riders and the horses. That's the best I can describe it. It was dark, but the riders held lanterns that bounced as they rode. Neither my mom nor my brother could see any of this. I have some psychic ability, and this isn't the first time I've seen something like this that no one else could see, so I wasn't entirely surprised. But still, it was a frightening sight. The riders were all different types, some dark-skinned, some light-skinned, some tan-skinned, and they all wore beautiful, ornate clothing, albeit sopping wet. The group was full of lanterns. You could see the lights reflecting off of them. The riders were galloping very quickly and actually keeping up with the car. I watched them ride along with the car for a long time. It seemed like 40 minutes. I was mesmerized by them and terrified at the same time. But I couldn't look away. When my brother needed to rest, we found a rest stop and got out to stretch our legs and go to the toilet. The rest stop was just before a country town, and as I got out, I looked around for the riders. I could still see them, but barely, just their lanterns in the distance as they seemed to be headed away from us now into the bush. That's what we call forested areas here in Australia. I didn't see them again after that, and I'm glad for it. But that night, I did hear this haunting music and laughter and voices. And I felt this strong temptation to go outside, even though I had no reason to do so. I didn't, thank the gods, but I barely got any sleep that night. I've never told anyone about this experience because they might think I have a mental health issue. But I know what I saw and experienced. Another strange thing, the next morning when we went outside to continue our journey, we noticed next to our car this flower growing through a crack in the pavement. I'm pretty sure it was a flower because it smelled heavenly and looked like a flower. But if you stared at it for too long, it almost shifted into a thorn, a very large thorn. Now, both my mom, a gardener, and my brother, a technology-obsessed guy, saw and commented on this flower and how it hadn't been there the previous night. All the lights in front of the inn were on that night, so we should have seen it when we got out of the car. It wasn't there the night before, there's no way. And yet here it was in the morning, right on the path we had walked the night before. I'd never seen any flower like this before either. It was very strange. I know enough about the fair folk to know they aren't always nice, so I knew better than to disturb it. We went on our way and made it to the new city later that day. Since then, I've traveled around that area many times, but have never seen those riders again. But whenever we cross the border into New South Wales, all I can do is watch out the window for those lanterns. I know from the stories what happens to some people who spot fairies, so the whole thing did leave me feeling quite uneasy, even though I always watch out for them now. I do hope I never see them again. I know they shouldn't be messed with or offended, so I think it's safer to stay clear of them. We believe a thorn warrior showed himself to us one evening near sundown in July 2011 in British Columbia, Canada. My son had his learner's driver's license at the time. I took him out for practice driving, and we had driven up the mountain road and down through our neighborhood a couple of times. The second time he drove up the mountain, we got a sudden chill, and it felt like there was a presence on the mountain. This had happened in the past. There's a certain feeling you get when you're being watched by a cougar or a bear, and we both remarked on it. But there was something strange about this. Like it wasn't an animal watching us, but something sinister. We put our car windows up. We were driving pretty slowly and scanning the woods, seeing if we could spot anything, discussing what we thought it might be. We'd seen a fair number of bears, and they usually ran away when they saw humans, so we didn't think it was a bear. My son said he felt a bit shook up and he wanted to stop driving. I asked him to drive down the mountain closer to home and we'd find a place to stop. Then we could switch up and I'd drive the rest of the way home. So we did that. He drove further down the mountain and pulled over along the side of the road. It was a wild and striking spot he'd chosen. Tumbled boulders were stacked up the mountain we had just driven down from, and there was a small waterfall. You could see the imprint in the land where there would be more water flowing in winter when the rain came. As we sat in our car at the side of the road, we rolled the windows down part way to see the striking little waterfall against the wild undergrowth and rugged boulders. My son said, "Are you sure we want to roll the windows down? That thing up there might still be around." But I dismissed his concerns. We'd lived in the area for a long time, and I thought whatever we'd felt had been nothing, or else that it was an animal that had probably wandered off. For a couple of minutes, we sat silently in the car with the engine off and the windows partly down. Then my
Mm.
son suddenly went rigid in the driver's
I
seat.
ate the
He
fish.
was looking out the open driver's window. I had to lean over to see what he was looking at, and I saw it. There on the brambles beside the boulders of the waterfall stood a small warrior-type humanoid in deer
Uh,
gear,
I don't know
maybe
how
6 to
to
8 inches tall.
get fish.
The warrior had on a helmet of something hard with spikes lapped all over it like a kind of bird with its feathers puffed out. The helmet had pieces that protected his ears, kind of like a Roman helmet. His face was uncovered and he had no beard. He was covered neck to knees in brown leather, with ties at his elbows, wrists, and knees. He was all the colors of brown, like an owl. He carried his spear in his right fist, and I had the impression that he was further armed, but not showing it. His hands were big, work hardened. He glanced at me, but was mostly focused on my son. They locked eyes for a couple of moments, and then my son said, "We've got to go. That thing is passing through. We're in the way." We didn't switch seats. My son started the car and drove us away immediately. We didn't go straight home. We drove all the way downtown to discourage, my son said, anything from following us. We didn't get home until a couple of hours later. We should have been home by 9:30 p.m., but we arrived back after midnight. I feel like we were both somewhat in shock because neither of us had ever experienced anything like this before. After we'd been driving for some time in silence and we felt safe, we started talking about what had happened. My son said that the warrior communicated with him mind to mind, that he said he was a thorn. I don't know what a thorn is, but that's what he apparently said. The warrior said there were a lot of these thorn beings around, and that they were there to protect us humans from something else that was living up in the mountains. He didn't explain what that something else was, only that it was very dangerous. I think that's what we might have been sensing when we first had the feeling of being watched. The warrior said our driver eventually we were underway. So my son got us out of there. I asked him what was the ring. He didn't know. He just said we needed to get out of its way. And I said, no kidding. I asked my son if he'd ever seen or experienced anything like this before, and he said he hadn't. Honestly, I couldn't believe that I hadn't seen it myself. My son said we wouldn't see the thorn king again, that he communicated to my son like he knew who we were, and that this was a one-time only kind of interaction, necessary because of the circumstance. He'd make sure of it, he said. I didn't know what to think. The whole thing was shocking. I'm not sure if I'll ever recover from it. This was real. We both saw it. Since then, I ensure we keep our garden welcoming. I keep mason bees and foster native plantings, and I make sure I say out loud to no one in particular how grateful I am to live in this safe place at the edge of the wild. Thinking about the warrior, he was 16 inches tall, right-handed, medium skin tones, brown hair. He was tough and highly capable. Was much more interested in my son than me. Some man-to-man talk, I felt. He was dressed for war, no question, but the weapons and his armor were all shades of brown, like beak claws, feathers, leather, and bone. No metal that I could see on him, perfectly camouflaged. I can only guess he showed himself because he saw it as an acceptable risk. He had a point to get across. He was deadly serious, all business. He was focused and present and deliberate. I should also say that my son took long walks through our area at that time, so it would not be surprising if the warrior recognized him from his frequent long walks. I think fairies are entities that live in nature and who have a different relationship to nature than humans do. Possibly they live in other dimensions that sometimes overlap with ours. I was out walking at dusk. This was in England. I was with my father. We were walking onto a track through the forest when we turned right towards a heathland. That's when I heard a sound. It was sort of a crunching, static sound, like an aggressive but corrupted form of jangling bells. That's the best way I can describe it. I turned to see a dim lamppost throwing jaundiced light over a strange, blurry, disfigured, thin, tall thing, like something out of a horror movie. It just stood there right in the center of the road and watched us. It was featureless, dark, and the sound continued, like the music of my nightmares, distorted and spine-chilling, and full of anger and despair. I grabbed my father by the arm, turning back ahead, and pulled him, running swiftly out of the forest. My dad thought I'd seen some kind of an animal. He hadn't seen the creature. He hadn't turned around. But I needed to get us out of there. There wasn't time to talk about it. We got into the car and sped home. It was only then that I told him what I'd seen. My dad's open to the idea of other beings living alongside us, and he was just glad we'd gotten out of there when we did. He did say that he'd heard a faraway sound like weird bells. I don't know what it was, but it was some kind of fairy. Why a fairy? Because I've had other experiences and you just get to know when something's distinctly fae-related. I think fairies are spirits of the wild, of nature, of history, and they inhabit in-between spaces. They're essential to our existence. This happened a long while ago,
Big
in
bug.
the 90s, but I've never forgotten it. I was in England, Oxfordshire, walking down a country track when I heard a whistling, humming noise coming from the hedgerow bottoms. I was with a party of 4 others who were all walking ahead of me. It was summertime, and in the morning around 7 a.m., I could hear the humming as I walked, but it stopped when I stopped. I took several dives into the thicket to see what was making the noise, but only caught a glimpse of things scurrying away. And then on my final attempt, I found something. It was a humanoid creature about the size of a man's hand. It was on all fours looking back at me. Its head was similar to a mouse's, its body the shape of a toad. But it had a very human look about it, not
Ew,
least because it was
gross.
wearing a pair of tweed trousers and braces. It was frozen to the spot, as if I'd terrified it to immobility. I exclaimed, and then it shrieked and bolted off into the scrub. My friends neither heard the humming whistle nor did they see or believe what I had seen. But I don't think I was imagining things. It was a material, solid, not a shadow or something I saw out of the corner of my eye. I got a good look at it. I think it was a fairy, and for me, fairy covers the other, the broad spectrum of beings that live and move parallel to the human world. I was just leaving Glastonbury on a lovely summer day. We'd had a lovely weekend at the Glastonbury Symposium in the town hall. I was in my car, just beginning my journey home, when I turned onto a small road, and there in front of me was a creature. Looked like a little man made of twigs. I saw it but didn't stop the car or anything, no time. And then he was gone. But he was imprinted in my mind. My partner was in the passenger seat but didn't see anything. Later, when I was in the car being driven to a beach, I saw something very similar again. I don't know if I was imagining it the second time because I'd had this experience in my mind, or if having seen something like this once, I'd become open to it. And so I was able to spot it again. It was a fairy. I just knew. I felt it in my heart. I think it was a wood sprite. They're among us, I believe, wandering around about their own affairs. Thanks for watching, and thanks to all those who submitted their stories for this one. If you like what I do on this channel and you haven't already, make sure to check out my novel, The Ghost of Nothing. It's about a girl from a famously haunted town that turns out to have a bigger fairy problem than a ghost problem. You can learn more about it on my website, linked in the description. It's available in all different languages, including now as well on Audible. So if it sounds like something you might enjoy, please don't hesitate to check it out. Links are in the description. And if you like this channel, I really think you will enjoy it. You'll have a great time. If you have a story to share, you can find my channel's website at scaryfairygodmother.com. Link also in the description. It has a spot where you can submit your stories, comments, questions, or suggestions. You can also sign up for my mailing list. I have 2 mailing lists now, one that's dedicated to the channel called Fairy Lights, and the other
in an old folks home, 20s, and This happened to me years ago when I was a new nurse. I was in my 20s and I had started working in an old folks' home. We had a resident who I'll call Bob. I didn't have an opinion of him because he really kept to himself. He just seemed like a regular old man. He was in his 70s and he had several health problems, but he seemed happy and normal. One day it was just him and I had to give him his medication. He had a photo on his lap, and he was grinning at the photos. Now, I always made conversation with the residents, and I'd had normal chit-chat with Bob before. I asked him if he was reminiscing, and he looked up at me and said yes. I asked him if he missed his family, as I noticed that he never had visitors. He kept smiling, and he told me that his friends were his family, and they're all gone now. Our conversation went on, and when I was about to leave, he asked if I would like to see his photo album. I, of course, agreed. What Bob showed me made me feel sick. The photo album was one of those flip ones, where it's a row of plastic files that you slip a photo in, so you can see several at once, if that makes sense. Well, the photos were of naked women, and they were clearly in distress. They were bleeding, and they looked like pain and humiliation was etched all over their faces. They were bound and gagged in disgusting poses. One woman in particular, it actually felt like she was staring right at me, like she was really in front of me and pleading for help. The look in their eyes is what still gets under my skin. I felt sick. My blood literally ran cold. I didn't know what to say. I knew Bob couldn't hurt me because he was too weak and old. But I had also had this thought that if I reacted in a certain way, he'd get off on it. It was like in that moment, I just realized he was a sick, deeply disturbed, perverted man. Bob stared at my face, obviously waiting for a reaction that I didn't give. It felt like hours had passed, but it was probably less than a minute or two. He looked away from me and back to the photos, holding the album like he was presenting a priceless artwork. He smiled at the photos, and he told me in a wistful voice that he used to be in a biker gang, and that those women were the stock. He said that him and his friends could fuck them whenever they wanted. I must admit, in that moment I felt like knocking Bob out, but I knew that I had to remain calm, and something told me he would get off on it if I started shouting at him. Instead of doing something, I just left the room without a word. I didn't know what to do. I still had other medications to give out, so I finished that first. I then took a minute to myself, and I thought that if I was a smoker, now would be the perfect time to light one up. I was angry and numb after Bob's revelation. Whether his story was true or not, he clearly loved hating women to have those photos in
Big
an album.
call.
I decided to
Okay.
call her up, and they checked Bob's room. They never found the album, but I know what I saw. I didn't imagine it or dream it. It was 100% real. I have no idea what Bob did with the album or the photos, but he must have known I'd report the incident. He must have stashed them somewhere. I just don't know how. They didn't search until later the next morning at like 10 a.m., so I suppose he had time to hide them somewhere. I continued giving Bob his meds, and he never acted differently, but I was always very reserved towards him after that. Those photos still trouble me to this day, and I believe they'll haunt me forever. I wonder how many of those girls are missing today. Are they even alive? Was he a kidnapper, or was he a murderer? I just don't know. I've heard stories of gang members using women like objects and sexually abusing them, but I don't know much about it. It's a fucked up world we live in. I try not to think about it too much, but memories like this have a way of rearing their head occasionally. I wonder why Bob showed me. Did he want to relive his past and thought showing me and making me freak out would be fun? What would have happened if I had started shouting at him? These are answers I'll never have. Although if Bob were here to answer some
Oh
of the questions, I
my.
know it wouldn't be enough. so twisted and depraved like that. At the end of the
Can
day,
I
all I can really do is pray for the
forge
women in those
some of
photos
this
to be
stuff?
at peace now. Wherever they are, I just hope they're okay and in a much better place. Before I begin on this story, I'll have a news article linked in the description, just to let you all know that this is a true story and that there's proof. Let's begin. The story is about a mass murder that happened on Halloween in 2020 in Quebec City in Canada. It's a very violent and graphic story. You have been warned. I'm a male, and at the time of the story, I was 20 years old. It was a wonderful Halloween in 2020 in Quebec City in Canada. A lot of children were dressed up, people laughing, lots of happiness, and everybody was having fun. It's really the only time we had some happiness and fun in that stupid period of COVID-19. Later in the evening, when it was dark and a lot of people were outside, I was near the Chateau Frontenac. I was with my dog walking and enjoying the moment. Well, at some point, I saw a man with a cool costume. His costume was a samurai. He had a katana in his hand. A realistic one. I remember
Okay.
and I thought it was a cool costume. He walked near me, looked at me, and looked at my dog, then back at me, then telling me I had a cute dog. I replied with a simple thank you, and he walked away. It was weird. I could just feel in those few seconds that something was off. Well, about 10 minutes later, right when I was about to walk home, I was still near the Chateau Frontenac. And at some point, I had heard someone yelling and crying that someone was stabbed by a man with a katana. Immediately, chills were coursing through my body. I had saw some people running, and everyone was panicking. So as you can imagine, I was panicking too. Even my dog was on edge. I then grabbed my dog, and we started to take off and run. As if the timing couldn't have been more perfect, I began to hear the sounds of the police. The sirens and flashing lights. I was really scared, and I was absolutely terrified I'd see the man again. So I ran with my dog to the nearest stairs. Now, I live all the way down the road, and also in Quebec, we have an up city and a down city. I was at the up city, and I actually live in the down city. So we have stairs to go up and down. So I went to the nearest stairs. While I was running, I had saw a man sitting down with a paramedic, and he had blood all over his arm. It was from a clean cut from the katana. Anyways, when I finally got near the stairs, I saw another man covered in blood, but still alive. He was also with a paramedic, and also a cop. So I was obliged to go down the road without the stairs. There was a lot of cop cars that were passing by, and it was very loud. I was almost home with my dog when I saw 5 cops in alert and offensive mode. One on the front, one in the back, one in the left, one in the right, and one beside me with the dog. And then one of them started yelling at me. "Get back inside! There's a maniac out here!" I replied back with, "I'm sorry, I live nearby. I'm trying to get home and get to my house." "Okay, well hurry up!" he demanded. I could understand his attitude. I didn't take it personal. Everyone was in panic mode. So I finally made it home, but I then saw something that still has me traumatized to this day. I saw one of my neighbors lying on the ground.
I think I have to craft.
And he was crying his eyes out, going hysterical. Her face was drenched in blood because her head was half sliced open. It was a horrifying sight. I was traumatized. Later that night, the story was all over the news. They were telling all the locals to keep their doors and windows locked and secured, and that the killer's still on the loose.
I think I have to craft stuff before I can take it.
So to stay inside and don't go outside for any reason.
Unless I get it off of a dead body.
3 hours later, he was eventually caught and arrested. In total, he injured 5 people and murdered 2.
So I have to make all the bone
I really hope the 2 victims can rest
implements before I
how this
can
sick fuck rots away for the rest of his
progress.
life in prison. The thing that really gets to me the most, though, is what if I didn't have my dog with me? Did he really give me a pass because I had a cute dog? If I didn't have my dog, would I be added to the list of victims? That thought gives me chills to this day. Hey everyone. I need to take a small break from today's stories to thank today's sponsor, ShipStation. The holidays are the busiest time of the year. Don't get stuck with Code Cannibal. I'll call them G, D, and E. We usually hang out, but what was different about this day is it was so fucking hot, and we aren't usually where we live. We wanted to go to Lucky's and get some drinks and snacks, but from the park where we're hanging out at, it was like an hour away. So we decided it was smart to go to one of the most sketchy 7-Elevens that exists in our town. We got all of our snacks and walked out of the 7-Eleven, and they have one table right in front of the store, and then right in front and next to the parking lot. I had realized a car had pulled up to the space right next to us. It wasn't that big of a deal because there was like 7 parking spots, but I of course didn't think anything of it at first. So D and G kept dancing, while E and I were just talking and eating chips. So one thing to mention is that D's parents smoke in their apartment all the time, and it's really messed up D's lungs. So they can't really do stuff such as dancing without needing to stop and take deep breaths. Not to mention D was twerking, and I saw that G was looking at something and it seemed off, but I just figured they were zoning out or something. Well, G and D looked at me and then said, "Should we tell him?" And of course, I was confused by this, because like, what are they gonna tell me? Well, G then started walking to me, and then whispered to me, "Those people in the truck are recording us." To give you a shittily made layout, the truck was parked right in front of the door to 7-Eleven that was right next to us at the circle table, the one we were sitting at. I was sitting back to the truck, E was sitting on the right side of me, and D was sitting on the left side of me, and G was sitting across. There was a small part behind where we were sitting, but there was like a wood wall around it. I immediately got all of my shit, stood up, and then walked into a corner, all while G told E what was going on. Then there was a man and woman who got out of the truck, and we expected them to like try to get us in the truck or something, but they just went into the 7-Eleven. We took this as a chance to run to the park that was behind us, but since we weren't done, we actually took a picture of their license plate. Once we got to the park, we were all breathing really heavily, except E was actually shaking and crying. I started asking G how long they'd been recording us for, and she said that they had been recording us for about 1 to 2 minutes. I instantly knew that they were most likely recording us for D and G, as they were young girls. E did say that the people in the truck looked high as fuck, but it still doesn't help very much for D and G, especially after we looked at the license plate and we realized they lived in our town. So yeah, that's fucking wonderful. Of course, G had to go as soon as this happened, and then left me, D, and E all alone. We were trying to calm D down, but that didn't really help that much. And of course, D and I both have very bad anxiety, so we were shaking. I also have history of passing out when scared, so when I started getting dizzy, I knew I had to go. I know that the man and woman that were recording us didn't actually do anything to us, but it's still creepy as hell to think about what could have happened and how close we could have gotten. I'm just glad we all decided to get the hell out of there when we did, or who knows what else could have happened. So for a little bit of background, I'm a married 21-year-old female. I'm a pretty small person, and I live in one of the most unsafe towns in North Carolina. I also have 2 dogs, a large bully mix, and a medium-sized lab/border collie mix. It's also important to know that I live at the very end of my street, right in front of some woods. This happened about a month ago.
Oh, well.
It was around 6 o'clock at night, and my husband was working a 24-hour shift, leaving me home alone with our 2 dogs. Typically, my dogs are pretty quiet, and they don't bark unless someone's literally up on our front porch. This particular evening, I was on the couch watching TV when my dogs lost their minds. They were both growling and lunging at the front windows, then running to my sliding glass back door and doing the same. I had a bad feeling, but then I checked the cameras, and they hadn't picked up any movement. So I brushed it off as being paranoid since I was home alone. After about 10 minutes, the dogs still hadn't settled, so I decided to let them into the backyard. As soon as I did, my smaller dog took off towards the side of the fence and screwed my trees. My larger dog stayed next to me, still growling. I had heard the fence shaking, so I ran over and saw the smaller dog attacking the fence and what looked like a woman's tennis shoe. It was stuck in the mud off in the trees. Again, I dismissed it as being paranoid because teenagers are known to have bonfires and such back there, and I figured that's where the shoe had come from. On top of that, I'm normally a pretty paranoid person. I got the dogs inside, and I didn't think much of it until the next night. My husband was home, and it was around 9 p.m. when someone looked out of the windows all around the front of the house, and all he saw was a teenage girl standing on our porch. She looked the same age as our neighbor's daughter's friends, and that said neighbor has a lot of health issues, so we assumed something had happened. My husband, being the paranoid type himself, grabbed his weapon and held it behind the door when he opened it. I was in the hallway out of view, holding onto my dogs who were again growling and trying to lunge. It's important to know that they've never acted that way towards a person. As my husband was talking to this woman, I had heard her ask him about his age, where he went to school, and had asked if he had children. He declined to answer any of the questions, and then she asked the creepiest one yet. She asked if any of our neighbors had kids, if there's any bachelors or child-free couples that she should avoid. My husband just said he couldn't help her, and shut the door. After that, we had actually heard her laugh and then say, "So you really don't know?" before she then walked away. We decided that it was really sketchy, and that we needed to at least call the non-emergency line. While I was doing so, my husband was watching our cameras. He showed me as this woman walked around our house and tried to look in our windows. When she triggered our motion sensor light, I thought I would vomit. The shoes she had on were identical to the one that I had just seen outside my fence the day before. I made a report, but nothing ever came of it that I know of. But I had later learned that this woman had also gone to 2 other houses that same night. Both were single women with small children. After I heard that they had kids,
Did somebody say waffles?
No.
I have brain damage.
Yard. It seems very likely that this woman was out looking for children that night, which is absolutely terrifying in itself. I'm a 26-year-old female, and at the time this story takes place, I was a broke college student. I was very naive and a chronic people pleaser, and I avoided confrontation at all costs. One night I was waiting on the bus home after visiting some friends. It wasn't very late. It was 7 p.m. on a weeknight, and I was tired and I was really looking forward to getting home to unwind. I'd been at this bus stop loads of times, and I often encountered familiar faces, though this time it was just me. So I popped my headphones in and listened to some music while I waited, and I messed around on my phone, keeping an eye on the time. The bus was due at 20 past, and I'd only been there for about 5 minutes when I had sensed someone near me. I glanced to the side, and I saw a man around my age had come under the shelter. I ignored him and continued looking at my phone. Suddenly, I had heard someone loudly saying, Hey, excuse me! So I turned to see the man was right next to me, staring right at me. I took out my headphone and I asked him what he wanted, and he grinned at me before asking what time the bus came. I told him it was usually around 20 past the hour, and then looked down at my phone again, hoping he'd get the hint that I didn't want to have a long conversation. Sadly, he didn't. I could sense him still staring at me, and when I looked at him, he didn't look away. I smiled awkwardly, which, looking back, I wish that I hadn't because this probably encouraged him. But like I said, I was a really huge people pleaser back then, and to be blunt, I was an idiot. It seemed like out of nowhere he started trying to talk to me again. He asked if I took this bus often, to which I responded yes, and again, smiled tightly at him, willing him to just go away and leave me alone. I shouldn't have admitted that I took this bus regularly, because now he could determine my schedule if he really wanted to. But again, I was an idiot and incredibly naive back then. Then he started complimenting me. "You have gorgeous skin," he told me, which I found to be an odd compliment, but I just smiled wearily at him and tried to focus on my phone. By now, I'd turned my music off, but I kept the headphones in to give the impression that I was trying to ignore him. But I knew I needed to be able to hear him perfectly because he was being creepy, and I felt uncomfortable.
Being creepy.
I relieved, even though he got on with me. It wasn't packed, but we weren't alone, and I thought he would leave me alone now. I was so wrong. I sat at the front, and to my discomfort, so did he, directly across from me. I was sitting in these fold-down seats usually reserved for people with prams or wheelchairs, because I wanted to be closer to the front as I felt uncomfortable. He sat on those same seats directly opposite me. When the bus started, he didn't say anything for about 5 minutes, but kept staring at me. Eventually, he had started asking me over the engine noise what stop I got off at. I politely informed him that this wasn't any of his business, but my heart was pounding in my chest. I was texting my friend what was happening, and I also texted some of my family members just to let them know of the situation too, just in case. I was feeling so uneasy, and it was only getting worse. He told me that he wanted to walk me home, and that he could come over to my place and show me a good time. I was disgusted by him. He was leering at me, and he kept talking about my skin, saying, "You know, you have such good skin. I want to stroke it so badly. I love girls with nice skin. I bet you have I can't say." I was so disgusted by his comments, and I just felt angry and violated. Angry at him for being such a creep, and angrier at myself for being so scared that I couldn't bring myself to just tell him to fuck off. This went on for a bit, before the bus driver stopped the bus and got off his seat. He approached the man, and he demanded he get off the bus immediately. He must have heard the man, as he was talking loudly, and we were at the front. The man then began to protest, and he even had the audacity to say he was my boyfriend. The bus driver looked at me, before shaking his head at the man, and then demanding once again he get off the bus now. He informed the man that if he refused to comply, there would be trouble. The man begrudgingly sludged off the bus, glaring at us. The bus driver then asked me if I was okay, and I just broke down. He asked me if I had any friends or family that I could call to meet me off the bus, and I told him I could call someone. He nodded, before telling me he had overheard the man being creepy a few times and decided to intervene. He told me that he had 2 daughters, and that if one of them were me, he'd really hope someone would intervene to protect them too. He went back to driving, and I called one of my friends. No one else on the bus did anything. There were about 4 people all around my age, but they just stared at me uncomfortably. I don't know if they felt guilty, maybe called out by the bus driver, but none of them did anything. Maybe they didn't hear anything, or something was amiss, and it was still scary to know I was so so close to people, and I was still preyed on by some weirdo. When it was my stop to get off, I kept thanking the driver for helping me. He told me not to worry and to stay safe. I didn't live far from the bus stop that I got dropped off at, and I remained on the phone with my friend until I was finally home with the door locked. I avoided that bus stop from that day forward, opting to always get a taxi home instead. I never saw the creepy man ever again, and hopefully, I never will. Hey everyone, I hope you all enjoyed these stories. If you ever want to submit your own,
Creepy. Los. Los.
Charged me, but as soon as I saw it stirring like this, I drove in. Like many people who see these things, they're not afraid and will run, but some want to fight them off. I cannot say that I would have done anything different in this situation, except for one thing. Huge mistake. Turns out, if they do run after you, catch you, it just takes one swipe of their hand, and you're gone. For the last 2 years, me and my family have now been looking over our shoulders, scared to death of what can happen if we see one again. I haven't really had another Sunday like this since that night. But some nights, I swear, I can hear howling in the distance. I believe I've heard them near the river as well, in a small town. If you listen closely, when there's no wind and a clear night, you can catch something not quite right in the early morning hours. It feels like it could take practice, but if you listen very closely to the sounds of nature at those times, like crickets and stuff, you will hear it back up in pitch, like it's grading on an upward scale, higher than birds or insects can ever go. And sometimes the insects will go completely silent. That's when you know something isn't quite right. The atmosphere changes. I almost feel like I'm being watched when I hear this. I'm not too scared to leave the house, but I do check the back mirror constantly while driving, always looking over my shoulder, especially at night. I have a 5-year-old son who has seen him as well. He was only around 4 years old at the time. He told me that it was scary,
Ow.
that he didn't want to be playing outside anymore because the monster was out there. The most shocking part of all of this is that one time, when we were a couple miles into town, we branched off from one of the streets to the other to a family's house. Now over here, there's this alleyway between a few houses where nobody ever seems to go. This thing was making
Should be a
noises.
third around here somewhere.
What it was doing, it was waking people up very early in the morning. I think nobody would come out of their houses for hours after that. They were afraid this thing was around. It does things like startle you by being very active and moves out of sight before being seen or heard from again. I guess sometimes my family's neighbors have talked about seeing a large black shape running off into the woods at night. Nobody really knows who or what it is. Hey, I was reading your stories, and I wanted to share this with you. I was a kid in front of an old schoolhouse. The place had been abandoned for quite some time, and my friends and I were out playing that day. We saw something moving around inside the building, so we decided to wait until it came out again. A few minutes later, something moved in front of the window. Just when we thought it had come out, it quickly went behind the building, and we lost sight of whatever it was. It came out again, and this time I got a clear look at what appeared to be some sort of wolf or dog with wide shoulders, much like a football player would have. It actually appeared to look more like a large upright coyote than anything else. It was freaky. At one point, we actually thought it had spotted us and began coming toward us. We nearly wet ourselves before it went back behind the surface again. From what we could see briefly, the creature was dark all over, with a long snout, wide shoulders. Kind of reminded me of an ape, but very different looking. Its hair was almost falling out. It was very scary. We talked about it with our parents. As we got older, we would sometimes bring it up. Knowing all the things I know, I really do wonder if it was a skinwalker. I had another friend growing up who actually just very recently shared with me his experience, which he granted me full permission to share with you. The similarities between what he saw and I did are striking. Here's his story. I was about 12 years old, and I had just gotten home after walking back from a friend's house. My friend lived next to an open lot with several trees in it. It also had a small creek that ran along one side of the property border, going into a big river that cut through the center of town. To be honest, I never felt comfortable there, going by myself. You could often hear strange noises coming from over there at night, and it gave me vibes. Plus, I'm pretty sure I've seen some such things people. Can't be too safe. Anyway, I was walking to my house and passed by the lot when I noticed a figure moving between some trees. It moved quickly from one to another, as if it were pacing back and forth. Just then, my dog gets spooked and starts howling at the top of his lungs, trying to jump. He somehow slips from my tight grip, takes off running down the street in a panic, away from whatever the figure was. I start yelling at him to come back, but he wouldn't listen. The next thing I know is that something starts moving toward me, towards the trees. It's headed right for me. I froze, and before I could even think about turning around to run, I saw it. In the darkness between those two trees, I caught a glimpse of an upright animal-like figure with long black hair, golden, staring eyes. It was like looking into death, honestly. It reminded me of a dead, rotting coyote. Gross. You could visibly see flashes on its face and head, and the stench was horrendous. I didn't waste a second. I turned and ran as fast as I could away from the thing, without ever looking back. This thing, though, moved incredibly swiftly for whatever it was. I luckily escaped. A few days after, I'd asked my neighbor about it. She said that the same thing had happened to her a few months earlier. She described it as the same thing I had seen. I don't know what they are, but now I'm curious to find out if there were any other incidents like I saw them. Maybe there are more stories out there. The incident that happened to my friend is very real and similar to the one I had as a kid. It really makes me wonder what sort of horrible creature I witnessed that day.
I figured it out. It's not the axe that's powerful, it's the turtle head your character has poking out, giving him super strength and all that shit.
Got to get my dad a Christmas present.
Possibly.
So I was
I
hoping
don't know.
a neat little novelty gift from Colorado. When I was done, I decided that I wanted to go home the long way, instead of taking the highway back up north where I live. I went towards the direction and got on 90 to head back. There's a small town called Crawford, not too far from there, I believe. The road takes you through this little valley, which is nothing on either side, ranges of high elevation, and hills all around. Not to mention mountain-type hills, just like big, small rolling hills. My friend was in the passenger seat. We were talking about random stuff when she happened to look out the back window. She said she saw something. She sees behind the car and says, "What's that?" I look over my shoulder to see this big black dog running alongside the car that has made its way from behind the vehicle. I slow down, and so does this thing. So I speed up, and it speeds up. Now we're thinking, is this a lost dog or something? But then I get a better view as it stands up on two legs and violently tries ripping the door off the vehicle. I speed up again, and it jumps down. But I don't think we got away that easily. The look on this thing was demonic. Red eyes and a black muzzle. Kind of like a horse's face. Very elongated. More so than any other regular dog. This was like an animal from hell. It didn't just have black skin. The fur was black, but the parts of skin appeared to be grayish. We were both shocked. Didn't know what to do, really. So,
Bunny.
looking out the back window to see if it was still behind us.
Sorry, little bunny.
My friend's mom called her, that my friend was so freaked out and told her mom what had chased us. My mom's friend just says, "You guys have to be drunk or on drugs." I told her we weren't. Was I've never seen anything like that in my life, and was too scared to go back up there. I'm hoping it wasn't a skinwalker or anything. I've heard that they mark people. I've always been open to things and never thought much about spirits or demons. But after all of this has happened, I'm now just too scared to go back there. Also, my friend's aunt.
Turtle head. Turtle head.
She said that maybe it was some kind of spirit. But of course, my friend's mom is the total opposite of her sister. Firm atheist. Doesn't believe in any of it. Anyway, the way it looked at us, it still haunts me. It's like it was angry we were in that part of the road. I don't even recall where it came from. Since then, I have been obsessively looking up information on skinwalkers, and they're supposed to be these supernatural beings who can take any form of any kind of animal. Help me as I search for answers. This was back in the 1960s, when I worked for the U.S. Forest Service, doing fire protection work in areas covering an enormous amount of land in 3 adjoining counties. At the time, these had the highest number of forest fires per year than any part of the country at the time. If this happened today, they would have been called wildfires for sure, and it would probably be a terrorist act against our forest by some crazed lunatic who hates trees. Okay, maybe that's being a little overdramatic, but I think you get the idea. One day, when I was about 20 years old, I went out on patrol duty up one side of the mountain and down the other, keeping a check on some crews that were building fire breaks. It was hot and dry like it normally is in northern Arizona, out here in July and August, when wildfire season is at its peak. I had just finished my lunch, and I heard a loud howling coming up from behind me, where there was a cliff about 40 feet up, with a rock slide at its base. This was way back before there was any picnic areas, or even paved roads up there. Nobody else knew it was there. There hadn't been any elk herd around for several years, due to overhunting at this point, by everybody who wanted deer, just due to the severe lack of rain we had been experiencing. Since this occurred almost 50 years ago now, I can't remember what time of the day it was exactly, but at first, I thought it might be some kids from Flagstaff, maybe having a good time, playing games and romancing one another in the wilderness they found up there.
Romancing one another in the
without
wilderness.
any elk around to attract. It just didn't seem right. So I took my .38 caliber revolver from its holster, began walking toward where the strange sound seemed to be coming from as fast as I could. The unusual thing about this sound is that it did not seem like any animal sound. Rather, it appeared more human. As soon as I got there, my first thing was confirmed. A full-grown man with animal skins was standing on top of the rock slide. The only ones wearing animal skins at the time that I was aware of were the Navajo, who lived in the area to the north of the Shell Dam, 15 miles away from the city location. There were no Navajos working for the U.S. Forest Service back then, and no one knew this mountain. I stepped away from him, and he began making grunting noises and angry growling sounds like a bear would do. He was trying to intimidate somebody, defending his territory. He quickly seemed to disappear from the path, and he was not going to stick around after that. Later on, I got in my Jeep and drove off to the homestead, where I told a friend about it. He knew all about these guys because they had been terrorizing the locals, killing cattle, or just mutilating them, taking with their organs, and taking with their flesh. The Navajos, from when I was aware, called them skinwalkers. Others would call them shapeshifters. But they're just human beings who can change into animals and kill to satisfy their bloodlust. When we went back out there with the sheriff's deputy from the county, we found some of the remains of an animal that had been half-eaten. It was lying on top of a rock slide with its head and neck completely removed to the rest of its body. That's all I'll show you. But I've had so many disturbing experiences back in the day, and I've learned a lot. Maybe I'll sit down and share with you more from an old adventure with me. Thanks for reading. A group of us were out by the reservoir in Southern California. There is a story about this area. The rumor goes that I guess there was an Indian race and they destroyed it to build a dam or something, or took over the land, something like that. But some of them refused to ever leave. My grandfather told me he saw one years ago when he was just a little kid running around at night, being dared by his friends. But he didn't really believe it was true. After we had settled down for the night, there were coyotes howling. Then all of a sudden, more dogs joined in on the chorus. So my buddy Mike decided, hey, let's go see if we can see them. So we walk about 150 yards from our campsite, closer to the reservoir, and we're watching them. Mike sees a coyote turn around and look at us, then proceeds to stand fully erect on two legs. It looked straight at us, sprinting for the nearest tree and climbing right up, disappearing. We had heard the stories before about skinwalkers, but this time, I was convinced that they were there. We went back to camp and told our friends about what we saw next. Then, everybody's convinced there are skinwalkers around us. This one skinwalker must have been trying to blend in with the others. I'm not too sure how it works. We all slept with the gun right beside our pillows that night. The next morning, we had been awoken to the sounds of dogs howling again, except this time, they were much closer. I looked over at my friend Patrick, who was, at the time, out by the tent. He sat straight up in his sleeping bag, screaming, his eyes still tightly shut. I had to wake him up. He was having this violent nightmare. He later claimed that these skinwalker beings were trying to infiltrate his mind in nightmares. Take it what you will. This was by far the most terrifying camping trip I've ever been on, and the closest I'd ever been to seeing and dealing with an actual skinwalker creature. Something I always thought was a myth and legend. Not anymore. My encounter with the skinwalker was almost 8 years ago now. The details can be a little fuzzy in my mind, but I'll do my best to give you a rundown. Utah on an excursion. We parked our truck at the end of a pretty empty dirt road and hiked out for We were walking for quite some time. A good 2 miles.
I was thinking maybe this was some kind of treasure mound, but guess not.
I didn't give it much thought at first, but my friend kept glancing back over his shoulder at the side. Whatever was making these noises couldn't have been too far behind us. They were loud and very distinct sounding. They sounded somewhat like a dog barking, but different. More eerie, I guess you could say. Another few minutes go by and we see something running on all fours, stand up on 2 legs before disappearing again. At first, my mind did not register what it was that I saw, so I looked at my friend to say something. He just turned around and booked it. My arms seemed to move faster than ever before, pumping with adrenaline and fear. We made it away from the thing and back to our truck. We couldn't stop talking about what kind of being that thing was. I was sure we had encountered a skinwalker. The next day, we drove to a nearby Navajo reservation and asked around. The people there seemed nervous and uncomfortable to talk about it, but some of them told us, yes, they were, and we had most certainly encountered it. They said if you see this thing, you should run, because the only way we get away from it is by running them. I don't know if that's true. The gentleman that told us this was very young. So, long story short, I haven't seen or heard any more of these strange happenings since then, but this experience has changed my life forever. It's also important to mention that, even though I'm native, I'm actually adopted. Both of my real parents passed away at birth, so I live in Northern California. I really have no connection or education or my native heritage, so I'm not really connected to my culture. But after this sighting, it's kind of made me spark an interest in Native American culture altogether. I'm fairly certain that what I saw that night on the ranch was actually a skinwalker. I know enough about Navajo culture to understand that these are dark beings you should not be messing with, and doing your best to avoid. Here's what briefly happened. I grew up and still live in Arizona on a cattle ranch. Well, I stay there periodically. I don't really live there anymore. We've got the stereotypical cactus-covered hills, mountain ranges, and summers. You get it. A few years ago, we had some issues with coyotes attacking our calves. Coyotes are not uncommon to have on our ranches, but they usually don't hunt down large animals, like the way my calves were being hunted. I know, calves aren't large, but they're pretty protected. At least these were. They'd sneak up on them and just tear into them, leaving ravaged carcasses behind that my father and I would find while checking on the stock. It was pretty gruesome what they were doing to our livestock. So my dad had called me one night after talking to a friend about about how best to get rid of these guys, when he came across a story about skinwalkers. I mean, you're talking about folk magic, straight out of a horror movie here. The kind where there are witches that transform into coyotes. Anyway, he told me to buy some special ribbon, red, I believe, and tie it all around the cattle pens at night, so that way, what he believed were skinwalkers would not attack our livestock anymore. Of course, being young and naive, I was just brash. I just explained to him, Dad, these aren't skinwalkers. These are just regular coyotes. But he told me a story of one night he saw a couple of these things changing into men. I'm not so sure I believed him, but I did what he asked. I brought him the ribbon. I guess my father also shot at one of these things, and the entire group of these coyotes all stood up on 2 legs and ran off, the same way a man would, even at this speed. He firmly believes that these things were indeed a pack of hungry skinwalkers. Safe to say, I believe that ranch is cursed now, if not anything, especially after shooting at it. My uncle lived alone. He had become something of a recluse after my aunt had passed on. He was the closest thing I ever had to a father figure growing up, but the closeness never became a genuine thing. He loved me, yeah, but only from a distance. It was frustrating. My real dad was just a face in my memories that would come home long enough to argue with my mom, sleeping off whatever he had been doing, then was gone and again, for days at a time. So, the bar was really set low when my uncle came along and would play ball with me, or visit me at school during recess. Very simple gestures, but at the time, they meant the world to me. The frustration came when I would want to spend my time with him where he lived. He had a trailer on several acres of land, mostly all untamed. Even the native plants were untouched, and nothing was mown or manicured. I didn't quite understand why he was so warm, until it came to his living space. The day came when he was sick, and he would not do well if there wasn't somebody there looking after him for 2 or 3 days. I saw my chance and took it. He didn't want anybody to babysit him, but it was literally the doctor's orders. I was a teenager by then, but the medical in me was real with delight. He seemed to have mixed feelings about it. He was happy to see me, but there was an uneasiness that I couldn't source. He wasn't weird or hiding any dark secrets, so what was this big deal about having me over? I was completely lost in the experience of being out in this amazing untamed wilderness in a home with a father that I never had. It was like another world. I was soon to find out that other worlds have things that are good and bad. However, he was nice until I tried to talk about my aunt. He didn't want to talk about her in any detail whatsoever. Even if I did something as benign as ask if a certain lamp or other item had all been picked out by her, he would answer abruptly, changing the subject. Night came, and he told me that it was very important that I stay inside. I asked him why, but he struggled with giving me a coherent answer. I wasn't sure if maybe it was the heavy medication, the illness, or something else. Surely, it wasn't any terrible secret. If he was a murderer, he wouldn't be hiding inside from anyone he'd killed, right? When he was asleep, I stepped outside. I wasn't going to be able to see the night sky like that back in the city. Plus, I wanted some fresh air as I thought about how I could bond with my uncle. More without triggering him, of course. That's when I heard it. Above the sounds of insects, owls, and a few wolves, there came a high-pitched squeal that echoed off everything, including the sky. All other sounds vanished, as if all the animal kingdom were afraid. I won't lie. It even made every hair on my body stand on end. I'm usually that dumb kid that wants to run and find out what the strange sound was. But even as I was hesitating, as if I needed to convincing, I saw movement in the darkness. There was a dim light, like a dying candle. I immediately thought that there could have been a trespasser on the property. But if they were being sneaky, maybe they needed help. I called out to them. The light source then became 2 red points that now became eyes. I thought that glowing eyes were a cheesy trope left over from 60s horror movies. But this monstrous thing had them. The closest thing I can compare it to is an elk that somehow decided it was going to walk on 2 legs. The shape was wrong. Instead of hooves, it appeared to have hands, 4 fingers specifically on each, with claws that were curved like a crescent moon. Its mouth would open, and the only way an elk's mouth could open that wide is if the jaws were unhinged. The teeth and gums were long, preventing the mouth from closing at all. Ribbons of saliva dripping down into the soul. With each step forward it took, its pace quickened. Something in my brain kept me from fleeing. My uncle was there for one more time. The crack of his rifle made my ears ring as he fired right next to me. The shot knocked this thing backwards and let out this horrendous squeal that was almost as loud as the gunshot itself. He quickly hurled me indoors, and with a single look, I understood why he never had me over. He made some coffee and told me a strange story I missed while wooing him. He and my aunt had accidentally invited this creature into the land, and they had mistaken it for a stranger that needed help. He told me that something about it was able to come and go as it pleased once it had an invitation. It got my aunt and my uncle, who said that it liked to torment him by imitating her voice notes. It will stand outside his bedroom window and call his name with her voice. If I hadn't seen this creature, I would have claimed he was nuts. This monster was a predator. Surely, it would enjoy ripping the trailer open like a tin can, eating him alive. I mentioned this. He shook his head. He said that it would only delay killing him as long as possible. If he's gone, that it wouldn't have anybody to torment. My story reads like the plot to a bad movie. I guess that goes to show just how objective and void of poetry tragedy really is. I worked my butt off during my teen years in my early 20s so that I would finally be able to start a family wherever I wanted. I didn't believe in luck. I believed in the grind. By the time I had the financial freedom I wanted, I was 32 and had 3 kids. I had money coming out of my ears, but never splurged. I still looked for a place to work in a home. I even got an amazing deal on an estate, included a mansion surrounding a whopping 12 acres
Curious.
of timber. It was called Vanishing Point.
Can I use that as fuel?
Too good to be true.
Nope.
But I was used to being 100% natural in my own world, so I didn't heed to any such warnings. I never once questioned where the estate's name came from. It was the last property at the furthest point from the township, all while still being within the city proper. So hey, I figured the land was just situated at a literal vanishing point from the perspective of being in a city state. We lived there long enough with a child.
Good thing this isn't DayZ.
My 2 oldest boys would go hunting with their pellet rifles. I was trying to be a good dad that didn't hold on too tight, you know? What's all that timber if you're not allowed to explore as a kid? I wanted them to have a rich, full
If it was
childhood.
DayZ, I'd be
They loved
dead.
guns. And if they didn't come home, those guns would be the only thing that the police would ever find, other than their closed bags. There was no home, which made my mind race even more. If they weren't dead, what was being done with them? More years passed, and I got into the habit of taking my last remaining son and daughter on hunting. I would have let them decide whether they were going to grow up like the hunt. But after the incident, I wanted them to know how to use a gun. I wanted them to know how to shoot another living thing. As if getting off from under the shadow of being a suspect hadn't been hard enough. We had another incident. It was on a hunt with me and the 2 kids. We were somewhere in the distance from our home and the edge of the estate. In other words, far away from anywhere. It was at a place where the timber was so thick that the sun was nearly blotted out. It was magical. Otherworldly, actually. Some piping, wheezing sound filled the woods. It made things seem a lot darker than they really were. I could feel the blood in my veins go cold. The look on my daughter's face announced she was feeling similar. I looked around for my son to see what his expression was, but nowhere to be found. I called out to him. I ran those words until my legs could not move. He had disappeared right from my nose. That's when I started becoming that parent. After more drama with the police and the rigors of heartache and grief all over again, I flat out refused to leave my daughter and my wife out of my sight. The only exception being that my wife needed to work outside the home, so I downsized and moved all of my business affairs into her home so I could watch my family full time. My wife disappeared one night on her way home when the car quit as she was on the property. Somewhere between the dead car and her house, she had totally disappeared. But not without a trace. I had trail cams set at very strategic points. The police could corroborate my evidence. They had not hurt anybody, but they weren't ready to buy into what the cameras were showing them. In a series of blurred snapshots, the cameras pieced together the image of a bipedal abomination with the head of an elk, the teeth and the tail of a wolf, and claws like a bear. The sheer size of this thing was part of what ruled me as a suspect. Police weren't going to wait on that rabbit hole that had just opened up. I knew what it was. This was some sort of shapeshifter, a skinwalker, a witch that has full control to shapeshift with dark magic. It's whatever animal he or she wants to change into. The magic augments the strength of this witch, so much so that it is stronger than either a normal man or animal. Not surprisingly, wearing pelts of more than one animal supposedly lets the witch change into a mixed abomination. I paid no small money on asking how you kill such things. And believe me, the people that know are few and far between, let alone willing to discuss the matter. They're afraid of jade knives. That was my first purchase. I spent more money than I should have, having it custom crafted. Second, I would need special bullets. Third, I would need the very thing I didn't believe in. Luck. All the lips that were loose enough to tell me how to kill a skinwalker would tell me that they are so fast, so natural. They might even be able to outrun other weapons, like bullets in certain forms, and at certain levels of magical skill. I didn't care what kind of fairy or wand-waving magician this was, especially after it took my daughter away from me. It had cut my family down to a member of one, and it was dragging me into misery very far. So, I spent the time wisely, finding the places it had been stashing pelts and magical charms. Or so I thought. There was no point in using the police. They already thought I was nuts, and confiscated everything. It's literally done with me, and I'm gonna go after it, as long as it lets me live. I don't care if you believe my story, I really don't. But I feel like there has to be somebody out there who would hear this, and accept that what I'm going through is truth. Maybe somebody could reach out to me and help me kill this thing, once and for all. But I don't know anybody brave enough for that. I'm going to need help. This was back in October 2017. I saw some strange creatures. I was at my uncle's house in the backyard with my parents and a few cousins. My cousin had this spinning wheel thingy that you could either ride or push around. I got on it, and while going around, I heard some dogs barking in the distance. Not unusual, as there were Doberman pinchers and a dog pen nearby. But after a while of riding around, I started hearing something else too, like an animal rustling through leaves or grass. The thing was getting closer to me, but all else remained quiet, besides the animals outside. Suddenly, they started making noise, which made me freeze in my spot on the wheel for a second, before checking to see if anybody else noticed anything unusual. That was when I noticed I had ridden out of the yard, and was a lot closer to the woods at the edge of the property than I had thought. I could still very visibly see the rest of the family, who all appeared to have not even seen that it wasn't right there. My dad and uncle were taking care of the grill. My aunt and mother were busy setting up the table. My cousins were just messing about with the Nerf gun. voices seemed really far away. I mean, even the dogs from down the street seemed far more quiet. I felt this weird urge to scream at them, but also, like I was rooted to the spot, frozen and could not move. Just stared to the tall grounds that just moments before had been listening, and now silent and still. I knew instinctively there was something there. The best way to describe it, it would be like when you're underwater. That kind of muffled sound where you know stuff is going on around you, but you can't quite make it out. It sounded almost like there were low voices coming from the tall grass. We've been warned not to play in the grass in this particular spot that leads into the woods behind my uncle's house, mainly because of snakes. But this did not sound like slithering or hissing. Then, the voice like was
Boom.
rustling again, like something sure as hell was moving in there. Thankfully, it sounded like it was heading back into the trees, and not towards I. But I still just waited, feeling unable to move. To this day, I am unable to tell you exactly what emerged from that grass and crawled into the woods. There were two of them, both very similar in size. The best example of what they should have been, I guess, would be a deer. They looked like some sort of deer, but wrong. Deer gone wrong, horribly disfigured or mutated. That's literally the best way to describe what they were. And no, they moved like they weren't used to being with their legs. They acted uncomfortable, awkward, stilted and stunted. I thought maybe those were the injured or deformed. But in all honesty, they just did wrong. As soon as they disappeared back into the woods, I felt like a release, and all of a sudden, all the sounds from around me came back clear, and I heard and saw my mother calling and waving at me, and telling me the hot dogs were ready, and to come wash up. I never told anyone what I saw, because frankly, I don't know. And also, they probably wouldn't believe me if I did. Just in case they had, I want to keep thinking I imagine it. It's really the only way I can sleep at night. But I have a feeling deep down what I saw is more real than everything around me. This was long before I knew what a skinwalker was. But one time when I was 17, I was walking home from high school when I just got this discernible feeling that I was being watched by something, not someone. I looked around, following my instincts. I saw nothing but a bush moving out in the distance, as if something was hiding behind it. It had to be a skinwalker. In that same year, my grandmother had had a ton of encounters with these beings, and they were
Character
constantly
has the poop
following her
sweats.
around, which meant that I too was now a target for these same beings. I had gotten so used to seeing them, I wasn't just afraid, I was always afraid. Of course, the thing with skinwalkers is that unless you know about them, know what to look for, you never even knew they existed, which is the entire point. They can possess, if that is the right word, anyone or anything. I live in constant fear. I wish there was some sort of test, like you see in the movies with demons. You know, throwing holy water at them, and if they sizzle, you kind of know. But there is nothing like that for a skinwalker. And even if there was, I can't just walk about pouring holy water over people, just in case. I think you kind of understand. But I guess once you know what you're looking for, you can tell. It's often the giveaway is the others. The way they move, it seems wrong. Especially if they are an animal form. Ever seen a dog that looked fully intelligent? A deer or coyote that didn't walk quite right, as if it wasn't used to being on 4 legs.
Hi, Jamru.
Thoughtful,
How are you, buddy?
despite never having made eyes on them. They seem to come up several times throughout the day, yet you may have traveled miles. I've had all of those things. One of the worst and most terrifying experiences was when I was followed for almost an entire day by what I am sure was one person using many different people to walk in. How could I tell? How did I know that somebody else was using all these different people to follow me around? Their eyes and smile, every single one of those very different people, from young, old, male, female, they all have that same dead look in their eyes, that same awful smile. So yeah, I'm always afraid. I am always glancing over my shoulder, looking in the dark corners and shadows. You would be constantly on edge too if you have ever seen a regular looking dog smirk at you, smile in only a way that a human could possibly do, as if a human was trying to control every feature. And you want to know the worst thing? What is even worse than literally knowing if people around you are actually dead or something else? That is the worst. Why are they following me? If the original target, for want of a better word, was my grandmother, who is the only person who truly believes, why did they jump from her to me? Whereas more my family under attack. What do they want? I just can't find the right answers, and I don't know who to turn to, or at least who would be willing to talk to me about this. I just want to know why they won't leave me alone. I don't want to spend my entire life being afraid, always looking behind me, never trusting anybody. It's ruined friendships, relationships. Is that what they want? I'm hoping maybe, just maybe, you or somebody can send me in the right direction, or at least tell me that I'm not alone and I can leave them somehow. I just want to know the way. Is that too much to ask? Can you help me? When my grandfather died when I was just at the tender age of 11, he left behind an old journal that had crazy
Sauteed,
stories written inside of it
sauteed
of his time on the
mushroom.
Navajo reservation back when he was much younger.
I
He
think I can do that.
stories
I
of these
have.
creatures called sandworms. Of
Okay, I
course,
have
I
mushrooms.
didn't believe any of them. But after what happened the other day, I'm beginning to think that these creatures are real. Not all the stories in the journal were necessarily new to me. I had heard some of the encounters before, but usually, if grandfather began to tell one, my mom would cut him off and give him the look. Sure, she wanted us to know about it and embrace our heritage, but also, she didn't want us constantly looking over our shoulders, wondering if that dog, horse, or whatever it was really just an animal. One of the stories he had managed to sneak was that one of an old lady who seemed to be able to travel remarkably quick, especially for somebody with such advanced years, who was often spotted deep in the woods, whilst others were only then to be found in the reserve an impossibly short time later. To our young minds, that didn't seem particularly scary, and more wondrous. She was just a little old lady, maybe with magical powers of speed. Super granny, right? But the things grandfather wrote down were far more detailed and far more frightening, depicting these people as black witches with evil intent, not just old ladies who magically appeared in places too quickly, just to mess with others. These stories involve murder and malice, and if true,
Sauteed mushroom.
even at 11, when I was just beginning to read them and stay up later to catch nighttime movies, I still didn't believe. I'm sure, to a young kid who's say 5 or 6, an old lady witches and these
Whoosh.
grandfather wrote about couldn't be real. I thought that for the next 10 years, until the other day. Funnily enough,
Hmm.
it happened back at the
Yep,
home.
I
I
maxed
grew up
out.
only a
I
couple years
cannot
before, but
get
still visited fairly
anymore.
and was home for a birthday, actually.
I can't increase
No
anything.
doubt. My parents had gotten a dog
Can't
and a
increase
special
my
decided
red
to
bar.
in the evening. I'd
250 is the
We headed out
max.
into the woods behind the house, where we'd play for hours as kids, and I'd let her run around for a while, all while she
So,
just enjoyed the clean air.
there's no
After
point in
a few
hitting any
days,
more of
I headed to
those
Woodland. My first thought was that she'd been
unless
asleep
it's
or something.
just to
It was dark, but there was still just enough light to
open up
see that she was
areas, I
awake,
guess. I don't know.
shaking and whining, which was odd, since she'll usually pick a fight with anybody and is fiercely protective. I'd never seen her in this submissive stance before. Then I saw why. A pair of eyes were glued to the tree line. It was unnerving to say the least, as the eyes appeared to look human, but were low down like animal level, and I could just about make out the shape of a large dog, more like a wolf. This creature didn't make a noise, didn't bark, growl, nothing. It just stood and watched, and then it seemed to stand up. I don't mean like a dog when it bakes. I mean it stood up like a man. My dog yelped, ran over to me, behind my legs, still shaking. I've seen her square up to the other dogs, way bigger than her, but she was terrified. I bent down to comfort her, and when I looked again, it was gone. She barked once, running all the way back to the house, not bothering to wait for me, and I could tell you, I was right behind her. This was back in October of 2017. I saw some strange creatures. I was at my uncle's house in the backyard with my parents and a few cousins. My cousin had this spinning wheel thingy that you could either ride or push around. I got on it, and while going around, I heard some dogs barking in the distance. Not unusual, as they were delivering pinchers in the dog pen nearby. But after a while of running around, I started hearing something else too, like an animal rustling through leaves or grass. The thing was getting closer to me, but all else remained quiet, besides the animals outside. Suddenly, they stopped making noise, which made me freeze in my spot on the wheel for a second, before checking to see if anybody else noticed anything unusual. That was when I noticed I had ridden out of the yard, and was a lot closer to the woods at the edge of the property than I had thought. I could still very visibly see the rest of the family, who all appeared to have not even seen that it wasn't right there.
What are your true ghost and or cryptid encounter stories? Like and subscribe for more. Doing a shakedown or test cruise. Plan to be out for about 12 hours.
Ugh. AI readings. Stop.
A Forgotten Memory by a Lonely Raven. When I was a young child, around the age of 5, I got my own room. It was the smallest one, but it suited my needs, and I was happy with it. It had a bed, and my very own dresser with a TV. My parents saw
I like the stories better when they put in sound effects.
afraid of the dark. Thunderstorms and rain never bothered me much. I took care of all my belongings, and I was a polite kid. So I was going to have a living space. The thing that was most strange about it was the closet. It hadn't been used in years, not since my sister had moved out. It was a very large, minivan-looking closet, used to be lined with shirts, pants, shoes, and other things when my sister
Oh, raw blue
What
crystal.
made the closet different from the rest of the room was that instead of being painted a colourful shade of red like the rest of the walls, the door was just a dull white. It really stood out, like a sore thumb, you could say. I didn't have nearly enough clothes to use up all that space. As a result, there was always a darkened corner
Of our
at the
days.
very back where I didn't keep clothes.
Yeah, you should probably stop.
Back there.
But are you gonna? Probably not.
I didn't like whenever I accidentally caught a glimpse of it, the suspense in the room rocketed, and I had to look away with a shiver. This happened on multiple occasions, but I never really told anyone. If I told my parents, I was just a scared little kid and take away my room. For 2 years afterwards, I just avoided it. It became a routine to just not look there. Besides, most times the door was closed and locked, so there was usually not a corner to look at. Out of sight, out of mind. Or so I thought. You see, I've always thought I heard noises whenever I closed the door. Like as soon as I would walk out, I would hear footsteps bounding towards me from the back. I'd turn around, slam the door shut, and lock it. I never told my parents. Again, they'd think I wasn't responsible enough and take away my room. And I really liked my room. That's when, at the age of 7, an event occurred that will remain in my mind I decided not to go I really need to tell someone. Only recently did these events come back to my mind. I tried my best to keep what is seen unseen. I was sleeping in my room. I had done all my natural routines. I had brushed my teeth, washed my face, went to the bathroom, did 50 or so push-ups or sit-ups, and set my alarm. I was now asleep in my bed, ready to start sleeping the next morning. I woke up to the sound of my neck. At first, I thought it was morning, and it was just my mum coming in to wake me up. After thinking for a second, I realized that the sound was coming from the opposite side of the room. But it wasn't just that. The lock on the door clicked, and the door creaked open. My half-asleep mind took a few seconds to register what the sound meant. I yawned a bit, then my eyes shut open and I froze. Something locked the closet from the other side of the door. Impossible. There was no other lock.
Dun, dun, dun.
It was part of my routine. I distinctly remembered closing it, maybe testing it to make sure. There wasn't a lock on the other side. There just wasn't. I lay still, shaking slightly and whimpering. Suddenly the opening door stopped, and it was silent. I could hear footsteps in my room, walking towards me. I dared not turn around. For a brief moment of peace, I really thought it was just my mum. Then they stopped halfway across the room. Silence regained, and for an uncomfortable moment, I thought I had simply been imagining it. The only sound was my heart thumping in my chest. As it slowed, I turned around and looked around my room. exactly where the footsteps had stopped.
Ow.
Was a creature.
The fuck? Where's my fucking...
Definitely not of this world, or of any world. It had black, sunken eyes and
The fuck? I don't have a glider now?
sharp claws the size of butcher blades dragged along the wooden floor with a soft scratching sound. Its limbs were abnormally skinny, and contorted.
Oh, my time was up.
It gleamed like daggers, stained with the black ooze that
No backup glider. Ugh,
it opened its mouth.
that sucks.
Black, thick ooze gushed out like blood, and it uttered a small, barely audible groan. It was uncomfortable to look at. My blood went ice, and it hurt in my veins. The color drained from my face, and my eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. It pointed a gnarled finger at me and began to walk towards my bed. By now, my mouth was hanging open and my voice was gone. My stomach lurched when it began walking towards me, and my heart began to pump furiously again. It took small, short steps, but I couldn't move. My legs were frozen, and I couldn't avert my eyes from the horrible sight before me. The black liquid began making puddles on the ground as it walked, the ooze dripping down its gnarled skin. It began growling, and by the time my legs could move, it was at my bedside. I backed over and reached for my lamp. It stopped and stepped back. Those black, horrid eyes gleamed at me, the silhouette of claws forming a fist. It put its head up and screamed. Its voice was cracked and warped and not very pleasant to listen to. If you've ever heard a song played backwards, then you know what the voice sounded like. It was a voice that came straight from hell. I cringed and covered my ears. I reached again for the lamp. It stopped and looked at me. It snarled, and white fangs as long as bananas shot out, gleamed in the moonlight. They had definitely grown from their previous size. With that, it crouched and leaped on top of my bed with the agility of a cat. The claws of its feet dug into the bedsheet and tore the mattress, sending a flurry of feathers into the air. The creature reached a clawed hand up and swiped at my face, tearing the skin like paper. I screamed. Blood rushed out from my wounded face and spilled onto the sheet, staining it a deep velvet. I wondered. The adrenaline was causing me to black out. The creature screamed again and bounded off my bed. As my eyes began to close, I saw it look around. It heard something and jumped forward with incredible speed. The beast crashed through the window, sending shards of glass rocketing into the air with a high-pitched shatter. I lost consciousness, and all went black. I woke several hours later. The sheets were stained dark velvet, and the black liquid still remained in small puddles on the ground. From the look of it, I hadn't been out for very long. I was coursing with fear, and my breath was shaky as I whimpered slightly. I screamed to my parents, and they came rushing in. I explained with shaky words what had happened, and they comforted me and told me it was all a dream. They looked nervously at each other. Honey, it's okay. Just a nightmare, that's all right. I'll go get you some more milk, son. My father agreed, heading out. I looked at them and shook my head. No! I looked back. I squirmed out my mother's arm. There was something in my room. It was real. It slashed my face. See? I turned my face and presented my wounded cheek to me. You see? We need to get out. Call the police. Just go back to bed, hon. We promise it was really nothing. No, you don't understand. Just go to bed. My father presented me with a cup of warm milk. Yikes, son. With that, they walked out and were gone. The next morning, I walked into the bathroom and looked at my cheek. There was nothing. asked my parents about it, but they just looked
Ding.
at nothing. As soon as possible, they changed the subject. Believe me.
Okay, not having a glider is really gonna fuck
I was
us.
into a room with my brother.
So,
As for many years because of the events of January 8th, 1987. Several months later, the house was foreclosed. For some reasons, my parents never.
okay, we're not very far from the forest
But that
base,
happened,
so
and within a week, we were in a new house.
we will
I only recently remembered this.
teleport back to Mount Base and we will get a glider.
Something that took me years to make sense of. And I really wish I hadn't. Whatever that thing had been wasn't coming out of the closet. It was going back in. The Miners by Yarkin. Silverton used to be a mining town. Coal, to be exact. It flourished some decades ago, but has since faded away into a small, average American town. It used to have 2 movie theaters, a bank, and several hotels, but now all it has is a convenience store and a bar. How appropriate. There are mines everywhere in Silverton. Everywhere. Anyway, I grew up in this town, and moved away when I was 15 to a large neighboring town called Yoma, and I was still close enough to hang out with my friend Gary on a regular basis, which made the move not so bad. But anyway, I'm rambling. That day I was visiting Silverton to see Gary and some family before I went to college the next week. I called up Gary the night before and asked, "Hey, know anything interesting to do around Silverton? Well, something unique that we haven't done before." I heard his nostrils snort air on the phone as he was clearly thinking. Finally, he replied excitedly, "I think I may have something adventurous, but I'll have to explain it to you when you come over." Gary was never the one to be patient, especially about something he was clearly interested in. I went along with it. "Okay, man, I'll see you tomorrow then?" He hesitated. Yeah, sure, tomorrow, man." The next morning, I got into my red sedan and was off to Silverton, enjoying the sights as I went. I always loved the scenery around here. Oh! I looked to my right and saw that there was an opening to a mine shaft. I turned away and saw something greyish moving out of the corner of my eye. Quickly looked back to see nothing. Was my mind playing tricks on me? I said aloud as a reassurance. I arrived at Gary's U-shaped driveway and saw him waiting on the porch for me. "It's about time, asshole!" he screamed in excitement. "Hey man, what's all the excitement about?" "Okay, so get this. I've been talking to old people in town about the Bloomberg incident." Obviously intrigued, I asked, "And what would that be?" And with that look of pure fascination that was rarely seen on him, he explained. The Bloomberg incident was a period of several months between 1897 and 1898, where several miners and townsfolk around the area went missing or were never heard from again, and no remains or evidence was ever recovered. It all started after this guy named Grayson Bloomberg, hunter and miner, came into the town after a hunting trip and kept babbling on about these weird animals that he found hunting that day. He described them as on all fours, some gray, some with blackish fur, claws, opposable thumbs, and 4 purple eyes that glowed in the dark. And of course, everyone thought he was crazy, so he went into the woods to kill one and prove it to them. Later that night, they heard a blood-curdling scream, and a couple of guys went to investigate. And they found only a bloody gun and a couple of bones with meat still attached. I asked him, "What's the point in this?" He grinned really big and said, "Come inside."
glider of
I
fire.
to his room, and he explained once more. After the Bloomberg incident, everyone kept seeing these creatures in the forest, and like I said, people started disappearing. Now everyone's description of these things was always the same. They're about 4 feet when they were on all fours. When they stood, they towered about 8. They were extremely fast and could climb trees with ease. And the main thing everyone seemed to notice most was their purple eyes and their screeching. People would wake up in the middle of the night to see those purple eyes outside their window, or in the trees, accompanied by their signature great. Some children even reported seeing them in their closets. They're even reported to have been in the mines as well. Every time one of them was sighted in the mines, it collapsed the same day and killed dozens of miners. Very interested, I listened on. This happened from February 1897 to January of 1898. Then all of a sudden, stopped. I thought, why, to myself, but waited for him to answer that himself. Nobody knows why it stopped or why they were there. The townsfolk started referring to them as the miners. Found something similar in Native American mythology. Go ahead, I've got the page marked. I turned to page 67, as the book instructed, and saw a black and white photograph of a greyish figure on all fours, with its arms around its legs, and staring in an intimidating pose. The page on these things was very short and to the point. The proper ones, as they were called, and every time they were, their appearances were always accompanied by clicking noises and full-stop eyes. They only appeared now, and they never knew. Now came the part where the skeptical part of my brain kicked in. I was obviously intrigued. I was debating whether all of this was just a myth, as the book stated, and at the very least, a bit of a fact behind it. I mean, I lived here until I was 15, and I'd never heard about any of this. Where are you going with this? He walked over to his box and pulled out a folder of public record of the county. The investigation of one of the mine cave-ins. Examining the picture closely, and it was a shaft opening over here. Hey, you remember this place, right? It's just right down the road. Yeah, I remember. Behind the Photoshop a picture and push it up just to scare you? I thought he replied, yes. He laughed again and said, well, it's nice to know how much you trust me, man. But there's a reason I'm telling you this. I looked at him cautiously. That cave-in happened after the miners were supposedly killed. So there was a chance that was killed off. So let's go explore it and see if we can find one, eh? He is fucking nuts. That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. And besides, this would make a great story to tell. He gave me a isn't even true. Can't be true. He took my face and pointed at the figures near the woods and said, I guess you don't mind proving that then. I caved in. Pun intended. Okay, guys. But we're not staying down there for long. And if you hear creaking, silent collapse, we're getting the hell out of here. He nodded in approval and replied, or if we see the miners? I gave him a bullshit look and said, let's just get this fixed, okay? We went to the only store in town and bought some flashlights, a couple of packs of batteries, and several bottles of water. The clerk asked us, you guys going hacking or something? I was about to say, well, when Gary interrupted with, yeah, right around Pike Hill. The clerk looked at him and said, be very careful around there. A lot of old mines. Shows locations of mines. We left the store and Gary went got his dad's 357 Magnum. What the fuck are you doing with that? I said, a little agitated. Never know what you'll find in the woods, he said with a smirk. Like armor. I said nothing sarcastically. While on the way to the mine, I saw another greyish figure out of the corner of my eye. I didn't look. Because I knew it was again. Good old Brewer Road. Complete with abandoned farmhouses, rusted farm equipment scattered around expansive fields of dead grass. We approached the gate and I got chills. The bold, no trespassing sign did not help. No trespassing, Gary. Should go back. He looked at me with a smirk and said, Trespassing means 3. There's only you and me. That's only 2. Always being the smart ass. Fine, you first. We climbed over the rusty barbed wire fence and walked about a half a mile into the woods and saw a broken windmill and a pond. I looked down and noticed that the ground was scattered with coal and grass. We walked towards the pond and the mine came well out of sight. The mine stuck up out of the ground at the entrance. It was a stone arch. A stone arch to hell, I said out loud. Gary laughed as he approached the entrance, pointed his flashlight into the mine and said, Feet first in the hell. The mine was filled in with boards and barbed wire clumsily thrown around to try and block anyone entering. We turned our flashlights on and walked into hell. We walked around and over this junk for about 10 minutes until we finally hit clear stairs. It was cold in there. It hit us as a drunk driver. I watched as the surface light slowly faded away and the oxygen thinned. We walked for about 15 minutes until we saw it even out.
Man, them little boars, they're quite aggressive.
I'm not a breath man, said Gary. He nodded in mutual agreement and said, Yeah, we're not even... Oh, shit! He fell forward and his body made a loud thrash on the floor of the mine. Shook the wooden foundation beams. I shined the flashlight behind us and saw that he had tripped on a loose brick that made up the stairs. Well, I guess that's the end of the stairs, I said whilst laughing. I helped him up, and he said, Hardy fucking hard. I couldn't help but laugh. After it all settled down, we looked around and reality set in. This place was scary as shit. Silence. Never-ending silence. I shined the flashlight at the wooden support beams, and I swear they were about to break. I looked over at Gary and said in an unsure voice, So, forward? He was looking around with his flashlight and said, You've come this far, so I suppose. I admit, I was so scared I was numb by it. But I actually wanted to see what we would find down here. Gary screamed at the top of his lungs, Hey miners, we're here! I turned to him and punched him in the arm and said, Shut the fuck up! Gary laughed and said, Wow, scared much? Maybe a little, I admitted. We walked for another 10 minutes, occasionally seeing old lanterns and wooden beams. I saw an old pickaxe and took it as a souvenir. What are you going to do with that? Stab the miners? He gave me a sarcastic stabbing motion. Guess we'll find out, won't we? He gave a smirk. Around 30 minutes in, I saw a pile of bones. I knelt down and shone my light on them to make sure that I wasn't screwing with my eyesight. They were cow bones. They still had rotting skin on them. Hey Gary, you might want to come and see this. He looked at them and said an already known fact. Dude, those are cow bones. Nothing to worry about. He said in a matter-of-fact tone. That doesn't matter, Gary. How in the hell did they get down here? I looked puzzled. Obviously, that didn't register until now. I heard a clicking noise right behind me and I screamed. Oh my god! I froze with fear and darted towards the entrance. Hey, come back! Gary was laughing. fucking asshole! I hyperventilated. Punched him in the stomach and made him drop his phone. Oh, you ass! He barely got out due to his lack of breath. The phone was on its backside and its light shone 360 degrees. And I saw purple eyes and jumped back only to see that they were gone. I offered my hand and apologized. I'm sorry, man. I'm just scared as hell. When he got to his feet, he said, "Yeah, I think we've gone far enough and found nothing. We should probably head back now." We shined our flashlights around and noticed that there was another path. Although it didn't look man-made, more like a giant rabbit hole. I looked over at him, seeing his curiosity, and said, "I guess feet first into hell?" He smirked and said, "Oh, you can read me like a book." He walked forward and I followed. He got around the first bend and saw that there was a light ahead. The old lanterns were glowing. I whispered to Gary, "What the fuck is this?" He got scared and puzzled and replied, "I don't fucking know, man." I looked at the walls and noticed they were made out of some metallic material. Are these hieroglyphics? The wall that to this day I cannot describe. I pushed forward against our better judgment. I came across a room lit with candles and saw these greyish figures feasting on a table. They looked like a mixture between a human, animal, and insect. There were fangs hanging out of their mouths that were tearing into the animal's flesh. And their claws were snapping the bones with ease, and their long tongues were slurping up the bone marrow. They seemed to be communicating with each other through their noises. They were hunched over and stood up sharply turned in our direction. Those damn eyes. They pointed at us and Gary screamed, "What?" We took off running as fast as possible and heard the creaking noises coming from everywhere. I could hear them breathing down my neck. If I even slowed down, these things would rip me to shreds. I ran until my saliva tasted of nickel. My throat burned with the taste of beef jerky. I heard my clothes being slashed at, tearing into my skin. I remembered the pickaxe. I still had it in my hand. I turned around and rammed it into one of the creature's head, and it made a terrifying screech. There were more coming, so I struggled to catch up to Gary. Don't let anyone tell you track is a useless sport, because right now it's saving my ass. The adrenaline rush wore off and my body was giving out. My veins pumped battery acid now and my throat was pure fire. How far were we? I heard the man was crawling in the walls and ran towards me. Gary screamed. He tripped on the staircase. I went to help him and one of the miners clawed his back, deep. He grabbed a loose brick and rammed it into its head. Gary, stop! Get the hell out of here! I heard more of the things coming. My flashlight reflected the purple eyes. I threw my flashlight at one of them and we ran up the stairs. The miners getting ever closer. I could see light. Thank God. Slash. And I kicked it in the face. Gary took me with the ball, snapped it around, and hit it back into the line. We made it out! If there is a God, I'll send him a fruitcake, Gary said. I suddenly realized that the miners were real. I felt really bad for all those miners and children that fell victim to these bastards. I looked at Gary's back and he was bleeding a lot. "Gary, we need to get you to a hospital," I said, panicking. "The nearest hospital is down the mountain and around Highway 63. The sun was setting. I helped him into the car and we started around the mountain. I saw a greyish figure out of the corner of my eye. I hoped that was my mind playing tricks on me. But I saw the purple eyes jumping tree to tree and darting across the road. We got to the top of the mountain and it started to rain. I saw one of them on the road just staring at me. I sped up. "Alright, motherfucker, let's play!" I screamed. Gary screamed, "What the fuck are you doing? Don't hit it! We'll go over the edge!" Too late. I hit it with my car and it flipped over the mountain edge and we started rolling down the side. Everything was rapidly turning upside down and vice versa until we hit a tree on the passenger side. The whole car was upside down and there was blood and broken glass everywhere. I woke some time later and looked over at Gary and asked, "You okay, man?" He was out cold. I unbuckled my seatbelt and landed on my head and had to reposition myself. I heard that noise everywhere. I was panicking. I kicked in what was left of the windshield and told Gary, "I'm going for help." I looked near the console and saw Gary's gun and picked it up. I checked to see if it was loaded, and lucky me, it was. Every direction, all I could hear. There must have been at least a dozen of these things. I got out of the car and looked up to the mountain we just rolled off of. It must have been at least a 150-foot fall. The sun had already set and it was pouring now. I saw all of the purple eyes in the trees just staring at me, waiting. I took off running as best as I could towards the road. The noises were everywhere, rapid and intimidating. I was running out of breath fast. Then crash, one landed right on me. It turned around looking at me, right in the eyes. This thing had mandibles. It had razor-sharp teeth and 2 front fangs about 4 inches long. I put the gun up to its face and bam, I squeezed the trigger. Its blood was an oozy crimson and I was covered in it. I scrambled to my feet and continued up the hill, only 75 feet to go. I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder and realized that one of them hit into me and was tearing. I screamed in pain. It grabbed me and threw me down the hill as I started rolling and desperately trying to grab something. I hit a tree and grabbed on for dear life as the thing charged at me. I took aim, but the thing kicked the gun out of my hand and tried to bite me. I let go of the tree and began to roll down the hill once more. I hit the bottom and saw the thing getting closer and closer. I saw the gun, but it was too far away, so I grabbed the nearest rock as the creature landed on my chest. I hit it in the head with the rock and got to my feet and ran for the gun again. I jumped as the creature got to its feet. I grabbed the gun and pointed it at the creature and squeezed once more and bam, no more chest cavity. It fell to the ground dead. And I took to the hill once more and then crash. The ground beneath me caved in. I fell about 5 foot, but it was enough to sprain my ankle. I was delirious and I looked around and saw that I was in an animal-made tunnel. Oh shit, it hit me. Like a ton of fucking bricks. I saw purple eyes and heard the noise everywhere. I lost it. I closed my eyes and put the gun up and shot off all of the bullets. Bam, 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 in every direction, screaming. I opened my eyes once more and saw there was nothing there. I breathed a sigh of relief, climbed back out of the tunnel and looked up towards the hill. I heard more of them running in the trees. I started back up the hill in a dead sprint. I saw headlights on the road. I made it to the road and flagged down the driver. "Help, there's been an accident!" He stepped out of the car and said, "Where at?" I pointed down the hill and said, "My friend's down there, we hit an animal and swerved off the road." I was bleeding everywhere and covered in crimson ooze. We started to walk down the hill when I realized the miners were still down there. "Where's he at, son?" The man questioned. They pointed to the destroyed vehicle and realized that the miners were gone. Later on, I questioned why. At that moment, I didn't care. We got to Barry, and the man checked his pulse and breathing. He was alive. "We need to get him to the hospital." We got him to the car, and the man looked at the claw marks on Gary's back and said, "What happened exactly?" I looked blankly in front of me and said only, "The miners." Well, that's my story. I wanted to write it down in clarity before either I forgot or realized I was crazy. Gary survived and we still see each other every now and then. The insurance agency and police checked the scene. Never found a single miner or any trace of them. Maybe I was hallucinating. I don't know, but Gary was right. My story was really popular in college. even though I told them it was an urban legend from back home. Every year, me and Gary go to the entrance of the mine in a sort of "ha-ha, we beat you" ceremony to the miners. Every year, I grab a piece of coal and chuck it into the mine for some unknown reason. I wonder every year if all of it ever happened, or maybe I was hallucinating or something. I'm standing at the entrance 5 years after it all happened, and I wonder if Gary thinks the same thing. Maybe they aren't real. I grab my annual piece of coal and throw it into the arch of hell. I started to walk away, when from inside the arches of hell, through the darkness, we hear it. Hello everyone, Nature's Temper here, just reminding you that we have t-shirts. If you want to support and show your love for the channel, let me know why. I remember the whole incident pretty fucking vividly for something that happened, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago. The actual date is fuzzy, though even if I had the date, I wouldn't give it. Not going to tell you where this happened either, but I'll describe the location as vaguely as I can manage without making it pointless. I live in a small rural town. It gets really hot in the summer, really cold in the winter, and ever since 1924, we've had 10-minute earthquakes every 10 years. It's kind of an accepted fact about the place at this point. Residents like to joke and call it Shakespeare, so we'll call it that for now. Anyone who lives here will know what I'm talking about. For your sake, and everyone's, do not say anything about where Shakespeare actually is. Anyways, I've lived in Shakespeare my entire life. I was born the day after one of those earthquakes, and we've never left since. Aside
All
from
that
our
for the
vacation.
moment.
It's a pretty nice place, in all honesty. I have a job working a 9 to 5 at the local grocery store, pay my bills, and generally make a decent
Bravo.
living. I'm not some massively creative person by any means. I just do what I need to get by and remain content with what I've got. But I'd always wondered what caused these earthquakes. I'm sure anyone who's been in this town for more than 10 years has wondered that. In fact, no, I know it. We'd always talk about it after school, because we all had these weird feelings that it wasn't something natural. After all, they always happened on the same date, at the same time of day, and lasted for the same amount of time. Some kid named Jimmy, he was the weird one. He always said that it was because there was something beneath the earth. A species of mole people that burrowed through the earth every 10 years or something like that. We all laughed it off, said it sounded ridiculous. Looking back, I almost wish it was that simple. It's happened 3 times in my life. The quakes, I mean. Once when I was 9 years old, once when I was 19, and once when I was 29. The time when I was 19, I'd made a decision. I'd use the money I got from working at a local burger joint and get some equipment to figure out where the epicenter of the earthquakes were. I got a ruler, a high-quality compass, a printer, and some paper, a beefy calculator, and I got to work. I watched the clock intently. A guide written by an undergraduate studying geology lists the following instructions, and these are the ones I followed for those curious. Number 1. Measure the time that elapses between the arrival of the primary wave, P, and the arrival of the secondary wave, S, to the seismic stations. Number 2. Using the SP time, determine the epicentral distance of each station to the earthquake using a travel time curve. Number 3. Use a map and geographical compass to draw arcs of radii equal to the epicentral distances around each station. Where these arcs overlap, you may approximate your epicenter. I didn't manage to get a precise measurement. Maybe it was because I only had 10 minutes to do it. Maybe it was because it was my first time. Or maybe the instructions were bad. I don't know. I'm no geologist. But I did get a general direction. And the next day I called in sick, got some supplies, and walked in that direction, out of town and into the woods surrounding it. I had the foresight to time my walk. 5 hours there and back, in total. When you work at any kind of restaurant, you get used to standing on your feet all day. Looking back, I'm incredibly grateful for this, because I don't know if I could have made it all the way out there if I wasn't used to being on my feet like 24/7. But after 2.5 hours about, I broke through the trees and found the weirdest thing I'd ever seen up to that point. It was some kind of rock formation in the middle of some kind of clearing. And it was huge. Like it was so big that it could have been mistaken for a football stadium from really high up. I didn't even bother trying to walk around it. But something didn't seem right about it. For one, it was made of a bunch of jagged rocks that looked almost like canines. You know, the little fangs everyone has on the upper and lower lines of teeth. Run your tongue across your teeth, and if you feel little fangs, that's them. Some looked chipped, others didn't. But they were arranged into a circle, or maybe an oval. The way they were angled gave me the impression it could be either or, but the weirdest part is when I went over to it and managed to get a peek between them. All I saw was a hole. By this point, I decided that it was something to do with these rocks. Specifically what, though? That's what was confusing me. I made a personal note to come back there after a few hours before the earthquake happened again in 10 years. And so, I then went home. Things just kinda went along as normal. In the 10 years between then and the next quakes, I quit my job, found a new one, got hooked up with a girl I knew in high school, broke up with her after I caught her cheating on me, and moved into the house I am today. And every passing day inched me closer to it. I have to admit, I was kind of excited. I started having all these fantasies of showing my recordings to some scientist and becoming massively popular. This world-renowned guy who uncovered the mystery of the Shakesville quakes. Finally, the big day arrived. After calling in sick, packing up my equipment, a camcorder, a tripod, a lawn chair, and some sodas and snacks in case I got hungry or thirsty. I chose to take my car that time, driving out to the location, parking my car out there and getting everything set up. I started with the camcorder, getting it recording. It had enough battery life to last 10 hours, and the quakes were due to start in 1. I stood in front, gave my name and the exact time, stated my intent, adjusted it to make sure all was correctly set up and to get the full picture, and then set up my chair and waited. 50 minutes passed, and then I thought I heard something. Something like distinct movement. Something hard scraping against the dirt. It got steadily closer and closer, until I physically felt it moving beneath my feet. But it wasn't the exact time of the quakes to start, which left me more baffled than anything else. Of course, I quickly realized what was happening. Something was moving on the ground and causing a smaller, more localized quake. My mind briefly wandered back to that kid, Jimmy, and his idea of mole people. Then, the sharp, tooth-like rocks shuddered, and what came up from the hole they surrounded physically froze me to my chair in sheer, unadulterated horror. I felt myself shaking horribly, yet I couldn't voluntarily move a single muscle. It looked like some kind of gigantic worm. Its entire body was pitch black in terms of color. It didn't suck up light. was just very, very dark in colour. It did glint under the sunlight, which allowed me to make out details. Its scarred and battered exoskeleton, its long yellow tusks coming from its lower jaw, its segmented body curling as it rose from the hole in the earth. It had a single building eye at its head, and 3 nostrils between that and its mouth. And coming out of either side of its brow were its arms. They were fairly thick enough compared to the ground, giving the impression that it was quite physically strong. Each arm was adorned with 3-fingered hands, with worn claws extended from each finger. It didn't have thumbs. Looking back, they were probably meant for scraping through the dirt more than grabbing things. Long, sharp fins rose out of its back, going down the entire length of what I saw. This thing was massive. I have no doubts that it would have zero trouble wrapping around the entire Empire State Building if it wanted, and it could probably dwarf the whole thing if it raised itself up as high as it could. It cast a massive shadow upon the ground behind it, and its gaze was focused squarely upon the sky. It braced itself against the rock formations, which makes me think it had trouble standing upright. Its entire lower jaw split vertically down the middle, and it drew its head back, taking in a breath for a solid 5 minutes. So much air was pulled in that I found myself becoming short of breath, so I breathed for myself, the first thing I did that wasn't just sitting and staring at the horror. It stopped, and then it held its breath for another minute, then thrust its head forward, and what came out was a roar that was simultaneously the loudest thing I've ever heard, and the quietest. I now know where the quakes come from. It's this thing, emerging from beneath the earth every 10 years and unleashing this terrible shout for 10 minutes straight. And it's so loud that it shakes the ground for the whole duration. Yet it's so high-pitched that you have to strain your ears to hear it. But once you pick it up, it becomes almost reflexive. You're able to hear it without trying. It wasn't a pleasant sound either. The noise was dreadful in every capacity, sounding like every dying squeal you've heard from an animal meshed together and pitched up so far you can't hear it. It strikes me as odd that after a few years, I still remember it so vividly. I guess it's just one of those things you can't forget. After the allotted 10 minutes, it stopped. It very slowly blinked, its eyelids closing vertically rather than horizontally, like you or I would. Then it turned its head, and I realized that it knew I was there. It removed the claw from the rock formations and bent over, planting it on the ground to support its weight. And then it did it with the other claw. It pulled itself towards me, twisting its head 180 degrees clockwise to angle the eye around to the ground, and hovered its head over me. It stared down at me for what felt like hours, though after looking at the footage, it was just a couple of minutes. I've never been more convinced that I was going to die, right then and there. This horrible thing from right out of a monster film was going to eat me or squash me, or even breathe on me a little too hard and break all of my bones. If I ran, I would most certainly die. So I stayed put, hoping and praying to whatever god existed that this thing would decide to spare me. It eventually began to go back, rotating its head into the default position as it used its claws to push itself back towards the hole. It climbed back in, once more using its claws to brace itself against the formations. It gave another roar of the same length as last time, and then slipped back under the surface to return to whatever pit it called home. I certainly thought my eyes had regained the ability to move. Once I did, a very shaky some snakes when I got there. I didn't sleep on that. I put out. I just witnessed something horrible. Something I can't forget if I tried. I attended a local church the next morning. I've never been a religious fellow, but I needed to feel there was something out there better than that thing. Something that could give me a sense of security. It hadn't killed me. For some reason I was still alive. But the thought of the kind of damage it could do if it ever had a reason to go on some kind of horrible rampage haunted me for months after. And it still hasn't got left my mind. Of course, the townsfolk seemed shaken as well. 2 points instead of 1. They were baffled. Some were concerned. When they saw me, they just assumed I was worse off than them with the same thing. Apparently, I saw accidents happening during the second blow. Thankfully, no one was seriously injured, but it still left some people jittery. I refused to release the tape, or even say exactly where I found it. Heck, this is the first time I've even mentioned it to anyone besides myself. But if somehow you know where this is, then do yourself a fucking favor and listen to me. Tell no one. Because if word gets out, it'll create a panic. And if there's a panic, the military is going to get involved, and they're going to try and kill it. And anyone who's watched any giant monster film knows exactly what will follow. You want to know the reason I don't like Godzilla films these days? It's because they remind me of what could actually happen. I'm the Cleaner by I Own Cows. So those that know me and know what I do call me the Queen. I'm what you might call a bounty hunter, except I deal with very special cases, stuff that nobody else can really handle. I seek out the filth, otherworldly beings, even what you might think is supernatural, and I terminate it. I don't discriminate, I don't hesitate, I just squeeze the trigger. I'm not open for hire. I only take contracts from one person. And no, I can't bring you into the fold. It's something you're born into, and there's only ever a handful of us alive at a time. I can't go too far into detail, but I'm allowed to say this. It all starts with a slip of paper, usually an envelope in the mail. Sometimes, though, in very rare cases, I will get a letter in person. I call her Star. She's not allowed to tell me her real name. And Star isn't her code name. Traditionally, someone like her would just be called a messenger. Nothing else, that is all they are. I call her Star, though. She has a really bright personality. Figured it fit. Now I'm going to share a story with you all. I'm not really a storyteller, so you'll have to forgive me if the format is strange. But I'll let you in on my life. Peel back the curtain just a little. I had a case a few years back. Started like I said, with a knock at the door, which always gets my heart pumping. You see, we cleaners don't have friends. We don't visit each other. So a knock at the door can only mean one thing. Star is there waiting with a special assignment. I unlocked the deadbolt, grabbed the cold doorknob, and slowly edged the door open. There was Star, as expected, greeting me with a huge smile she always had on. "Hello, Mr. Clean. How are you doing?" Yes, politely, waving her bags out of her hands. I returned the smile and motioned for a take. "Still alive. So I'm doing better than most people, I know." We made our way into the kitchen. I poured her a glass of water, something I always did for the messenger. "I'm going to take a wild guess and assume this isn't a social visit." I handed her the glass of water. "Oh, thank you." She took the glass and sipped on the water before replying.
You know, one of these days I'm just gonna pop by and hang out. It was a nice thought, but I knew it could never happen. It's against the rules, and no one breaks the rules. But you are right. She pulled an envelope from her back pocket. This one is gonna be a toughie. There were 2 pictures. Usually, I only got one. She placed them on the table. The photos were of 2 monstrous-looking beasts, hairy and huge. I instantly recognized what they were and immediately got a pit in my stomach. Star must have noticed because she responded with a reassuring pat on the back. You can do it. They were lycanthropes, or more commonly known as werewolves. They're about as tough as it gets. Probably. 2? Really? I shook my head in silence. Am I to take them on? The uppers. And we both know what that means. She paused to drink the water. They're mating. So we're gonna need you to deal with this as quickly as possible. Can't be giving them a chance to separate and disappear. Lycanthropes are pretty much what they appear to be in the movies. Vicious, strong, fast. Practically the perfect killing machine. However, in real life, they don't have any special weakness. They die the same way as everything else. The best way to do it is blood loss. Explosives work well too, but that can tend to get messy and you might blow yourself up. I prefer hit and run tactics. That's a problem when there's 2 though. You have to severely injure both of them before they have a chance to rip you to shreds. It is preferred to take them out before they have a chance to morph. You've got a 50-50 on that though. Normally you won't see 2 in the same place because they are very territorial. I groaned. Fuck. Alright. Give me 2 weeks tops. If I don't check in, I'm dead. Contact 2 if that happens. She can take over this. I doubt I will contact that. Star was always confident in my abilities. He'll always come out on time. Or later. That's good. Yeah, well, just give me the details. The sooner I plan this seaside mission, the better. I'll go ahead a lot. Yes, sir. So here's what we got. So, of course, I can't actually go into the details of the locations and the contacts we use in the area. All I can say is that the events went down in a town in the States. I'm sure the more curious of you will try to search for news reports and whatnot, but I promise that you're not going to find anything. Any shred of evidence that there was is gone. My family has been doing this for a very long time. I'm a lot better at this than you are. You'll find nothing. You know, when a cleaner goes looking for information, there's really only one thing that can give you reliable facts. An imp. That's what we call them. They don't really have a name in the English language. They're half human, half I guess what we call demons. They're about as close to human as monsters can get. I know that may sound scary, but there's a reason we call them imps. They're small, weak, feeble creatures. The only thing they have going for them is their longevity, pretty much immortal. And only a handful of them are still living. So, being that they pose no threat, we don't put them on the kill list. Imps are good for one thing, and one thing only. Information gathering. Ins and outs. They know it all.
No, the wolves were on the other side.
Tell you everything you need to know. So when I arrived at the small town, I arranged a meeting with the local king, via my contact. Naturally, he wanted to meet in a public place. The otherworldly aren't really trusting of us cleaners. It was the middle of the day when we met, and I spotted him sitting on a bench right in the middle of the park. To the average passerby, he might have just looked like a small, odd-looking middle-aged man.
Takes so long to consume those.
Signs, however. Pointed left ear, hunched posture, one red eye and one blue eye. Imps all have the same disfigurements. They can easily blend in with contacts and whatnot. You might have even met one before without knowing it. I plopped down next to him. He wanted to be cut to the chase, and the imp grunted and turned to face me, his thick brows already furrowed. You're all the same, you cleaners. Been dealing with you a lot for over a century. Always impatient. Never enough time to chat, eh? He sighed deeply, obviously not wanting to be there. I shrugged my shoulders. Sorry if I don't stop to ask you about the weather. I've got a job to do, and neither of us gets paid by the hour. Now tell me about the doggies. The imp looked at me, eyebrows still furrowed, notably displeased with my response. Well, treating them like dogs will definitely get you 6 feet under. I didn't respond, silently encouraging him to continue. There's 2 of them. They're young, maybe early mid-20s. They're gonna be strong. And you've got the upper hand with expertise, I would think. He paused as a mother and her rather chubby kid passed by. 3 victims so far, but they were all human, so they won't be ready for something like you. He scratched his hairy chin and looked at me with his mismatched eyes. Female's name is Karen, and the other's Brandon. And where are Brandon and Karen staying? There's a lodge in the woods, east all the way back. They're on private property. They stay there on the weekends. He rubbed his eyes and yawned. Are we done yet? I need a nap. Last question. Why haven't they been caught yet? There's a lot of people missing. The imp was quick to respond. They only take homeless. People that won't be missed. Before I could ask anything else, he was up on his feet, hobbling away. Good luck, cleaner. You're gonna need it. Can't say that I'll miss you if you die. He cackled as he walked away. Charming creatures. He was right. I'd need all the luck. Killing 1 werewolf is difficult. Killing 2 approaches impossible. You have to plan, weigh the risks heavily, and hope it all goes smooth. And it has to go smooth. Bearing that in mind, I rested up, got familiar with the terrain, and eventually found myself hiking through the thickest parts of the forest a few days later. It was dark. Not a single hint of moonlight was able to push its way through the thick canopy. I decided it would be better to take them out after daylight hours. By then they would have their next victim already, and the feast would already be underway. Werewolves are emotional creatures, so I could only hope that they were caught up in the ritual. Pitiful that I had to let a civilian die in the process. Not all hunts are without collateral damage, I assured myself. It took about half an hour of winding through the thick trees before I started approaching the clearing. I could see the small cabin in the distance. At first glance, it was quite homely looking. Wooden walls, the fireplace smoking. Even a sign that said welcome. There was one thing that did make me the screams. The bone-chilling screams of a man whose flesh was being peeled from his bones. I could see him, laying on a table, arms and legs straight down. A man and a woman standing over him. The man had a large blade and was slicing through his skin like it was butter. They were chanting in an old language, one that doesn't have a name. Their voices were guttural, and a deeper pitch than humans were possible of making. It was the mating ceremony. They floated down the line, eat the skin, drain the blood into buckets, and then smear themselves in the blood. It was a sick and twisted ritual. I didn't give them the chance to finish it. I looked down the iron sights of my rifle, picking my first target, the male, Brandon. The first shot ripped through the forest until it found its mark. The bullet tore through the man's chest, stopping his heart in an instant. Blood splattered onto the ground as he slumped to his knees and fell to his face. Karen reacted almost instantaneously and dashed behind the trees to the right of the house. I expected that, though. Werewolf reflexes were remarkable, even when in human form. I already knew what would happen next. she would change, become the monster I was sent to kill. The werewolf transformation is a slow, excruciatingly painful process. So I've heard, at least. Bones grow and break to morph the body into a massive beast. Hair stabs through the skin, creating roots where none existed before. Their teeth all fall out one by one and are replaced by vicious fangs. Finger and toenails are pushed out, and in their place, only sharp bones remain, twice as long, sharp and strong. Close quarter combat against them is, well, a terrible idea. Almost always fatal. I sighed and checked my surroundings. There were no signs of Karen. Maybe she... An abrupt inhuman screech tore through the forest. It was distant, but they were known for their ability to cover ground fast. Everything got quiet after that. Fuck. I could feel the tremor in my hand already. The transformation was complete, and I had just killed my mother. Again, they are very emotional creatures, passionate to their very core. I emptied the chamber of my rifle and pushed another round in. It wasn't human anymore. Slowly I started making my way towards the lodge, taking care to not make the slightest of sounds. I was inching my way to the ritual table. I could hear the man croak out as I neared. Please. His voice was getting weaker. I looked over his bleeding mess of a body, or at least what was left of it. Call an ambulance. His breathing was more labored now, wheezing as his lungs fought for oxygen. I rested my hand on his forehead. It's gonna be alright. Close your eyes. I'll take it from here. He tried to say something more, but his eyes slowly drifted shut, and his breathing eventually stopped. It was a shitty way to die. I let my eyes trail down to the other dead man, Brandon, the lycanthrope. He was young. Brown hair, blue eyes, and a hole in his chest. On the surface level, you can't even tell that they're not human. There's no giveaway like there is with wolves. Werewolves are hard to find. Unless, of course, they're morphed and hunting you. I nudged him with my boot. No movement. Good, I thought. I stepped over his body and moved towards their cabin. I had to shoot myself in. I needed to trap the beast. I opened the door, slowly pushing it with my rifle, making sure to close it behind me. The fireplace was still lit, making the shadows dance on the walls. Very well indeed, I said absentmindedly. And it was. There wasn't much to it, but it was nice. A sofa and a recliner by the fire. The kitchen past that. No TV, though. I looked back at the dead body outside. Guess they've got other interests. There were paintings on the walls, mostly of wolves and the such. Brandon's signature was on a few of them. I guess he was a painter when he wasn't busy being a werewolf. Another screech tore through the forest, much closer this time. It was stalking a tree line, deciding how to attack. I snapped back to the task at hand. Right, let's get to it. I needed to immobilize the beast. They smiled as I dropped my duffel bag to the floor and set aside 2 larger bear traps. Even a lycanthrope can't ignore steel teeth biting to its bones. I placed one by the door, maybe 5 feet apart, and one by the window next to the fireplace. This ought to do. I waited. And waited. 3 hours went by before I heard it again. The beast was smart to wait that long. I was tired, and the recliner was definitely helping me to fall asleep, especially with the warmth of the fire. However, the second I heard it, my adrenaline kicked into overdrive. It was circling the house, heavy footfalls making solid thuds. It made no attempt to hide its presence, growling at every other day. Werewolves were masters at stalking their prey, and only knew when they wanted to. It's no wonder she was able to get to the house without me noticing. She wanted me to tell her and it was. Could hear the slow scraping of her talons as she carved into the house. The low guttural growl she would build on each step. Boom! The cabin shook violently as something smashed against it. Paintings fell from the walls. My body trembled and then it got quiet. No footsteps. No groaning. It was in kill mode. Shit. Every hair in my body was at attention. Goosebumps rose on my arms, and the tremor in my hand returned. Any experience in the world can't save you from the terror of a pissed-off lycanthrope. I took a deep breath and slowly stood from the chair, rifle in hand. I doused the fire and positioned myself in the center of the room, no distance to either of the traps. With the fire out, it was dark, and hopefully, I wouldn't see the other traps. It was a deep, almost demonic thing to hear a werewolf talk. Before I could react, the beast burst through the front door. I had to duck as the door flew past my head and crashed into the kitchen. There wasn't much light, but I could see enough. Maybe 8 feet tall, black fur, several hundred pounds. It was frightening. Muscles bulging, eyes glaring, fangs red. It was pissed. At me. I couldn't afford to waste a second. I raised the rifle and opened fire. Shot after shot, 3 times I fired on the beast. The attack barely phased it as it only walked closer. The bullets ripped through its body, and the blood slowly leaked out, coating the monster with a crimson glow. But it didn't care. They're tough. I just had to buy time. Wait for it to step into the trap. That's it, come and get me! I shouted, squeezing the trigger once more. The bullet hit its ear and the beast roared in anger. Just one more step and I had the monster. It stopped right in front of the trap and leaned forward so that its head was in the moonlight. Ears flat against its wolf-like skull. The grey eyes staring down as it bared its fangs at me. It flung the bear trap to the side, causing it to clatter against the wall and snap shut. It roared menacingly, and before I could react, it lunged at me, clearing the distance in one leap. It swatted me like a fly and sent me crashing into the fireplace. I hit hard and nearly cracked my skull open on the brick. The sharp claws had sliced through my vest like butter and gashed me open. Everything was blurry and my head felt like it was swimming in circles. I managed to push myself onto the ground. I was greeted with another ear-splitting screech. I felt my eardrums pop as I fell back against the fireplace. Even from across the room I could feel how hot its breath was and the smell. It reeked of death. However, I couldn't afford not to act. I reached for the pistol on my belt and I opened fire again. I was dazed, but I got lucky. I hit it in the head. It wasn't enough to kill it, not by a long shot, but it gave me a chance to move. I could see it fall back and break the small dining table I was next to. I was disoriented, and they used that to make their way to the window. I stumbled as I almost falling on the trap I had set earlier. I lifted the glass pane and threw myself onto the windowsill. I let my body slowly slide out. I needed to put distance back between us, formulate a new plan. Fuck! My ankle erupted in pain. I could hear an audible pop as the werewolf crushed my bone in its grip, whilst also digging its sharp claws into the skin. It had caught my leg just as I was slipping out the window. You fucking bitch! I shouted. My entire leg felt as though it was on fire. I was in a bad spot, more or less dangling out of the window. I could see its head halfway sticking out of the window now. I fired more multiple rounds into its jaw, not giving it a chance to finish a sentence. The beast jerked its head back, smashing the top of the window as it did. I felt my ankle slip from its grip and my head smash onto the ground as I fell to the grass. I couldn't stand. My vision was fading, and the last thing I could hear was the beast howling my words. I groaned as I saw first. I was alive, but only barely. I was in pain and afraid. I couldn't use my left leg. It took me nearly 10 minutes to stand, and another few to hobble over to the cabin window. What was left of it, anyway. Karen the werewolf was seemingly dead. I leaned myself against the wall and peered inside. From what I could see, it looked as though the beast had bled out. Several bullet wounds, a bear trap still clamped on its ankle. I also stepped on it right before he snatched my leg. Even large pieces of glass sticking out from the back of its head. Looks like he died trying to break the wall down there. I pulled my burner out of my pocket and dialed my only contact. Mission was a success. Gonna need a cleanup crew and a pickup for myself. Oh, and bring Helga. I'm hurt pretty bad. I let myself slide down against the wall. Drifted off, looking at the stars. They looked especially dull that night. It took me a few days to wake up from that. Spent even longer in recovery.
And he sticks the landing.
So far. That's the story for now, though. Don't have to believe me, but I assure you, some of the legends of old are true. I might post again. I've got plenty to tell. For now, though, I've got business to attend to. If you break down in a Slovakian forest, stay in your car. Imagine this. A bumpy hill road in the middle of nowhere. The forest is so thick and overgrown that even on a clear Sunday morning, you need to keep your headlights on. The trees tower high above you and extend everywhere you can see. 100 years ago, these dark hills were a complete mystery to the local population. And they still are. Now there's just a poorly kept road leading to them. Also, imagine this. A bad hangover. The type of hangover that comes with overindulging in punk schnapps of questionable origin. You feel your
Ew.
arms pressing against the back of your skull. The concept of enjoying food without dry heaving seems like something you'll be able to experience late next week. Your mouth is a burnt-down distillery that has been co-opted as a storage space for stubbed-out cigarettes. Everything sucks, and it sucks hard. Now combine the two. That's where I was, sitting in the back of a car riding through tight turns on a road so rustic that I felt like I was in the sweaty bowels of an ill-medicated epileptic. The radio kept on indecisively stepping between a Slovakian fire and brimstone preacher, kooky Hungarian folk music, and the sharp hush of static. Next to me, with his big head pressed against the window, Yuri snored with a type of intensity that usually requires medical intervention. Snoring was far from pleasant, but it was significantly better than the alternative. Yuri was just as hungover as I was, but where my fear of puking was purely hypothetical, his was a looming threat over the sanctity of the car. As soon as Yuri passed out and stopped crinkling the plastic bag on his lap, I felt considerably safer. Both Yuri and me were far too hungover to drive. Peter was behind the wheel. Even though the man was stone cold sober and didn't touch a single drink last night, I didn't feel particularly safe with him driving the car. He kept his finger wrapped around the steering wheel and refused any of my attempts at small talk. But I knew he wasn't really thinking about work. Peter was a drink. So was Yuri. Taking them out to the cabin was a mistake my wife had anticipated the moment I announced the trip. It's just a guy's week off. Just you need some fresh air and distraction. What could go wrong? Are you sure you know what you're getting into? You rarely know them outside of work. I have a sneaking suspicion you might be biting off more than you can chew. 48 hours later, riding through the dark forest with a body drained of anything resembling joy, I found myself agreeing with my wife. I was just happy that I would be home in less than 3 hours, and the D1 highway would be coming to us. The congestion on the D1 quickly became irrelevant. I was scared of Gerard puking on me or Peter driving us off a cliff, but the betrayal came from an wholly unexpected source. My car, a reliable companion of over a decade, was undone by a slight, uncomfortable incline. What's happening? Peter's broken-hearted trance was cracked by a sudden stop. Is this... Shit! The car started to slide backwards. Before we knew it, we were off the road with the front of the vehicle peeking out of a ditch and the back bumper intimately acquainted with a tree. Jack awoke, well after impact. He said, assessing the situation. Then he vomited in the plastic bag he'd been clutching the whole way from the cabin. The damage was worse than expected. The engine had petered out on our way up the hill, but a bad engine can sometimes be persuaded to carry you to the nearest gas station on faith alone. What made any chance at a return to civilization nil was that our meeting with the tree caused one of the wheels to dislodge. There was no way to attach it back. The lug nuts were elsewhere, probably causing an overzealous squirrel terrible pain elsewhere in the forest. So there we were, stuck in a forest darker than sin in a car smelling of puke. My phone was out of battery. Peter's cell was sitting at 9%, and Jirai didn't believe in phones. Luckily, my insurance was quick to contact the tow truck. Honestly, the closest one in my network was about 6 to 8 hours away. The air outside of the car made the situation considerably more bearable. Somewhere beyond the trees, there was a heat wave burning up the country, but in the shade of the woods, it was almost chilly. Almost. The air in the forest was perfect. It also didn't smell like vomit, which was a big plus. Jirai got out of the car after me and emptied out the plastic bag a good 10 meters away. The guy stumbled his way through the shrubbery, occasionally having to hold his sluggish body against a tree or two. I appreciated the courtesy. What I didn't appreciate is him stuffing the bag into the pocket of his shorts. Might puke again, Jirai said, when he noticed me noticing. When I told my wife Jirai had just gotten out of a 6-year relationship, she was surprised he ever had one to begin with. After the cabin weekend, so was I. The forest was completely silent. All that could be heard was the rustling of trees from that ever so gentle breeze. It was nice. Almost. The stillness of the woods had made our lack of things to talk about much more apparent. So, this kinda sucks. Yeah. Should we go check on Peter? Yeah. Peter was still sitting in the driver's seat, slumped over and staring off into the trees. He was back to thinking about the phone call he had received last night. He was back to thinking about Bara. My knock on the window startled him. Hey, Peter. I think me and Jirai are going to wait on the road to see if we can get someone to give us a ride to the gas station or something. Want to join? It's Sunday morning. It's Slovakia. We're in the middle of nowhere. There won't be any cars. Yeah. The scent of puke and distillates drifted by me. Pete's right. No cars today. So what? We just sit here for 6 hours doing nothing? Guess so, yeah. Maybe 8, Peter added. That's where I was, stuck in the middle of a forest with someone who had just gotten out of a 6-year relationship, and someone who had been an accessory to
Oh,
an
yeah.
affair, all with a hangover to boot.
Drain,
Peter's
clip,
expression suddenly changed.
remove,
He got out of the
replace, refill,
His brow furrowed in focus. I heard it.
wire it back in. All done.
Came from the darkest part of the woods. The words were completely foreign to me, but there was something within the music that spoke to me. There was something in the song of the forest that wanted me to get closer. Women singing, Jure said. Should we go look? Obviously not, I said out of reflex. Back when my grandmother was around, back when the cabin in the woods was hers, she told me stories. Stories of the forest and the creatures that dwell within it. Of dumb travelers who ended up where they were not meant to be. I didn't recall anything specific about sweet songs in dark forests, but I wasn't planning on taking any chances.
All the stuff before I got there, then used my dolly to get it out.
Bump into a bear or something, Peter
Slapped a
said.
new one in, wired it up, and filled it.
The song
Yeah.
was indeed beautiful.
That's the nice thing about newer
The
technologies.
sweet voices coming from the darkness were a balm to my
Shit's
nerves.
so simple
Trees shivering above us
and
the
so
gentle
quick.
gust of the wind. Things seemed peaceful. What would you guys do in my position? Peter asked, breaking the peace. With the whole Bara situation, I mean. Forget about her. We responded in unison for the 10th time. Jirai was sulky about his heartbreak, but he stayed silent about it. Peter felt the need to discuss it during any lulling conversation. The guy had been seeing a girl for a good 6 months until he found out she wasn't exactly single. Upon finding out this information, Peter gave Bara an ultimatum. Or the other guy. She said she needed a month to decide. After a month, she came back with a counter-proposal. She would leave her boyfriend in 3 months. I was pretty sure I could let it go, but I don't know. And after she told me last night, look, maybe she doesn't want to ruin the guy's summer. They've been together for 2 years. That's a really long time. Bara is a nice person. Sometimes he really gets annoying. 2 years is not a long time, Jirai said. His tone could sharpen steel. And Bara is not a nice person. She's a manipulative Hey, you guys want to check out the singing? The words left my mouth without warning. I'm sorry, I knew it was a bad idea, but I couldn't stand being witness to another discussion about Bara's personality or how incomprehensible the pain of a 6-year relationship ending is. In a moment of weakness, I let myself forget about my grandmother's stories. What could go wrong? I thought. I had a sneaking suspicion you might be biting off more than you could chew. Yeah, sounds good. As we walked through the forest, Peter sang praises of Bara's kindness, but no one listened. Eventually, perhaps, remembering the attitudes of his audience, he went quiet. The snapping of twigs beneath our feet was soon overtaken by the sweet angelic music. Somewhere beneath those beautiful foreign words, there was a bubbling brook. All that stood in our way was a thorny bush. A memory of my grandma's wrinkled hands shot across my mind like campfire. Guys, I said, on second thought this might not be the best idea. Something real bad could be hiding behind that bush. Maybe we should just get back in the car? That is kind of crazy, Jirai said. You're probably right. Peter stayed silent. He just stood there, staring at the shrubbery, lost in the gentle words of the song. Then, without looking at either of us, he crossed the thorny threshold. The song stopped. It was replaced by a group of women laughing. Jirai gave me an inquisitive look. I shrugged. He took the plastic bag deeper into his shorts before he went through the bushes. There were 4 of them, each more beautiful than the last. As soon as they saw Jirai and me, they started laughing even harder, playfully pushing each other around and trying to hide their nakedness. They weren't doing such a good job. Oh, how embarrassing, the tallest of them said, laughing like a giddy schoolgirl. You have found us bathing that we have nothing to hide ourselves with. Peter laughed, a laugh so nervous, it made my stomach do a flip. Don't worry, he said. It is us who should apologize. We've intruded upon you. It is us who should apologize. Look at those dudes, Jure whispered to me, way too loudly. He's got another laugh from the start of the quartet. They clearly weren't human. They stood on two legs and had bodies more tempting than anything that could be found with high-speed internet. But the creatures standing in the stream clearly weren't human. Their skin was a swampy green. On their heads they wore messy locks of hay grass, and beneath their navels lay cleanly trimmed tufts of moss. Even though their eyes resembled those of a fish, the creatures regarded us with gazes full of sex. They clearly weren't human, but in that moment it didn't seem to matter. All that mattered was their unearthly beauty. I felt my thumb caressing the edge of my wedding ring. I stopped immediately. My wife would kill me if she found out I tried fucking some mysterious forest creature. Well, ladies, sorry to interrupt your bath time. Me and my friends should probably get going. I took a step backward, hoping that Jirai and Peter would follow. They didn't. Nonsense, the most voluptuous of the creatures said. We rarely get visitors in these parts, especially not ones as handsome as you three. Please, let us treat you to a meal and humble abode. I could use it, right? Jirai said. We will continue to join you for a meal. My friends did a fair amount of drinking last night, and I'm sure they would appreciate some food. We're riding through the forest, and Peter's face went red. We were waiting for it to attack. The quartet of vixens giggled once more. Their laughter was beyond pleasing, but in the back of my head I could sense my wife's judgmental gaze. My grandma's shaking hands were pulling me back to the car. Guys, I don't know. We should just go back to the road and wait for... There's one little problem, said the creature on the right, who made the bare minimum effort to contain her breasts. Oh yes, a little problem, the one on the left, who made no effort to cover herself at all. We will wear forest and have no clothes, they said in unison. Nor do we wish to wear any. We hope you don't mind, said the tall one. We're free spirits out here. Don't worry about it, we're all modern here. We have no problem with nudity, said Peter, still blushing. I'm a free spirit too, said Jirai. When the creatures of the pond stopped covering themselves, he nudged me in the rib, just in case I didn't notice. I noticed. Feel free to stare, said the voluptuous one. It would be a shame to see the forest's gifts go to waste. They walked beside us through the forest. At first it felt as if we were just randomly stepping through bushes, but the longer we walked, the more I noticed a pond starting to form beneath our feet. The voluptuous one slipped her hand into Jirai's. He didn't resist in the least. It didn't take long for the nervous small talk to descend into both Jirai and Peter, talking about their freshly ended loves. After spending 48 hours with the two, I figured every social interaction inevitably led to that. The way that the two spoke of their past loves and their forest paths, however, was different. Jirai suddenly became the instigator of the breakup. He knew full well that the girl he was with was a bad match for him. She was too traditional, too sucked up in the machine. He wanted to end it before it got too serious. At no point did Jirai mention his marriage proposal and how unfair it is she changed her mind. Peter also told a radically different story. Bara wasn't a one-of-a-kind or living goddess. She was just some girl who cheated on her boyfriend with Peter. Now she was getting clingy. She was going to break up with her boyfriend for him, and Peter was not interested in anything long-term. Last night, he called Bara to check up on her, and she threw a giant fit on the phone that lasted multiple hours. The two well-endowed vixens didn't question any of the story. They fawned over him, calling him a treasure. Soon enough, the three of them were walking in a friendly embrace. You're a really good friend, the tall one said, bending down ever so slightly. Her voice dripped through my being like caramel. She smelled like a spring meadow after a thunderstorm. reflexive yelp made the tall one laugh. She backed off, but as we walked through the forest, her hand kept on brushing up against mine. I tried to imagine her hands were wrinkly and covered in scars of old age. I couldn't. Her skin was softer than silk. I let go of her hand when I saw the cave. Hey, we really appreciate your invitation, but we really shouldn't be going into caves right now. There's no phone signal in there. What if the tow truck came earlier? Guys, we should turn back. No response. They all just kept on walking. The tall one walked a little slower. Her hips swayed like a sexy pendulum. She shot me a look with those piercing amber eyes of hers. I hated myself for it. My wife would castrate me for it. But I followed. The entrance was pitch dark, but within a few steps the cabin lit up in a flood of dim colours. All around us, creatures just as beautiful as our forest companions danced around glowing crystals. There was something in those crystals, something that moved, but it was impossible to pay attention to it. My eyes were glued to the sensual performance. The way those creatures moved, the way they pressed themselves up against the crystals, I found myself toying with my wedding ring again. Past the glowing, spacious cabin, there was a small stone chamber lit with candles. A roughly chiseled table extended from the ground with 3 tree trunks before it. See, the voluptuous one said, leading Jure to the table. Sit and wish for whatever food your heart most desires. Eat your fill and drink to your heart's content. Once your stomachs have been satisfied, we will have a surprise for you. The large-breasted creatures sang as they fought for a spot on Peter's lap. He let them both sit, and they still playfully shoved each other, fighting over Peter's attention. Peter enjoyed that. There was nothing on the side of the table just moments prior, but somehow, in the flicker of the candlelight, 2 paper bags materialized. They bore the unmistakable logo of Pavel's Bistro. The sight of the double chipotle cheeseburger was mouth-watering, but I needed something more. My hungover stomach demanded a meal of pure meat and grease. A pork knuckle, glistening straight from the oven. Next to it lay a little frothy beer. I leaped at the cutlery, starving to cut off a chunk of meat. The moment my hands touched the knife, however, the tall one slid into my lap. She grabbed the utensils from me and started carving the meat herself. You've done enough already. Let me feed you. Her gentle lips brushed against my ear. You can stay as long as you want. After lunch, I have a special surprise for you. No one should spend his weekend with 2 heartbroken boys and not be rewarded for it. Her buttocks wiggled as she moved the dripping fork towards my mouth. The meat smelled of smoke and honey. When the soft flesh entered my mouth, I, for a second, felt utter, undeniable bliss. But then something sharp cut across my mind. I have a sneaking suspicion you might be biting off more than you can chew. I spit out the meat and got up. This barely fazed Peter and Jure. Even the tall creature didn't seem particularly angry. Are you not hungry? She said, with a sheepish look on her face. Jure, Peter, we need to leave right now. My words had no effect on my friends. In fact, they only seemed to embolden the forest creature sitting on their laps. Jure and Peter were still gnawing on their burgers, but their companions were starting to kiss their necks and caress their bodies. I yelled once more, but when I heard the groan of a zipper being unzipped without complaint, I backed out of the room. There was nothing I could do. All around me the green succubi were still dancing around the glowing crystals, but they no longer regarded the stones with love and adoration. They were staring at me. All traces of erotic temptation disappeared beneath a wave of furious fish eyes. It was only then that I was able to focus on the shapes that moved inside the crystals. Men. Desperate men with rough hair and overgrown beards slammed at the edges of their colorful prisons. They wanted the forest creatures to pay attention to them. They were hypnotized by their beauty, just like my friends. "Oh, don't leave just yet," the tall one said, swaying towards me. With just a few long steps, she was standing next to me. Our hands quickly met. Her eyes were filled with love. She forgave me for spitting out the food and making a scene. All she wanted was for me to return to the table in the night. She pressed herself against me. The tapping of the crystals around us hushed down. It seemed like a cosmic sin not to kiss her in that moment. Reality dimmed down to nothing but our body heat. Yet I did not kiss her. The poet in me wants to believe that I resisted because of my grandmother's stories. Another part of me wants to blame it on the fact I felt her tug on my wedding ring. But if I really think about it, it was because of her teeth. Behind those beautiful lips, there were rows of sharp, long daggers. She was a malevolent spirit of the forest. I craved to be with her. But if I were to accept her kiss, I knew I would never return home. She meant me harm. The tall one wanted to take me away from my wife. So I punched her hard enough in the nose to get blood on my fist. Blue and viscous with the shimmer of glitter. I didn't have time to examine the forest creature's blood. The cave roared with the sound of slammed crystal walls once again. The tall one's kin were descending upon me. I ran. I ran through the crowd of vixens, tearing away from their gentle grasps, dodging their heavenly bodies. I ran out of the cave with such fervor that by the time I was back inside of the car, my escape had cost me a shoe, my phone, and a good chunk of my shirt. The whole sprint felt like a heart attack. But it wasn't until I was locked inside of my three-wheeled car that I felt like I might need an ambulance. According to the dashboard clock, we had spent well over 6 hours with those swamp women. For a good 30 minutes, I sat in the car, hyperventilating about what I would do after sundown, and with no help. Yet my terrified prayers were answered with a little orange light from the side of the road. The tow truck guy was pissed off to be working on a Sunday, and the fact that Peter wasn't picking up his phone only amplified the fury. I didn't tell him about the forest creatures. Pretty sure he would have swung at me if I did. No, I just stayed quiet in the back of the tow truck and got a motel near the repair shop. It was a long ride, and the tow truck guy spent every minute of it yelling about politics, so I wasn't able to get any sleep. The second my head touched the motel bed, I blacked out. In the morning, it took me a moment to fully understand where I was and what had happened. The previous day's events coming into my memory didn't make anything any clearer. For a moment, I considered finding some sort of way to get back into the woods to help Jure and Peter. But I was certain I wouldn't be able to say no to the tall one again. Plus, I knew that my wife would be worried about me. The guy at the auto shop wasn't the least bit helpful about when my car would be fixed, so I grabbed the quickest train back home. The question of Jure and Peter's fate had to wait. The dog seemed to be a lot more excited about my arrival than my wife. She was angry, but she still hugged me tighter than ever before. I was meant to come back almost 2 days ago. I wasn't picking up my phone. She almost called the police. By the time we opened a bottle of wine, she seemed more worried than angry. Before I got a chance to tell her what had happened with Peter and Jure, her phone rang. She was finally getting an answer to her 56 missed calls, but I was in the room with her. She listened to the phone for a second and then passed it to me. It was Jure and Peter. Their voices were animated, filled with more energy than I had heard all weekend. They had found my phone near the cave and charged it at a gas station that was a bit of a hike from the woods. They were calling me to tell me they're fine. Within a minute of both of them starting going into detail of how much fun they were having with their new forest friends, putting them on speakerphone without giving any context to my wife. Jure and Peter shrugged off all of the questions that they were put under some sort of spell, that they were being used. Apparently, they were having the time of their lives. It wasn't until I mentioned that I'm considering calling the police that they started to take me seriously. They said they weren't breaking any laws. They said they were staying in the cave of their free will. They begged me not to take away their happiness. So I didn't. Instead, once we got off the phone and I explained the matter to my wife, I tried to contact Bara and Jeray's ex-fiancée. Bara seemed wholly uninterested in my messages, but Jeray's ex actually went out to look for him. Even though my wife only heard a strategically redacted version of our forest adventure, she was fully committed to finding out how the situation would be resolved. Every day she asked me whether Jeray's ex had found anything out, anything new about the potentially imprisoned duo. When the phone call finally came in, we both listened intently on speakerphone, but were overwhelmed. Jeray's ex had picked him up from the side of the road and sat down with him in a gas station cafe. Apparently, he was in desperate need of a haircut, and his clothes smelled terrible, but aside from that, he was happier than she had ever seen him. He assured her he was doing great in his new cave life. He wouldn't listen to reason, and insisted he would take great personal offense if she called the cops. After their talk, Jeray's ex dropped him off back at the edge of the forest and then decided to drop the matter entirely and move on with her life. She suggested we do the same. I called them back a couple times from my wife's phone. Weeks later, Jeray and Peter still insisted they were having the time of their life. They also insisted in describing in detail the acts that their new lifestyle involved. They spoke with the gentlest of lisps, and their capacity to pick up on other topics of conversation aside from sex had diminished considerably. They started suggesting I visit them. Soon enough, they demanded it. It was during these feverish sales pitches that the voices suddenly disappeared. Someone else took the phone, someone with a voice like a gentle spring breeze. She said she wasn't angry about me punching her in the face. She said that we all get nervous sometimes. She still had my shoe. Sometimes, on the nights when she couldn't stop thinking about me, she smelled it. She was waiting. That night, I let myself indulge in the ecstasy of the tall one's voice. I rode my phone's battery all the way until its bitter end. Yet in the morning I deleted the number. I knew that if I could call her whenever I wished, if I could let myself surrender to the tall one's influence whenever life got too difficult, I would end up just like Jeray and Peter did. The inability to contact her would make her absence bearable. The moment I deleted the number, I decided to take a page out of Bara's book and pretend nothing had ever happened. I live in hopes that my longing for the strange creature will eventually subside, and it will be buried beneath the commitments of my marriage, of more dogs, of kids. Yet, just in case it doesn't work out with my wife, I keep a little mental snapshot of where my old car breathed its last breath. If my marriage goes to crap, I wouldn't mind taking a bumpy ride down the rustic forest road. The Minotaur of Stag Creek by Ganymedes. The banshee shriek and strobing lights of the cruiser died down as Officer Hank Lewis switched off the ignition. The journey was far from pleasant. The damn vehicle had almost surrendered to the stubborn, gluttonous mud that led up the road. With a grunt filled with both frustration and relief, Lou swung the door open and hauled himself out of the car, slamming the door with a hollow thud. Officer J. Bradshaw climbed from the other side. He was a wiry fellow, a Brit, with a look of apprehension on his face. Lou didn't blame him. In truth, he didn't exactly want to be there either. Luz wiped a sheen of sweat from his brow. He reached for his radio, one
Oh,
of those new armor
yeah, I've
systems,
got meat.
and flicked on the receiver. Dispatch, this is MB32A 1097. We're at the scene. Copy that, MB32. Anything of note?
As he gazed up at the old wooden fence, covered in graffiti and lichen, Luz shook his head. Nothing. The radio went silent as he stamped forward. A sign affixed to the fence, faded with age, read, "Welcome to Stag Creek Woods." Beyond the fence, the woods started, a mass of green and brown and black, a wilderness of trees and shrubbery. He took a deep breath. To his right, Bradshaw stood silently, waiting. Luz looked at him, and with a nod turned on his flashlight. He pushed open the old gate, rotten, damp and unpleasant to the touch, and held it open. Once the two of them were through, Luz let it swing shut behind him. Luz felt uncomfortable somehow. A feeling of unease crept through him. Part nyctophobia, part claustrophobia. He was used to the way of the streets, not a pitch-black wood.
Dun, dun, dun.
Accounts, neither of them should have been there in the first place. Unfortunately for Luz, the rural division had been short-staffed, and naturally, he and Bradshaw had been lumbered with the job. Now they were paying the price. At least there were other officers in the area. While Luz and Bradshaw were operating primarily in the west, 3 other groups were stationed in different corners of the woods. K9 units were operating elsewhere, but neither of them had the luxury of a dog. The outer parts of the woodland, like the fence that surrounded it, were littered with missing posters. Luz shone his light over them, despite already knowing the details. He didn't know why. Maybe it was some way of trying to distract himself from his surroundings. The photograph was rather low in quality. And then again, the whole thing was. It depicted a relatively young woman, brunette and heavyset, identified as Gina Montgomery, by the bold typeface at the bottom. There was a Winchester rifle slung over her shoulder. A hunter, Luz observed. "Come on," Bradshaw said. "We ain't got time to stare at the bloody posters. Let's go." They continued on their path, Bradshaw up ahead. As the two of them took their first steps into the woodland, the missing posters grew sparser, until one remained and the trees were bare. Stag Creek Forest was an eerie place at night. Occasionally, a shadowy shape would appear against the beam of the flashlight. Every single time, Luz realized that it was nothing but a raccoon, or a skunk, or something of that nature. He had a near miss with a skunk after about a half an hour, and narrowly avoided a snake right after that. There was wildlife everywhere, and that posed quite a problem. The two of them found the body, and Luz strongly hoped they wouldn't find the body. Chances were that scavengers would get to it before they did. No use worrying about it though. Not yet. Luz decided to just keep going and hope for the best. Luz shone his beam straight down and spotted something on the road. There were indentations in the leaf litter, regular and far too big to have been made by raccoons. "Hey," he said, "take a look at this." Bradshaw turned around and looked at the tracks. He bent down and examined them properly.
Oh, I don't have a pumpkin.
"Footprints,"
Dang
he
it.
said, stating the obvious. "How fresh do you think they are?" "I'd say," he thought about it, "a couple of days. Time frame adds up. Let's keep moving." He followed Bradshaw as he moved further.
I don't have a pumpkin.
There was a strong sense of deja vu about it. They hadn't been here before, obviously, or at least Luz himself hadn't. But there was a dim familiarity to it. Of course there was. Luz had grown up around forests, but that didn't mean being in unfamiliar woodland during the night was any easier. He still felt very vulnerable. "This place gives me the creeps already," muttered Luz. Silence. There was no response from Bradshaw. All Luz heard now were the chirps of crickets. "Jay?" Nothing. Jay Bradshaw had spotted something on a tree. As he passed by, he thought little of it. Only when he passed it did he stop to think. His curiosity had gotten the better of him, and he'd gone back to check it out. Looking at the tree, a big Sitka spruce, Bradshaw scrutinized its bark. There were deep gashes in the wood, deep enough to tear through the cambium layer. Chunky sap oozed from it like blood from a wound. At the tree's base lay branches that looked to have been snapped off by some powerful force. The first thought Bradshaw had was that it was a bear. You could only make out 3 claw marks, and each seemed to be oriented in the wrong direction. That was no bear. He turned and opened his mouth to say something to Lewis, but there was no sign of him. Furrowing his brow, Bradshaw yelled, "Lewis!" There was no answer. He tried again, but again got no reply, and heard only crickets. Fumbling around in his belt, Bradshaw withdrew his radio. He tried Lewis' channel, but received only static. Switching channels, he spoke. "Dispatch, this is MB32B. Got separated from MB32A. I'm near a big Sitka spruce. Rough location is Stag Creek Forest. Over." There was silence from the other end. Over the din of the radio, Lewis could make out the sound of rustling leaves and snapping branches. A moment later, the voice of the dispatcher broke the silence.
MB32B, have you attempted to contact MB32A?
"Twice so far. No response. Over."
Copy that. Keep us updated and keep trying to reestablish contact.
Understood. Bradshaw slotted the radio back into its holster. "Damn it, Hank, where are you?" He turned away from the mangled tree trunk and continued. About 5 minutes after leaving the Sitka spruce, something appeared in Bradshaw's periphery. He spun around. "Lewis?" There was no reply. Whatever it was carried on, unperturbed. Some sort of animal, maybe. He raised his flashlight and shone it on the vegetation nearby. It moved. Bradshaw furrowed his brow and walked a little closer. But
James.
a sharp screech came from the bush barely 3 feet from his ear. He swung the flashlight and chuckled. It was a raccoon. Son of a bitch. He watched the bewildered animal as it disappeared into the night. Lewis had decided to press on, following the tracks. Bradshaw would catch up eventually. He was sure of it. After a while, he decided to sit down on an old mossy log, and there he waited. But there was no sign. Eventually, he got up. If he couldn't find Bradshaw, and if Bradshaw wasn't going to come to him, he tried to track down one of the other officers. A burst of static interrupted his thoughts, and he could barely make out what was being said.
Radio check. MB32A, do you copy?
He fumbled in his belt and pulled out his radio. "Reading you loud and clear, dispatch. Over."
Any contact with MB32B? He's looking for you.
"Haven't heard a bloody thing. Over." A pause.
Do you know your location? Is there anyone else in the vicinity?
Lewis got to his feet and shone his flashlight around. "I haven't the faintest clue. As far as I know, I'm the only officer in the sector. Over."
Copy that.
The radio clicked. Lewis glanced behind him, shining his flashlight into the darkness, and again saw nothing. He sat there and continued to follow the footprints. He wanted to get but along or otherwise, he still had a job to do. For a while, Hank Booze walked on, until the sound of rushing water reached his ears. Shining his flashlight up ahead, he saw the ground abruptly drop off. Must be Stag Creek, Booze thought to himself as he walked closer. His approach confirmed his suspicions. Stag Creek was relatively wide, a tributary of the Eel River. The banks were surrounded by rocks, and the water level was low. Most of the riverbed was filled with snow and silt. Beneath the surface were countless boulders and submerged logs, and it stank to high heaven. Rotten eggs. That was the closest approximation Lewis could find. The smell was that of rotten eggs. He narrowed his eyes. What the hell? What could be causing that in the middle of the woods? Sewage? But as Lou stood there, the scent seemed to fade. The rattle of gunfire rang out from somewhere in the woods. Lou's head turned. He saw a bright flashlight through the distant trees. As he took a step towards the source of the noise, they were replaced by something else. The wind now carried with it the sound of screaming and the yelping of dogs. His gun held in a white-knuckled grip, Luz walked slowly backwards towards the creek. He was only dimly aware of his footing as he slipped in the mud. All thoughts dissipated, and he felt the tug of gravity winning over him. He felt a sharp pain in his left calf as he fell. He landed face down at the bottom of the embankment. Screwing his eyes shut, he pushed himself clear of the sludge. He coughed hard and fumbled for his pistol, reassured by the sensation of the grip on his handle. Luz climbed to his feet slowly, shakily. Opening his eyes, at last, he looked down at himself. There was a big tear in his calf, a gash, blood. Luz gritted his teeth. Fucking hell, he said to nobody in particular. It wasn't too bad, a flesh wound at best, but the risk of infection was there. Suddenly he felt vulnerable. The scent of blood would carry. Reaching into his duty belt, he withdrew a tourniquet and started to apply it. It was a slapdash job, but it would do the trick. Once that was done, he reached for his radio. A sinking feeling crept over Luz when he felt it. It was very clearly broken. Ah, crap. Feeling his leg wound gingerly, Luz grimaced. A thought crossed his mind. The squad car. There were probably still some band-aids in there. If he could just get back to it, he'd be in the clear. Luz began walking, but paused after only a moment. His gaze landed on something on the other side of the creek. Furrowing his brow, he walked closer. The footprints started up again on the opposite bank, but this time they were irregular. The track maker had fallen, and Luz noted they hadn't been lucky. Probably twisted an ankle or something, but as he started following the tracks, Luz's eyes landed on something else. More tracks, a totally different shape. Hoofprints. They looked like those of a moose, but they couldn't have been. There were no moose in California, let alone Humboldt County. Without breaking stride, Luz began to follow the tracks. The thought of calling for help passed through Bradshaw's head, but he decided against it. It wasn't out of pride or anything, or so the opposite. A refusal to admit to anyone that he was lost. Sighing, Bradshaw continued to walk, and that was when the sounds hit him. His first thought was it sounded like gunfire. His second was that it was gunfire. Turning his head in the direction, Bradshaw looked through the trees, and he saw flashlights in the distance. Something moved through the vegetation directly behind him. Bradshaw spun around to face its source. At first he was hopeful. Was it Luz? Hello? He said loudly. Hank? No reply. He shone his flashlight in that direction, but he saw nothing. No movement.
Like Super Mario Brothers.
The sound was coming from beyond the reach of
It's a me, Mario.
struck him. A horrid odor like rotten eggs. A bead of sweat trickled down Bradshaw's forehead, and he tightened his grip on the object in his hand. God, he thought to himself, get a grip. There were probably hundreds of rational explanations for that smell. It wasn't like he could think of any, but there must have been. Taking a deep breath, Bradshaw walked towards the source of the smell. It was awful, and now he could discern the undertone of it. What the fuck? As the sulphur smell faded, the rotting smell seemed to grow stronger, as a low drone filled the air. He covered his face with his sleeve and shone his flashlight on the ground. The scene before him closely resembled a kill site. Scraps of tattered fabric were strewn across like confetti. The buzz of flies drowned out every single sound. Bradshaw's eyes landed on the mass sprawled in the middle. Cursed alive. His mind went blank for a second, feeling bile rise in his throat, and after forcing it back down, he fumbled for his radio. Dispatch, this is MB32B. I have a 10-100. I repeat, I have a 10-100. The exact location is unclear, though surrounded by oak trees. Bradshaw's radio crackled.
Copy that, MB32B.
Came the voice of the dispatcher. As it faded into silence yet again, leaving only the buzzing of flies, Bradshaw felt sick. God, he regretted being here, but he didn't have time to calm down. A sound came from behind him. Whirling around, he reached for the holster on his waist and pulled out the pistol. Another noise punctuated the monotone droning. Footfalls, right behind him. He didn't have enough time to fire. The trees around Luz grew sparser as he trudged further from the woodland's dark depths. The air seemed to grow heavy, and it was almost unnervingly silent. A few times Luz thought he'd heard something moving through the vegetation nearby. Hell, he probably had. But then, everything sounded louder in the woods. Worse still, it had started to rain, and now he was utterly drenched. But despite the downpour, that sulphur stench had returned in force, and it was as if Luz had headed straight towards its point of origin. It hadn't been there when Bradshaw passed through earlier that night. He was sure of that. His thoughts were interrupted by a hideous scream, followed by 2 loud gunshots. Instinctively, Luz whipped out his handgun and spun around in the direction of its source, his heart pounding hard in his chest. The scream was unmistakably human. Bradshaw? He half yelled. He was met with silence. The screaming stopped abruptly. Reholstering his pistol, Luz raised his flashlight in that direction. Nothing. He staggered in the direction of the scream. Something must have happened. Had Bradshaw fallen? Luz pushed through the dense underbrush, his footsteps muffled by the leaf litter. Cursing his lack of functioning radio, he pressed forward. A faint rustling sound reached his ears, and he knew that it couldn't have been Bradshaw. It was too close. He directed his flashlight in the direction of the noise. A flash of movement, so quick that for a moment he questioned whether he had seen it. Was that an animal? A person? Who's there? He barked, with renewed, if deceptive, bravado. There was no answer. Don't try anything stupid, I'm armed. Again, no answer. The stench of rotten eggs reached his nostrils again. It was almost unbearable now, as if some hellish smoke was billowing into his lungs. Luz coughed hard and staggered back. From just beyond the reach of his light, he could faintly discern a noise. It was the sound of loud inhalations and exhalations. Luz pulled out his sidearm and aimed it shakily into the inky blackness. Unsteadily, he stepped closer, staring into the void. He was dimly aware that the void was staring back. Come on, you little shit, he mouthed. Come out here where I can see you. But he heard nothing, saw no more. The smell faded away. It was gone. Luz lowered his gun and squinted into the night. From his left came a noise. He held his breath and listened. It was breathing. Bradshaw's breathing. Stuffing the gun back in its holster, Luz staggered in the direction of the noise. Bradshaw! He yelled again. This time there was a response. A weak scoff. Bad time. Luz quickened his pace, his heart pounding in his chest. With each step, the ground beneath his feet grew increasingly uneven, making his progress even more difficult. He stumbled over the protruding roots and fallen branches, his injured calf searing with pain. His flashlight finally landed on Jay Bradshaw's form on the ground. The first thing Lou saw was blood. God, there was so much blood. Bradshaw managed to apply a tourniquet to his leg. Jesus, Lewis muttered. Stay still, Jay. What's happening here? Bradshaw shook his head. Your guess is as good as mine. He seemed lucid, which was a good sign. One moment everything was fine, and then I don't even know. Was it a bear? A scoff. Bradshaw gestured to his left. Would a bear do that? Lewis turned around. There was the body of a woman, slumped against the base of a tree, her glazed hazel eyes staring vacantly into the sky. Skin torn, showing early signs of decay. The abdominal cavity was torn wide open, almost hollowed out. Tattered pieces of clothing seemed oddly jagged, like they'd been bitten into. Nearby, a Winchester rifle lay, snapped clean in two. Her throat had been crushed. Oh shit, that's Montgomery. Jesus. Lewis breathed. I had a good look at it, Bradshaw said. Saw it feeding. Let me tell you, that thing wasn't like any bear I've ever seen. You still have your radio? Bradshaw gestured to his right. Lou snatched up the radio and flicked on the receiver. Dispatch, this is MB32A, Lou said. We have a 10999 and a 1054. I repeat, we have a 10999 and a 1054. Requesting immediate backup. Over. A blast of static came from the speakers.
Copy that, NB32A,
said the dispatching officer.
establishing connection with the radio as we speak. How are you all now?
Pretty banged up. MB32B is priority for the moment. Over.
Copy that. Can he walk?
Not sure yet.
If you can, try and get back to the squad car. If you can't, try and stay where you are. We'll pick you up.
Bradshaw shrugged. Haven't tried yet. I was more focused on keeping that bastard away. Lewis assessed Bradshaw's injuries properly. God, it was worse than he thought. There were cuts, deep cuts. Most were on Bradshaw's arms, though some, thankfully the least severe of the lot, were on his torso. Through tattered clothing, Lewis saw the culprit had managed to slash through a knife-proof vest. Christ. Finally, he stood upright and spoke. I think our best bet would be to get going. If that thing comes back, it will. Lewis nodded. It took some effort to get Bradshaw back to his feet. The leg with the tourniquet was bad, and the matter was complicated by Lew's wound. But it worked out in the end. I thank fate for that. With Bradshaw's arm slung around Lew's shoulder for support, the two of them awkwardly made their way through the dense, dark woods. Each step was a struggle in and of itself. With his flashlight clutched tightly in his free hand, Lou scanned the tree line. He was fairly certain they were heading in the right direction. At least, he hoped they were. The stench had faded away. Now there were only the smells of the woods and the blood. From the trees behind them, there came a roar. No, roar was the wrong word. A scream. It was one of those sounds, like a mountain lion in heat or a dying rabbit, that sounded almost human. The sound had a nasal quality, like a bull. What the hell was that? Lewis muttered. Bradshaw reached to his sidearm. Hopefully it wasn't what I think it is. As the other officer raised his gun, Lewis kept his sight forward. He didn't want to look back, to see the thing that was doubtlessly pursuing them now. A sound came from behind. Footsteps. Loud footsteps, and the smell came back. He stumbled, and his ears rang as Bradshaw fired his first shot. But the sound kept advancing. Lou spun around, aiming at the threat, even though he couldn't see it. Something slammed hard into the two of them. Lewis crashed to the ground. A scream filled his ears. He staggered to his feet and spun around. He was dimly aware of something huge grabbing Jay Bradshaw by the throat and hauling him into the air. And Lewis fucking ran. He didn't dare to look back. Didn't dare to slow down. He couldn't even afford to trip. or else that would be it. His mind was a whirl of fear, regret, and confusion. The flashlight beam bobbed erratically in front of him, barely illuminating the trees up ahead. But Lou saw far enough. Up ahead was a partly collapsed tree. It was his best bet. Reaching the fallen tree, Lou squeezed himself into the narrow crevice between the trunk and the jumble of branches. He huddled there, breathless and trembling, praying that it wouldn't find him. It passed by. Minutes ticked by, agonizingly slow, as Luz strained his ears, listening for any sign of the thing. The woods seemed eerily silent, devoid of any sound except for the rustling leaves and his heartbeat. It didn't come back. Taking in a deep breath, Luz slowly emerged from his cover. Hank Luz buried his head in his hands and slumped against the log. Oh, God. He'd been stupid. He should have kept shooting. Should have risked it and gone after it when it took Bradshaw. But he didn't. And now that thing had claimed its second victim. Luz knew he might be next. He had to get out. He'd get to his squad car and inform dispatch. Taking in a deep breath, he stood upright and started to walk the way he'd come. After what felt like hours of walking, it occurred to Luz that he was lost, and badly at that. Everything looked the same in that bloody woodland, and he was fairly certain he'd already completely overshot the point he was supposed to turn. But at least the imagining was starting to fade away. Now Luz could make out gaps in the trees again. Moonlight dimly filtered through the canopy once more. He'd reached the break in the woods. Taking in a deep breath, letting out an unjustified sigh of relief, he pushed on, advancing towards the opening as fast as his aching lungs would allow. He staggered to the edge. Below lay Stag Creek. Its waters swollen by the rain, it had become a frenzied torrent. The sight wiped exhaustion from Lou's mind, replacing it with a sinking feeling of despair. There was no way he could cross it on foot, especially in his weakened state. Lou scanned the area, searching for an alternative route. His eyes landed on a fallen pine tree, wedged in the side of the embankment. It was the only way.
Woodpeckers are destroying our trees. We must stop them.
He'd been on the different side of the river to that thing.
You developing a war against woodpeckers?
It was long and sturdy, with its branches stripped away by time and weather. Liz could see that it leaned slightly.
What did Woody the Woodpecker ever do to you?
Taking deep breath, Luz steadied himself and carefully stepped onto the fallen tree.
And did you personally plant all those trees? Because technically, they don't belong to you.
He kept his focus on the opposite bank, his eyes fixed on a solid patch of ground where he aimed to reach. As he inched forward, the tree groaned and shifted. Each step became a test of balance and nerve. Both dissipated as a scream echoed from the trees. Luz slept. No.
Okay.
He hit the water hard. His left hand
Well,
was
hopefully you can take care of it, because I'm nowhere near Ohio.
White-hot pain surged through his shoulder. The moment his head cleared the water, he took in a deep breath, and it took every fiber of his being not to...
I'm assuming that's where you're at.
His flashlight drifted away from him.
Just by your name, but...
Luz strained and barely grabbed it. It still worked.
I know I shouldn't assume things, but that's just kind of a guess.
From somewhere behind him, there came a loud crash. Gritting his teeth from the pain, he spun around. And there it was, rising from the water. It was tall, far taller than a man. The flashlight illuminated a long face atop a thick...
And are you sure it's not the parasitic insects inside that are doing it? Well, I'm nowhere near
His
Missouri
too far
either.
back. The eyes that stared back at Lewis weren't those of a bull, though they faced forward like those of a man. It was, he realized, like a minotaur. And then, lifting a large 2 foot from the torrent, it started to advance. Lewis staggered back, his eyes locked on the creature, watering as that horrid rotten egg stench hit him like a sack of bricks. It was in no rush to attack. It knew he was injured, and it had no reason to charge. Swapping the flashlight for the pistol, Lewis raised it and aimed it at the thing. It was the hand he was worst with, but that didn't matter. His finger coiled around the trigger, but the thing kept coming. The moment Hank Lewis pulled the trigger, the night briefly turned to day. A bullet struck the Minotaur's thick neck, causing a spray of dark liquid to spurt from the wound. It staggered, clutching the wound with a cleft hand. A low rasp escaped its jaws as it backed off. Lewis leveled his pistol at it again and fired. It stumbled back, but then, with a sudden burst of energy, it lunged forward, its heavily muscled body barreling through the water towards him. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! Lewis' heart pounded in his chest as he fired off another round. The Minotaur roared in agony, but its momentum was unstoppable. It was too close, and Lewis was too slow. Three-clawed hands swiped at him, catching him across the chest. He collapsed into the water again, racked by pain. The gun was no longer in his grip. On his feet now, Lewis saw the thing surging towards him again, and on instinct, he pulled out his flashlight, shining the beam right into its eyes. It staggered to a halt, its two long jaws parting in a hideous growl of pain.
No, I can't. I'm not high enough level. There's no way I can beat it. I don't have strong enough armor. I don't have enough quick enough heals. I don't have the proper weapons for it. It's out of my class. So I've got to level up and do some more of the tasking and make better weapons and do the mining instead of just finding random leftover weapons like my iron dagger and shit. I need to level up.
Lewis pulled away his hand and saw blood. Wiping it off with his pant leg, he reached to his belt, pulled out his radio. Oh, thank fuck it still worked. And turned it on, all with his right arm.
Yeah, I don't.
Dispatch. MB32A, what the hell happened?
Shut up, Lewis said, gritting his teeth. And listen. MB32B is MIA. No, KIA.
Yeah, not enough time to do any kind of leveling like that. So I literally have to do level. I have to clear everything before I can. I have to find the materials, and on a map that's infinite, that might be a very long journey.
They hunt in packs, always watching, waiting, luring prey to those orbs on their heads, like an fish in the sea, lurking in the darkness for cover. I never thought I'd encounter something like it. I never believed in those tall tales of people encountering monsters, demons, hags, and wraiths. Bigfoot and Nessie, ghost encounters, demonic rituals, angels, hell, even skinwalkers gave me nothing but chills. All were just myths to me. Tall tales. Parents trying to scare their kids into obedience with campfire stories to frighten friends and family. Perhaps they're from people trying to make sense of the things they loved. Or so you think, at least. Now I'm questioning everything. facts and truths all are blurring together. What is real and what is fake are so hard to tell apart these days, ever since I met those things. I carry the burden of trauma and fear. I feel like I'm going insane. Those things I keep mentioning, I just started to refer to them as minds. You'll see why. Let me tell you a tall tale of my own. Or, at least, I wish it was a tall tale. I tap my fingers on the steering wheel to the beat of the song that played from my phone, hooked to my car via Bluetooth. It was surprisingly catchy and upbeat for a dark night, alone in the woods. Any sane person would have just slept over at their grandmother's house this late after visiting. But whoever said I made responsible and sane choices? I bobbed my head along to the song and watched as the trees passed by. The silhouettes of evergreens loomed above my little rickety car. It was nothing but an old, well-used cherry-red Chevy Impala. It rattled and complained as I drove down the windy dirt trail that led out of the woods and back to civilization. So far, it was perfect and peaceful. The stars studded the night sky. The moon was shining down on the deep green and quiet forest. My car was barely holding together. I had good music on. I was trying my hardest not to fall asleep at the wheel. Overall, it was rather good. I bit my lip every now and then, just to keep me awake. I worked at a 9-to-5 job as a receptionist at a 5-star hotel. Staying up late was nothing new to me. Biting my lips or fingers was typically how I kept myself awake. But sometimes I bit myself so hard that I bled. This was one of those times. I kept chewing and chewing on my lip until the warm, metallic liquid of blood flowed into my mouth. The pain was dull and didn't really work on keeping me awake anymore. I lifted my right hand quickly and bit my wrist, leaving teeth marks behind as my eyes opened a little more.
If you're that fucking tired, pull over and go to sleep.
I felt a strange tingling sensation.
Dumb shit.
Like someone was tickling my brain. It made me anxious. Maybe it's just my exhausted state taking its toll. I blinked and sighed whilst driving through the woods. Glancing at my phone, I checked the battery. 36%. I mumbled to myself. I stopped the music and shut off my phone, plugging it in so it could charge. If anything went wrong, I wanted a way to contact someone. And then I checked my phone once more. Letting out a shaky sigh, I tapped my steering wheel. No signal. Still alone with my thoughts, and now without music, my mind raced with anxious scenarios. One of them came true. A deer darted out in front of my Impala. Not wanting to hit it, I swerved and slammed on the brakes. The clanking and pinging sounds of rocks and twigs hitting my sweet little Impala filled my ears as the tires lost traction and skidded across the pine needles and dirt. I shrieked and held up my arms to protect my face, bracing myself as my car flipped and tumbled down a hill. My heart raced and pounded in my throat and head, sending shockwaves of adrenaline through my body. A cold and sharp feeling of fear clawed and ripped at my nerves as the rolling and bouncing car tossed my already exhausted body around. Metal crumpled and creaked whilst glass shattered and attacked my skin and threatened to strike my eyes. My Impala slammed into a tree, stopping the continuous tumbling and jerking me around like an old, worn-down rag doll. I took shaky breaths. I was full of adrenaline and very much awake. I collected my phone and an 8-inch switchblade before I began to work my way out of the destroyed vehicle and into the cool night air. Mustering all the strength I had left in my battered and bleeding body, I kicked the door open and hauled myself through the dirt and pine needles. My little Impala was lying flat on its roof and smoking from the front. It was dented, broken, and no longer barely holding it together. I heaved shallow and unsteady breaths as I sat on the forest floor.
Ouch. Car wrecks in the middle of nowhere.
Eventually, the natural painkiller that was adrenaline subsided, and the pain kicked in.
Just press that button with the red triangle on it, because it's the autopilot, and go to sleep.
I wanted to sit there and
well, you're
till help arrived.
You're not totally wrong. You need to put it in park first.
Situation in itself. But injured and alone in the woods at night was completely different levels of danger. The smell of my blood could potentially attract unwanted things to me. Sitting there was just asking for something bad to happen, and that made my
scrambled eggs, sausage, French toast stuffed with apple pie filling.
First things first was to find a hot spot.
I'll take an order of that too. That sounds mighty tasty.
And dug around in my car. I pulled out my messenger bag and opened up the glove box, finally taking note of the cuts on my arms and hands, along with the blood that trickled down and smudged everything I touched. I shoved a handful of about 5 glow sticks into my bag and grabbed a flashlight. I flicked it on and off. Nothing. The battery was dead. I grunted in frustration and tossed the useless flashlight into the back seat, to the annoyance of my arm. I backed up out of the car slowly, being careful of the glass shards scattered about. My hands were already bleeding with pain. I didn't need any more cuts and bruises. I slowly stood up, stumbling to my feet and using the wrapped car as support whilst I caught my bearings. My legs felt stiff and shaky. Unsteady, if you will. Not much pain down there. I took a deep breath and straightened up slowly as I pulled out a glow stick and snapped it, shaking it up until all the chemicals inside were mixed together. I began my trek to the bridge that led to the paved road down the mountain. That's where the nearest hotspot was, at least. The silver moon was mostly covered by the wisps of clouds. It made me uneasy because now it was darker. A light breeze caressed the evergreens, and my head hurt. It made my injuries more pronounced. I had no first aid, so all I had to do was just hope the smell of my blood didn't attract anything unwanted, whether that be wolves, bears, or even mosquitoes. I felt like I was being watched. Every one of my steps were being judged. I felt helpless. I was alone, cold, helpless, injured, and lost. The perfect prey for any predator who caught a whiff of my scent and decided that they needed a midnight snack. The breeze gently pushed me along as I stumbled around in the dark, following the dirt trail to safety. My uneven steps quickened as I felt the need to get out of there. I felt followed. I felt hunted. I felt like danger lurked around every corner and hid in every shadow. My breath kept snagging in my throat for a few seconds before I realized it and held it again while stumbling through the dark with my only light source, a measly green glow stick. The moon was unreliable,
Meteor!
pushing the clouds in front of it, but at least I had something to see in the dark. I refused to pull out my phone. I needed to save the battery on it. It was my night out, and I had to make sure not to lose it. Rustling sounds in the bushes caught my attention. I stopped walking and raised my glow stick higher to see my surroundings more clearly. My eyes scanned the area repeatedly for danger as my heart thumped in my chest. I looked over it further, but I didn't see anything in the dark besides shrubs, ferns, trees, and grass. I shook my head and ruled it out as my heightened nerves or some passing by critter. So I kept moving. I needed to keep moving. I doubted I would get attacked, but that didn't mean I couldn't. It felt as though the atmosphere just kept getting darker and colder. Those uneasy feelings seemed to only grow worse. My nerves tingled and spiraled beyond my control. They made me feel queasy. Low, chittering growls came from the trees. The bushes and branches rustled. Yet nothing could be seen. My blood froze as I realized my gut feeling was right. I was being hunted. My instincts told me to run, but my brain told me otherwise. I couldn't stop it if I did that. I'd be a sitting too. But running would make them chase me. So despite how everything in my body battled over what I should do,
Berry pie? Oh, go fuck yourself.
and chittering and hissing
I
kept
can't even
coming
make
as I
berry
turned
pies
to
for myself, let alone for you.
A glowing orb flickered to life in the darkness. It floated a few feet above the ground and swayed slightly. A bright yellow light. Another, and another,
Ah!
until there were 4 glowing orbs surrounding. 3 were green. The first orb was yellow. Came a whisper from one of the orbs. It sounded like, huh? Follow us. Came another voice. It sounded like my best friend. The orbs floated around me as they whispered my name and beckoned me. Iris, it's okay. Just follow us. Came another voice. My dad's voice. I was intrigued, suspicious, and frightened. All of these voices were of people close to me. Mom, Dad, my twin brother, Keegan, and Viv. The orbs moved closer as I stood there, watching with a flurry of emotions swirling around inside me, like a tornado that didn't know which direction to go. But I was curious about what they were intending to do, and why they wanted me to follow them. I reached out to touch the yellow one, curious about it. The yellow orb that sounded like my mom lowered so I could touch it. But the orb lowered and revealed it. In the light was the face of some sort of monster. It looked like an oversized bird with a large, pale yellow beak filled with rows of sharp, jagged yellow teeth. Its eyes were the blackest of blacks, and in the shape of a stretched-out rhombus. Large, bat-like ears that were easily bigger than my hand flattened as it growled. The orb was attached to what looked like a thick black string, much like that of an anglerfish. Hello, Iris. It spoke in the distorted, raspy, and deep voice of my mother. My blood flowed like rivers of ice as I stared in complete horror. The clouds moved past the moon and let it shine down on the creature. It was hunched down and had long, slender arms with 4 fingers and long, scaled legs of a bird. The arms resembled that of a dinosaur, but longer. The underarms were decorated with long feathers. I screamed and backed away quickly, only to get nudged by another one of those creatures. Clipping their beaks and teeth together, they kept nudging me back into the circle. I tripped over a rock and fell into the dirt and pine needles that dressed the grass, dropping my glow stick as I stared at them with what I can only describe as pure terror. Then the yellow-orbed one pounced, grabbing my left arm and yanking me upwards. The pain shot through me like electricity as I let out a blood-curdling scream. I felt my arm pop out of its socket as the bone-crunching strength of another mimic crashed down on my forearm, snapping it like a toothpick and causing it to flail and scream even more. Another one latched onto my right leg and just went crazy, biting it and tearing at my flesh. This was a sign. The sign that the hunger-driven frenzy was beginning.
desperate attempt to get away, I yanked out my switchblade and slashed at the yellow-orbed mimic right in the eye. That mimic I thought was the Alpha. It screeched and let go of me. It dropped me roughly on the ground as it backed away and rubbed its face. My eyes narrowed and I slashed at the one leached off my right leg. It did the same thing, screeching and letting go of me as it rubbed its face and stamped its feet. The adrenaline pumped through my body again and numbed my pain, while the shock also kicked in. On whatever was left of my right leg, I scrambled to my feet and ran. I heard a horrific screeching thunderous and fast footsteps that soon followed after the battle cry.
Come back. I want to help you.
Ada shrieked in that distorted voice of my mother, but I ran, not looking back at the things following me. I didn't notice how much blood I was losing or how severe my injuries were. I just needed to run, to get away alive. I panted and stumbled my way through the threatening dark of the night, following the dirt path to salvation. I cried and screamed for help, even though nobody would hear me. I heard chittering and footsteps next to me. Beside me was one of the mimics. It hissed and slammed into me, sending my poor body flying, crashing and skidding into the dirt. My brain felt like it had just been made into a smoothie, as did my sides. I was dizzy, nauseous, and still high as hell on adrenaline. Panting and slowly standing up, the group circled me again. Another one flicked its tail at me. Strong, long, and muscular. Easily 16-ish pounds of pure muscle came crashing into my side and sent me flying into a tree. I grunted as I hit the tree and the ground soon afterwards. I felt my hands shaking as I attempted to stand. My balance was unsteady and my limbs were even shakier. I heaved heavy breaths through my chest as I stared at what I thought was my demise. The mimics growled and clipped their beaks together as they stared at me, seemingly waiting for the Alpha's orders. With a hiss from the Alpha, one of the subordinates lunged at me, swiping down on my body. Its claws snagged the flesh on my torso and essentially cut me open. I screamed and curled up from the sharp pain that came afterwards. It went in for another attack, but I used my switchblade to defend myself by slamming the blade into the roof of its mouth. It screeched and writhed as I held my hand there. A warm, dark liquid oozed onto my arm and hand, coating it with the stench of that familiar metallic smell of blood. The rest was a blur. I remember snippets of running through the woods in the moonlit night, a trip home gone wrong, and then it comes back to the bridge, an old wooden bridge suspended above a small creek, rickety and worn down from many years of being trodden and driven on.
And worn down.
The lights flashing blue and red over and over in my vision. I looked down to see myself covered in blood. My jacket and jeans were coated in large, dark, warm patches of what I assumed was my blood. The adrenaline worn off. I collapsed in pain. It suddenly dawned on me that my left arm was completely useless. It was mangled beyond recognition. I felt dizzy, definitely from the blood loss. The medics scooped me into a stretcher and whisked me away to hospital. My right arm clutched the switchblade. With the lights, I was able to see myself clearly, despite phasing in and out of consciousness. Blue. The blood was blue. It was the blue of those things. The mimics. I didn't remember much of the ride in the ambulance, besides weakly answering questions and having unfamiliar faces hover over me, talking to each other in medical terms I didn't, and still don't, understand, as I watched them in vision that refused to focus on anything.
Hash brown casserole.
Family visited me.
That sounds
And the doctor said my
sounds like some comfort food to me.
neither were my looks. Turns out my right leg was mangled, but
salvageable. My left arm was broken and dislocated. I now have a scar running from under my left breast to my hip. It's like a pin jagged, like someone stretched out a long birth wound and laid it on my body. My skin was covered in battle scars from me struggling to pound living through those monsters. Neurological damage was sustained to my arm and leg, so I have a limp and damaged motor functions on top of everything else. Plus, medical bills, rent, no car, and everything else that comes along with it. Fired from my job due to scaring away customers. There was now a strike happening, and employees were quitting in the masses. What a bittersweet, petty revenge. That encounter with the units damaged more than just my physical state. My mental state has rapidly rotted away, leaving me to decay and morph into the pathetically hollow shell of a woman I once was. What was most scary about the situation was not the fact I was face to face with certain death. It was how they tracked and killed their prey. They knew your moves before you could make them. They read your mind and collected your memories. They manipulated their prey into following the lights on their head. And then they ate them, tearing flesh and breaking bones. I always worried that they would find me again and finish.
My inventory is not full.
But they couldn't possibly follow me into the city, right? All the smells, all the sounds are different from their woodland home. All the loud noises and new smells would overwhelm them and disorient them. If they enter the city, they're either incredibly stupid or incredibly smart. But I was wrong. Mauled bodies started popping up around the city. These corpses were so destroyed and messed up, it was hard to believe that those victims once looked like who they once were. People who were once alive, breathing, moving, and speaking humans were now getting reduced to nothing but destroyed organs, torn skin, splotched of blood, and shattered bone. Very much dead, and not breathing, nor moving. They were coming, hunting for me. They had a taste of my flesh, my warm, soft meat, and they wanted more. They wouldn't stop until they consumed every last morsel. I'm not safe here, nor is everybody else that lives in this city. It won't be long before they find me. I endangered everyone here. Until I'm dead, they won't leave the city. They're insane, and I know it. I can't sleep at night without having night terrors, without picturing their faces in my mind, without being drawn back into the life I once died. I hate being alone, because being alone would mean they would get me. It would mean I'm defenseless and will make for easy pickings. I'm moving to Los Angeles soon. My family members are pitching in to pay rent. Keegan and his wife will be joining me to keep an eye on me and cut expenses. Away from the forests and away from those fiends, those heathens. I can't help but blame myself these days. After all, it was my choice. All of this happened because I didn't want to sleep in my parents' house for one
Actually, I will leave that. I have an idea. Um, oh, stop trying to attach it to the goddamn thing. There. Just in case anybody needs a campfire or stove around here and need to cook something up. I'll be a good neighbor, like State Farm says.
Number 3. I was at the northeastern corner of Three Rings Ranch in 1984 when it had horses in the SoCal's Inland Empire. It had been 3 weeks or more since I'd taken anything legal or illegal. I've never really been much of a drinker, and there was about 8 other people with me. I was in the area of one of the golf courses which wasn't used due to a deep cavern forming from the flash floods. The night foreman kept about 200 head of cattle there. Somehow, 4 of the horses had gotten out, and we had to search the ranch for them. It was just before lunch, and the day was quite pleasant, sometime between May and July. We found 2 of the 4 mares, and they were very skittish when we found them. They came up to the truck before we even stopped. After that, we then went to the top of the last hill in search of the other 2. When we got there, this thing became visible. What it was, I don't know. I will describe it to you the best I can. It was about 7.5 feet tall. It was anorexic looking. It was like a underweight Bigfoot. It had long, matted dreadlock hair. The hair from its arm reached to its knees, and it was covered in mud, so its coloring was a greenish brown. It walked upright, like a human. Its talons had to be 5 to 8 inches long. The eyes took up about 2/3 of its face, and they were solid, bright, glowing red. The teeth and the fangs were black and looked razor sharp. So this is where things got weird. We all smelled something different, but it was the most pleasant scent we've ever smelled. Its mouth was open, and it was pointing its right index finger at us. None of the 9 of us could look away. We were hypnotized, and the driver It was me. It was slowing down. It was coming closer, and I was thinking to myself, why can't we go? Why can't I stop staring at it? Finally, thank God, the wind shifted, and the spell that was on us lifted. Now we could smell a rotting animal death stink, mixed with vomit, blood, shit, and garbage. Some of us even vomited upon smelling this putrid stench. It was maybe about 15 feet away from us now. The guy next to me put his foot over mine and floored the gas while I centered the truck on it. About 2 feet before hitting it, it was gone, vanished into thin air. We never found the other 2 mares, nor any of the other cattle that went missing. In 2005, I saw 4 of the 8 people from that day. Of those 4, only 2 remembered the encounter. One of them said that the other 4 remembered nothing as well. I wonder if it has anything to do with the hypnosis it put us under that day. That's definitely the scariest shit I've ever seen. Number 2. For starters, I'm a 22-year-old female who currently lives in Sweden. During the winter, the sun is only up for a few hours a day, so it's dark pretty much all of the time when you're not in school or at work. This is something I'm used to. I'm not really afraid of the dark. Last year, I was out riding. I'm 20 at this point. I live on a small farm with a bunch of cattle and a few horses. I was helping my dad and brother move some of the cows one afternoon. The sun had set a few hours prior. The pasture they were being kept in before we moved them had a broken fence and wasn't safe anymore since it was barbed wire. My horse at the time was 3.5 years old, so she was still a bit jumpy. She needed to learn the ropes. A young calf got separated from the group, and I had to chase after it, as my brother and dad had to stay with the rest of the cattle. After a few kilometers, I had lost track of the calf since it was a dense forest. I was walking on a small path with my horse, named Destiny. I stopped and looked straight ahead into the woods. It was dark, and I only had a small flashlight on my helmet and a bigger one in my saddlebag. I couldn't see anything, so I reached for my larger one in my bag. There was a lot of wild animals here, so I wasn't too surprised when Destiny stopped to look around. I thought it was the cow, so I jumped off and tied her to a tree while I went on by foot. I found the calf behind a bush. It was still alive, with its belly and chest cut open, and the intestines were lying all over the ground. I almost threw up at the sight.
Elevators.
And groaning. I grabbed my knife to put it down. When I had done so, I heard a branch snap behind me. There's only 2 things that step on branches in the woods: bears and humans, and there are no bears this far south. I turned around and saw a tall figure with deer horns next to a large tree. The eyes were glowing a bright light. I froze, not moving a muscle. As I stood there, the thing moved closer.
Bring it on, birdie.
Trees. I soon snapped out of it, tossed my flashlight at the thing to scare it, and began running back to Destiny. I swear I could hear the thing screech and hiss as I ran. I didn't look back. I didn't want to. When I got to her, she was stomping her hooves on the ground, clearly upset. I didn't have time to untie her and just cut the rope, as I still had the bloody knife in my hand. I threw myself onto her and she took off running. It was hard to see, since now I only had the small flashlight on my helmet left, but I didn't care. All I could think of was getting back to my dad and brother, or die trying. Even being the young horse Destiny was, she skidded to a stop once we reached the herd, which by this time was in the barn house. I explained what happened, and my dad's face went completely pale as he grabbed his gun and took a few laps around the farmhouse with his horse without finding anything. Me and Dad stayed in the barn that night, afraid that that haven't seen that thing or heard that horrible screech since, and I avoid that jogging track at all cost after dark. I'm very grateful that Destiny didn't tear herself loose that night, as the rope she was tied with was designed to break if it had been pulled hard enough. I have no idea what would have happened to me if she had ran back home, or what that thing was. In all honesty, I don't want to know. I'm just thankful that me and Destiny got back home in one piece.
It was her destiny.
Number 1. So I'm a 17-year-old male who just moved to South Carolina just 6 months ago. This happened only a couple of hours ago, and I'm still not sure what to think about it. I have a hobby of making bokens. These are Japanese wooden swords for those who aren't familiar. Earlier today, I put 2 of the bokens
Gotta be
I've been
one
working on outside my garage.
there
to dry
somewhere.
outside. There is an extremely loving feral cat named Honey that lives outside our house that me and my mother take care of. I'm sorry if these details seem like random tidbits, but they all tie in together later on. Earlier today, I was outside clearing some bushes near a stream that runs through my backyard, and it was just starting to get dark. I bring Honey into the garage where she sleeps at night. Before I go on, let me explain the layout. When you walk out of the garage, to the right, about 40 feet, is the stream with the bushes. Directly ahead of the garage door, about 10 feet, is where I was drawing my swords. To the left is the front driveway of my house, so I call the cat over who is chilling in the front of my house. Honey stops walking towards me about 10 feet away, and starts growling at something in the direction of the stream. I instantly get nervous, since she is not one to growl without purpose. I look over, but it's too dark to see anything. I pick her up and quickly bring her in the garage for the night. About 5 minutes later, I remember the swords, so I put on my shoes and go out to the garage to go outside. Honey is around the center of the garage, just staring at the door. I think nothing of it. But when I walk up to the door to unlock it, she hisses at me. I kind of freak out, since Honey has never hissed at anything as far as I know. I almost decide not to go outside, but since the swords are literally 10 feet from the garage, I say what the hell, I can take care of myself. I should mention that I'm very strong for my age, about 6 foot and 130 pounds, so I don't scare easy. So I walk out, and the air seems off. I hear a faint rustle from across the stream. I grab my bokens and stop halfway to my garage and look at the stream. I wish I was making this up, and I'm sure as hell thankful that I didn't get a good look at whatever the fuck it was. Anyone who has ever played Black Ops 2 Zombies knows the sound of a zombie. Now mix that with a Sasquatch call, and you will get this sound. There was a huge rustle in the bush, and the unholy sound of the Sasquatch zombie, coupled with the sound of charging footsteps. I promptly hopped on the nuke train to fuck thatville, and dashed into the garage. I slammed the door and double-locked that bitch. The footsteps stopped, and I heard them slowly walking back towards the stream. I looked behind me to see the cat, with her fur and tail sticking up, and slightly growling. I stood there and tossed the smallest of the 2 swords to the ground, and kept the largest one in my hand. I eventually relaxed enough to feed the cat and walk back inside. I turned on the back light, but saw nothing. I told my mom, but she doesn't really believe me. She does agree that there might have been something outside though, as she knows that I don't have the tendency to make shit up. I have never felt terror like that before. I should note that from opening the door to running back into the garage took about 15 seconds. I also want to state that this is 100% true. So to the creature that tried to chase me, if somehow you possess the knowledge to use Reddit and is reading this, let's not meet again, because I do know how to use something a lot sharper than a piece of wood. It's been almost 2 years since the incident, so I'll try to recount the events the best I can, though I've tried to forget about it since. Just a heads up, to anyone who doesn't cope well in long, narrow spaces, I wouldn't recommend working at the kind of establishment in which the story takes place. After graduating university, I had spent nearly a whole year applying for jobs in the media industry, specifically film and television based.
Well, shit. I need obsidian
Until one day my
to
mom
make what I
informed me
need,
that
but I
field
can't
engineers
find
were hired to work
obsidian.
cleaning shifts
Fuck
for a
shit.
period of 2 to 3 months at the firm that she worked at,
Hi, Jura.
and that they needed
How
help.
are ya?
I was slightly skeptical about it at first, seeing as I
How's
had
it
no
going?
experience in IT and computer science.
How's your
It wasn't
day?
exactly my desired industry field, but she assured me that it would be manual handling, such as removing and replacing cables, and that I should go ahead and send in my resume. It sounded simple enough, plus the hourly pay rate was too good to be true. As well as that, I could keep applying for media jobs while earning some green. It all seemed logical at this stage, so without hesitation I applied. 3 weeks later, I was fortunate enough to be accepted and commenced my 2 8-hour day work shifts a week. It started out pretty well, accessing the data hall to check the
Having your morning coffee? Nice.
very easygoing work. The data hall itself could be slightly unsettling at times, though. The overhead lights in each aisle were motion censored and would go out every 5 minutes or so, depending on your proximity, leaving nothing but patches of pure blackness. You could also become so accustomed to the sound of the AC that you would eventually drown it out, making noises from elsewhere more apparent. Plus, you would get the occasional jolt from walking into someone in the halls. This didn't bother me so much in the beginning. Being a horror movie enthusiast, it takes some doing to scare me. However, about a month into the job, things began to get very eerie. I was working one of the night shifts with Mick, a fellow colleague. Mick was a pretty decent guy, a family man in his late 40s, early 50s, tall and very easy to get along with. It would be fair to say that when we were working together, I felt very safe. He had to shoot off early as he had kids to look after. I assured him that I would be fine all by myself, and that I had enough to keep myself occupied for the remaining time. About 15 minutes after Mick left the hall, I was plucking away at some wiring frames when I began to hear a strange noise coming from the dark far end of the hall. I could make it out to be something between a footstep and a trot, awkwardly paced. I turned my head in the direction of the noise before calling out, "Nick? Nick, is that you?" There was no response. By this time, the sound had ceased. I put down the cables I was holding, got out my pocket torch, and made my way over to the far corner, the lights above illuminating the path behind me. When I got to the far end, I found nothing. There was no sign of anybody having been there. Despite the baffling nature of the situation, I shrugged it off and called it a night. The following week, I was back into work. I was informed by Carl, the security guard, that Mick would not be in this week due to family matters, and that I would be working solo. It kinda came across as sketchy at first, but I trusted his word and went on with my shift. I would say I spent a solid 4 hours in the data hall. It was during that 4 hours that I heard a familiar sound coming from the far end of the nearby aisle. It was the trotting foot noise. What followed next was even more unnerving. I can only describe it as a low, almost demonic baritone purr. What the fuck? I thought to myself. I slowly and quietly crept over to the aisle with my torch in hand, my shiver creeping down my spine. Once I got to the aisle, I peeked around the corner to see what was down on the other end. There was only blackness, and so I turned the torch on and raised it up to reveal something shocking. What I saw, if only for a half second, was a pair of thin hind legs. The shiver in my spine suddenly intensified before the legs walked off to the side and out of sight. There wasn't time for me to make out much more than that. I proceeded to power walk, then jog down the aisle, with the lights above illuminating behind me. I got to the end of the aisle, but I found nothing. In a state of overwhelming perplexity, I made my way to the security office and knocked on the door. Carl opened up, and with a slight look of concern on his face, he asked me,
"Hey man, everything alright? Is something wrong?"
"Carl, listen, has anybody else been in the data hall apart from me? Because I'm sure I saw someone or something in there with me," I replied nervously.
No. I've been looking at these monitors all this time, and nobody else has gone in or come out of there.
I spent the rest of the day up in the main offices trying to calm my nerves. On the drive home, I had many questions racing through my mind. What exactly was it I saw? Was it my imagination? Was it real? If so,
Because you was on the drugs.
Technological environment, and if it was in fact real, why weren't the lights above illuminating it? It just didn't make any sense. I wish I could tell you it ended there, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Against my better judgment, I decided to work the next shift. It may have seemed unwise at the time, but I needed every penny I could earn. Plus, it was the last shift of the working week, and I would have several days off to relax afterwards. I wish I hadn't gone that night. Despite what I had seen prior, I was not prepared for what was to come. I would be working solo again, as Mick was still away on family matters. Upon entering the data hall, I had a thought. If I was going to be working alone, I wanted as much light as I could get. I started roaming each aisle from my end, figuring I would get enough light to last me maybe 15 to 20 minutes until the next lab. But then, after not even getting a quarter of the way around, a sudden realization set in. From that point on, none of the lights would come on. I was both shocked and confused now. After a couple of minutes of
Oh
pondering,
no.
I foolishly brushed it off.
No lights.
Untangling cables on one of the corner frames, as there was just enough light there in order for me to work. A solid hour had gone by at this point, and things seemed to be going okay, despite the lack of light. However, only a few moments later, my ears picked up a most disturbing sound, an all too familiar one. I felt it like a punch in the gut. It was the demonic purring and trotting noise, coming from the far end of the hall, only louder this time. I hugged the wiring frame while shaking in fear. What I saw next will haunt me until the day I'm dead and buried. Stupidly, out of morbid curiosity, I stuck my head to the side of the frame, and I saw something standing at the far corner of the outer aisle. Standing there, in the near darkness, was the silhouette of a figure, with those thin hind legs, a broad, muscular upper body, and a pair of glowing red eyes, staring directly at me. It felt like an anvil had dropped and crushed my ribcage, as I just stood, frozen stiff. Then after a few seconds, the creature began to approach me with trembling steps. I was unable to move at that moment, as I was still frozen with fear. The creature could only make it halfway, before I finally snapped out of it, bolted through the hall, down the corridor, past the security office, and out of the front doors. I hopped furiously into my car, started up the engine, and drove home like a man with nothing to lose. My mom was still up by the time I got home. She immediately noticed the look of trepidation on my face, and began to fear the worst as I staggered my way inside. I told her everything, and she gradually calmed me down, telling me that she would look into it come morning. The following day came after seemingly endless hours without sleep, and we were once again informed by Carl that I was the only person working in the hall that night. Still feeling unnerved over this ordeal, I decided that day to throw in the towel and quit my job at the firm. There was no way in hell I was going back there again. I have since been fortunate enough to get a job as a sound engineer for a local production company, and have undergone some counseling at the request of my mother. I enjoy the work I do now, and the atmosphere is refreshingly pleasant. The supposed hallucinations have ceased for some time now. To this day, the meaning behind the incident remains unclear. Then again, I guess some things are best left that way. Number 2. This is a story about a culmination of events that happened over the course of almost a decade, from when I was a small child to the present day. It is without a doubt the most unnerving thing that's ever happened to me. It started right after we moved to the countryside of Afton, Oklahoma. Afton is so small that it's barely big enough to be on the weather map. I lived for most of the year with my mother and stepfather, but during the summer and every other weekend, I would spend with my biological father. The house was on a hill, as was our neighbors, and my grandparents were just up the road. That area was called Horse Creek, and there was a legend surrounding it that a tribe of Indians was living on that land in the mid-1800s. A group of settlers wanted to take control of the land, so they sectioned off a bit and went in to find it inhabited by the Indians, and they decided just to kill them all. They sent the cavalry to secure the village and forced the warriors upstream. They positioned riflemen to pick them off one by one. They shot them in the creek like animals, and the horses continued to run upstream until the waters rose too high. They drowned, trying to escape. When I was little, I remember seeing a very tall man, or a shadow of a man in the woods by the house. Whenever I would look at it would hide.
Shadow Man.
This went on for a few years. I got older, and I would hear whispers sometimes that would pierce the air. I always brushed it off as me hearing it.
No
My
cactus
father
fruit.
actually took up a job at a wellness center about 30 minutes away, leaving me alone for most, if not all, of the morning. One day we looked out our bedroom window that overlooked the pasture down at the bottom of the ridge, and we saw a coyote, but it was walking very strangely.
A
It
coyote.
stumbled but kept at a steady pace, not slowing down at all. And it was in the middle of the day. Most coyotes come out at night to hunt, but not this one. We took out a pair of binoculars to get a closer look. Then, I kid you not, it started galloping into the trees like some kind of horse. Sometimes I would be outside, and I would hear 3 sharp whistles that I assumed were birds. But after doing some research, I determined that there was no type of bird that could have made such a noise. Sometimes I would hear this terrifying screech out from the hills. It pierced the air, and it felt like a knife in your eardrum. I always knew it was some kind of animal, but again, in retrospect, no animal could have made that noise. We would go camping occasionally by the creek, and I would always feel like we were being watched. One night I went to relieve myself up at the edge of the woods by the creek, and when I finished I heard a branch snap nearby. Only 2 things were capable of snapping branches: large animals or people. I heard loud thuds, footsteps, heavy footsteps, and quietly went back to the campsite. But the most disturbing encounter was one night a few years ago. We were driving home on a clear night, shortly after sunset, and a fog swept across the road. Then something dashed across the street. It was at least 7 foot tall. It had spikes running up and down its back, slender limbs. It had large hands and long claws, and moved in a slouched position. When our headlights hit it, it took 2 strides to get across the road, and a third to bound over the ditch and barbed wire fencing, and disappeared on the other side. The next day my father left, and I went outside to go check the dogs. There was a tall figure standing at our mailbox at the top of the hill. I thought I was seeing things. It went away a few hours later. The next day we checked the mailbox, and in the dirt, we noticed what appeared to be an enormous clawed handprint. He moved away a few years ago. I'm not certain about anything, but after hearing more stories and accounts, I think that the creature we saw was a skinwalker. I'm glad we don't live there anymore. That's my story, and I'm terrified just thinking about it. And I'm always wondering why it never hunted us down, but I think whatever higher power may be looking over me, it didn't. Number 3. I know most scary stories tend to happen in the dark, but mine takes place in the daylight. I know how this sounds, but there's some kind of thing that resembles an animal, but clearly is not, and it's stalking our woods. And nobody in town believes me. Yesterday at 5 a.m., I woke up and went for a jog. I started up a quiet back road surrounded by trees, when out of the corner of my eye, I saw something running alongside me, right inside the tree line.
Backstabbing little bastard.
This thing looked to be almost 7 feet tall, judging by the height of the surrounding branches. But that made absolutely no sense to me, that such a tall thing could keep pace with me through the undergrowth, and barely make any noise. It was completely hairless and abnormally thin, and had pale skin. It made eye contact with me, and I saw its piercing, unblinking blue eyes, and I immediately started running as fast as I could back towards my house without looking back. I was convinced that this thing was hauling ass right behind me. When I arrived back at my house, I sprinted up through the backyard, into my kitchen through the back door, and it suddenly occurred to me that I shouldn't have returned to my own house, because now it knows where to find me. My heart was racing and I still felt paranoid. I could still feel its eyes on me from the shadows outside. I tried to calm myself down, but the uncomfortable sensation of being watched wouldn't stop. So I called a friend at 6 in the morning to pick me up and take me anywhere, as long as it was away from my house. My family was actually on good terms with the mayor of the town. So after my friend picked me up, I made the stupid mistake of calling him out of sheer panic, without any kind of proof whatsoever. I didn't get directly through to him, but left a very winded, terrified, and pleading message on his voicemail. I was later informed that he was furious at me for abusing my knowledge of his private number, and forbade me from ever calling him again. Of course, he didn't believe me, but I doubt he actually took a moment to even consider what I was saying. I've decided that tonight, 3 of my friends and I are going to arm ourselves, and go out into the woods where I saw this creature, and show everyone that I'm not a liar or crazy. It's not just me either. I live in a part of New York where people have claimed to see this thing lurking around in the woods and dark alleys, but no one pays attention to the
Oh, it's a
clues
blue
or
bunny.
to
Oh, it
investigate
changes
for the
colors?
this thing, and we are going to get that proof. If no one hears from me again,
It changes colors, but it doesn't give you cool shit.
this time we couldn't outrun it.
There's always a reason to be afraid. Number 1.
I've had 2 paranormal encounters so far in my life, and I think that recounting the first one may have actually caused the second one. In 2004, when I was 6, my family took a road trip across country driving from Alabama to Arizona. After the first night of traveling, we stopped at this dirt cheap motel that was
Alabama.
individual rooms didn't even have bathrooms. There was just a community one in the lobby. After we had all been settled, I asked my grandfather if he would walk me to the bathroom because it was dark outside and I was afraid to go alone. He took my hand into the room when we saw something pale and tall dart across the parking lot. We both stopped in our tracks, too confused to know what it had been. We had only caught a brief glimpse of it, but we saw enough to realize it was something not quite right. It was kind of like leafing through the pages of a
About that bullshit, eh?
picture of a toaster, except in our case, we couldn't flip back through the pages to make sure. I don't remember if my grandfather said anything, but I guess we kind of shrugged it off and continued to the bathroom. On our way back, I was babbling on to my grandfather about some cartoon. The glimpse of the strange pale creature was already forgotten. Then my grandfather froze and told me to be quiet. Across the parking lot was an empty plot of land, with an ancient rusty bulldozer tilting sideways in the dirt. It took me a moment for my eyes
Oh,
to adjust,
shit.
but when I saw it, I remember gasping and clinging on to my grandfather's leg. There was something tall and skeletal slumped over, or perhaps leaning on the bulldozer, with its back towards us, and it was swaying slightly back and forth, as though it was dizzy and trying to catch its breath. As young as I was, I understood that if this thing was only leaning against the bulldozer, but still making it tilt sideways, regardless of how frail it looked, it had to have been incredibly strong. For perhaps 10 or 12 seconds we stood there silently, too afraid to move. My grandfather finally bent down and picked me up, but when he lifted me up, I remember his old joints popped. Then the thing spun around to look towards us. I remember two enormous pale eyes, as clear as fire against the night sky, staring straight at us for perhaps 3 seconds, before making a sharp screaming noise, and bolted away from the bulldozer, and sprinted into the darkness on 2 legs. I remember the metallic sound of claws against the bulldozer's rusty frame as it took off. I remember I started crying my eyes out and pleaded to go back to the room, but my grandfather turned around, and we noticed that the manager that we had met in the lobby was standing outside. He seemed dirt lot as well, but unlike us, didn't seem nearly as terrified. My grandfather asked him what the hell that thing was, and the manager simply replied, "That was a skinwalker." Now on to my second encounter. In 2008, when I was 10, I was in my 20s, and during the summer we drove to Utah for a camping trip deep in the woods. After setting up our
Always
campsite,
in
we gathered
Utah.
around the fire and began hounding each other for stories about their scariest experiences. Of course, I shared my story about the skinwalker, but not only did no one believe me, I failed to even creep anyone out. I was after all, and probably had done a shitty job explaining the details. That night, the other scout I was sharing the tent with wouldn't settle down and go to sleep, and his restlessness was keeping me awake. I told him to stop moving, but he said he heard something outside the tent. I reminded him that we were in the woods, and it was probably just some animal, but he was convinced that the sound was getting closer. I stupidly called out loudly for whatever the thing was to scram, hoping to scare the supposed animal off. But immediately after I called out, we heard the most blood-curdling scream I ever heard in my life. Imagine the roar of a mountain lion combined with the wail of a banshee. It lasted for about 25 seconds without stopping for a breath. I'm not exaggerating, because after what felt like 10 seconds, I started counting. We went dead silent, but from around the campsite we heard other kids freaking out. The kid next to me pissed his pants. I unzipped the tent and peered outside to see one of the scout leaders walking across the camp with his shotgun up. I looked in the direction he was walking and saw those exact same pale eyes peering out from the shadows. The counselor fired the shotgun, but the eyes didn't even flinch. He fired it a second time, but again the eyes remained locked on him. He cocked the gun to fire a third time when the creature stepped out of the darkness. It looked like a wolf this time, standing on its hind legs, with deer antlers sprouting out from its head. The skinwalker fired for a third time, and the skinwalker turned around and disappeared into the woods. As far as I know, the scout leader and I were the only two who actually saw it, but I didn't say anything. We immediately abandoned the camp and made for the bus in
Oh,
pajamas.
that unlocked something.
One of the campers lost their puppy, and unfortunately we had to leave it behind after a few short minutes of calling it. As far as I know, our tents are still there. So those are my stories. I can't be sure if it was the same skinwalker both times, but the fact that I encountered a second one the exact same night I share my experience with the first one, well, some coincidences are just too extreme. Who knows? If the scout leader hadn't been armed, It might have taken me back to the shadows with it. Let's hope after typing this out, it doesn't find me again. Number 2. So I want to tell this to the world while it's still fresh in my mind. A few weeks ago, my girlfriend and I were at my house alone watching TV. My parents were out for dinner in a movie, and my sister was spending the night at her friend's house. We both were draped across the couch, just channel surfing and making small talk, when my girlfriend asked if we had any beer. I got up from the couch and walked over to the kitchen, when I noticed our motion sensor light go off in the backyard. We lived on a residential street, but the lawns were fairly large and spacious, and there were several trees separating our property from our neighbors. Our backyard was all fenced in, because the people who lived in our house before us used to keep horses. Curious as to what might have set off the motion sensor light, I peeked outside, but I didn't notice anything suspicious. I saw our back porch, our pool, and at the far end of the lawn within the fence, the old barn that used to house the horses, that we now keep our lawnmower in. Figuring it was nothing, I grabbed some beers and snacks, and returned to the couch. My girlfriend was skimming through Netflix and selected a random episode of Top Gear, which was my dad's favorite show. She rested her head on my lap and started asking me questions about the show. But I couldn't really concentrate. From my spot on the couch, I could partially see through the kitchen window, and noticed the motion sensor light flicking back on. For roughly an hour, I tried to ignore it, but the light was never off for more than a few seconds before it flicked back on again. And when the episode finally ended, I was somewhere between very annoyed and slightly spooked. I told my girlfriend I was going out back for a moment, and grabbed my flashlight. I decided to go around the backyard the long way, through the garage, so I could also find my baseball bat. But when I opened the door, the first thing I noticed was the garage door was up. The second thing I noticed were the wet footprints that led directly from outside in the darkness to where I was standing. I then doubled back. The shape of the footprints confused me. They didn't look like normal human feet. They looked curved, or cloven, like an animal's. I felt my heart skip a beat. I was under the impression that when my parents left, they had shut the garage door. I had no idea that it was open this entire time. Going further into the garage, I noticed something had knocked off a pile of newspapers from the shelves. I could see a breeze blowing a few of them off.
Oh, there it is.
The pile seemed hard to believe. I walked across the garage and stepped into the driveway, holding my flashlight and my bat. There was nothing in the front yard. I went around back to find the motion sensor light was on. And even more strange, a single newspaper page was fluttering lazily in the breeze against the fence. I know it sounds cliche, but I was sure in that moment that I felt eyes on me. And all of a sudden I felt very exposed and vulnerable. I raced around to the front of the house, shut the garage door, and walked back inside. My girlfriend saw the look on my face and asked me what was wrong, but I told her to stay quiet, and I turned off all the lights inside. Then I walked through the darkness into the kitchen and manually turned off the motion sensor light, plunging the backyard into darkness. My girlfriend was actually keeping it together pretty well, despite my behavior, and asked what she needed to do to help. I had her double-check the front door, while I called my dad. When he picked up, he said he was in the movie and couldn't talk, but I quickly explained that someone had been in our garage and was possibly now prowling around in our backyard. My dad gave the generic answer of a parent who was pretty confident his kid was worried about nothing and that he would be home soon. Then he hung up. I tried to calm myself down, thinking those footprints could have been made by some random animal. The motion sensor light could have been simply malfunctioning. My girlfriend returned to the kitchen, and we both sat at the table in darkness, our eyes adjusting to the light, whispering to each other about what to do next. That's when we both heard it. I remember the exact moment, because we were both cut off in mid-sentence. From somewhere outside in the distance, we heard what sounded like hooves against concrete. My brain snapped into action, and I had one of those adrenaline-charged moments where you act without thinking. I leapt up and turned on the motion sensor light again, and flooded the backyard with light. That's when we saw it, and my girlfriend screamed. Standing out by the pool was an extremely tall humanoid figure with a hooked face and long antlers growing out from its head. When the lights came upon it, it turned and made eye contact with us for perhaps 2 seconds. It then sprinted across the yard towards the barn. I heard the heavy clomping footsteps as it ran across the pavement surrounding the pool. I remember being amazed with how fast it had been moving, and it disappeared into the darkness of the barn. After sprinting 60 or so yards in a matter of a few seconds, my first instinct was that it had to be some kind of sick prank, like that clown thing that was happening for a while, and that maybe it was just a guy in a suit. But what shook me was how nimbly it had moved, as well as how quickly. My girlfriend pressed her hands to her mouth and kept screaming into her palms as I flung open the sliding door to the backyard and pointed the flashlight at the barn. I remember taking 2 steps out into the yard when my flashlight caught its eye shot. From inside the barn, it was staring back at us. I am shaking as I'm typing this, and all my lights are on. Because in that moment, I remember in my head screaming, "Holy fuck, humans do not have eye shine like that." I ducked back into the house, slammed the door, and locked it. I grabbed my girlfriend by the arm and grabbed my car keys from the hook in the wall. We ran out of the front door, sprinted across the front lawn, and practically dove headfirst into my car. We then floored it out of there. From the safety of the Walmart parking lot down the road, we called the police. My parents
You know, Walmart saves the day.
The police checked out the barn and saw the tracks in the dirt. We concluded that it was likely some kind of animal that had spooked us. My girlfriend and I continued to insist that it had been standing on 2 legs. The cops eventually left without even filing a report. It didn't help that my girlfriend and I were both barely of legal drinking age and smelled of beer. My parents apologized to the cops about 60 times. Since that night, I've been over it about 1,000 times in my head. I'm sure of what I saw, and I don't think it was some random animal. It was intelligent. It had quietly crept into our garage to listen by the door while we sat a few feet away on the couch. Then it likely knocked over the newspapers with its antlers. I think it was the creature known as the Goat Man. I moved out of my parents'
Goat
place
man,
and
goat
I'm living
man.
with my girlfriend in a 3rd-floor apartment now. We both feel much better. I talked to my dad the other night on the phone, and he said that the motion sensor light was on all night.
Goat man likes to read old newspapers. What's wrong with that?
Probably shouldn't be sharing the story, as technically it's still an open police investigation.
It's the only way you can keep up with it. Local news. I mean, it's not like his antlers give him internet access.
I'll be able to sleep soundly again. In early summer of 2015, my friend Michael invited some friends and I to his place for a bonfire. His parents are loaded and own a massive property with a lake and surrounding woods in Alabama. His parents had just recently purchased a brand new RV and had driven down the long dirt road that led behind their houses to park it by the lake. I suppose they saw it as their lake house. I don't get it. Fucking rich people. Point being that Michael wanted to have a bonfire right outside the RV and have some friends over to drink and listen to music. Aside from Michael and myself, our group included Derek, Jake, and my friend with benefits, Carrie. We were all of drinking age, but just barely, and Jake had actually just turned 21 a few days earlier. We loaded up Mike's car with 2 30-packs, pizza, weed, music, and some other snacks, and everything we would need to start and maintain the fire. We drove down the dirt road to the lake and parked by the RV. It would have been at least a 10-minute walk without the car, and we didn't feel like carrying all the supplies downhill, and we definitely didn't feel like walking back uphill later on. The first few hours was just a blur of booze and weed. We all got hammered and baked, and listened to music while we leapt in and out of the lake, and the guys kept trying to get Carrie to take her top off, which I personally had mixed feelings about. After all the pizza and wings and s'mores were gone, we sat around the fire being dumb southern kids talking about all manner of things. we would have never spoken about in front of our parents. Derek was wasted worse than any of us, and stood up and pissed directly into the fire, right in front of all of us. We started screaming and laughing and throwing beer cans at him. And when he was finished, he pointed to the far side of the lake.
Ew, burnt urine.
Look, a fucking moose. We all glanced over, but I couldn't see anything in the dark. Mike called bullshit and claimed that he had never seen a moose on his property before. Derek insisted he could see it and continued.
And he sticks to landing. Right on time.
I was able to make out a four-legged animal with antlers against the trees about 40 or so yards away. Honestly, I was so drunk, I was probably misreading the distance quite a bit. Out loud, I said, "Yeah, I see it too, but I'm not sure it's a moose. Could be a buck." Mike and the others stood up, but none of us could make it out. Derek grabbed his cell phone and said he was going to take a selfie with it. Jake and Mike immediately laughed and told him to do it. I told him it was probably not worth it, because I didn't want him slipping and falling in the lake, as drunk as he was. In retrospect, I don't know if this had anything to do with the events that unfolded. We didn't mention it to the police, but I'll add it here anyway. There came a long, wailing cry from the direction of the woods.
Okay, that'd be creepy as fuck.
Exactly where it had originated, but it definitely didn't sound like a moose. I think we were all shaken, but were acting braver than we felt. Mike remarked that he wasn't sure what it was. Probably some dying animal. He went back to smoking his blunt and playing a game on his cell phone. Despite the wailing sound, Derek had already begun making his way around the lake to get a picture with the moose. I knew it was a bad idea, and looking back, I really should have stopped him. Carrie was getting frisky, though, and kept sliding her hand down the back of my pants. So we went into the RV and started making out on the couch. I'm not sure how long exactly we were in there, but we had just rounded second base and were getting ready to head to the bed when Jake opened the door and told us to stop fucking around and get back out there to help him look for Derek. Carrie and I composed ourselves and came back outside to see Mike about a dozen yards away calling Derek's name. Jake was calling Derek's cell but wasn't getting an answer. I thought, damn it, he may have fallen into the lake. We grabbed some flashlights and made our way together as a group around the lake in the direction Derek had been heading. When we were about halfway around, Mike went one way, Jake went another, and Carrie and I stayed close to the water, looking for any trace of him possibly falling in. Again, in retrospect, we should have taken the situation much more seriously and called Mike's parents. But we were all plastered and not thinking straight. After what felt like 10 minutes, I stopped the piss, and Carrie started complaining about how she was cold. We turned around to head back in the direction of the fire, which we could still see clearly through the trees. I called out to Mike and Jake that we were heading back, but neither of them called back in reply. After another moment is when it happened. To this day, I'll never forget it. I was walking just behind Carrie when I stopped to lean my right hand on a tree and lifted my right sneaker up to remove a pebble or something that had been caught in it. And my flashlight beam drifted when I brought my left hand down. That's when I heard a grunt or a heavy exhale. Which might have been because of the sudden rapid movement of the flashlight, but it definitely wasn't a human sound. It was far too deep. I straightened up and shone my flashlight beam into the woods, and I saw it. It was the moose, and it was staring right at me. But there was blood staining its teeth and dripping down from the fur around its mouth. Just beneath it, lying on the ground,
Finally stuck the landing on a crystal today.
The unthinkable happened. The moose stood up on its hind legs. Whatever it was not a moose. I remember exactly what I did. I screamed, "Fuck," as loud as I could, and yelled at Carrie to run. I grabbed her
Fuck.
When I dashed by her, I left a bruise. She was freaking out and panicking, having had no idea what I had just seen, and yelling questions at me. But I just kept telling her to run. She tripped and went sprawling forward, and for maybe 2 or 3 seconds, I think I was actually dragging her, but I stopped, helped her back up, and we both kept running. When we reached the bonfire, I turned and saw Jake sprinting out of the woods after us. I kept running past the RV and jumped into the driver's seat of Mike's car, but the keys were not in the ignition. I wasn't about to go searching the camp looking for them. Mike may have had them on him still, and I definitely wasn't going to risk locking myself in the RV. I grabbed Carrie again and sprinted up the hill, Jake following right behind. When we got to the house, we burst through the back door and started screaming that Mike and Derek were dead, to which Mike's parents flipped their shit. They called 911, and Mike's father grabbed his gun and drove his Jeep down the hill. I vomited twice as Carrie cried, and Jake kept frantically screaming that he had found fresh blood. Mike's mother kept yelling at us, demanding to know what we saw, but I couldn't say anything, except, it wasn't a moose. It wasn't a moose. It wasn't a moose. Long story short, Mike and Derek are still missing to this day. The police arrived, swept the area, and while they did find 2 separate spots on the forest floor where there was fresh blood, they never found any bodies. The cops suspected foul play, of course, and we were the prime suspects. Carrie had bruises on her arm and a twisted ankle. Jake had blood all over his sneakers, and I was sweating profusely with my adrenaline levels through the roof. Not to mention we were all drunk out of our minds. We were all brought in for questioning. I told them I saw some kind of animal squatting over a body, soaked in blood. They asked me if it could have been a guy in a suit, and I suppose that's not impossible, but when I made contact with it, I got such an intense feeling of dread and foreboding, I honestly doubt it was human. The eyes seemed to whisper, "You're next." They searched the woods for days and sent divers into the lake. If you live in southern Alabama, you may have heard about the investigation at the time. It was on the news. There wasn't enough evidence to press charges on any of us, so they had to let us go. Though Mike's family and Derek's mother are convinced that we had something to do with it, and to this day are still trying to build a case against us. Carrie and I don't talk anymore, and Jake actually moved out west. I know what you're thinking. I was drunk, stoned, and probably seeing things. And yeah, that is possible. But the fact is,
Hang tight,
that
chat.
2
I'll
young
be
girls
right
disappeared,
back.
and they both lost a lot of blood just before they did. I've spent a lot of time staring at the ceiling during my sleepless nights, and after doing some research on the internet, I've come to my own personal conclusion that what I saw was a Wendigo. It's the only explanation that sits right with me. Not that that matters much, because ever since that night, in every dark room and shadow, I feel like I see those eyes staring back at me. There's always a reason to be afraid. I used to consider myself a pretty intelligent guy. As a teenager, you reach a point where you think you know enough about the world that you'll be able to navigate the perils of life easily, if only you could be given the chance. I don't feel that way anymore. I live in a very isolated area. Our property used to be a small part of a very large country club and golf course, which now sits abandoned. I'm used to being isolated because the view from any window in my house only showcases wide open fields, hills, and clusters of trees. I became used to taking my dog out all hours of the night without a leash, and just letting him run all over and bark his head off. I was never worried about bothering anyone, and even less worried about encountering anyone. One evening I was sitting in my living room at about 3 a.m. I had just finished watching a movie, and I was in that frame of mind where I was ready to head upstairs and go to bed. But I was too comfortable to move, so I just sat there scrolling through my phone absent-mindedly. The glow from my phone was the only light in the room, and I was only a few steps away from the back door, which was hardly ever locked. From the garage, I heard my dog start making noise. He gave a few deep, threatening barks, and then I heard him scratching at the carport door. For a few moments, I just ignored him, figuring that he caught the scent of a deer or something, and it would wander off. But the barking only intensified. Annoyed that he would wake up the whole house if he kept at it, I stood up and walked towards the garage door. The barking and scratching continued as I slid on my shoes and stepped into the garage. I flicked on the light. My dog was there, standing on his makeshift bed, but he wasn't anywhere near the carport door where the scratching noises were coming from. I paused, picked up a tennis ball, and tossed it at the door, figuring that it would scare off whatever animal was on the other side. The tennis ball bounced softly off
Alright,
the surface and rolled into the corner.
let's
Then the
finish
scratching
this
stopped,
tower
but
off.
my mind still wasn't put at ease. For starters, my dog hadn't instinctively bolted after the ball like he usually does, but instead he stood exactly where he was, still barking at the unseen thing. The second reason I didn't feel better was because the scratching sound didn't come to an abrupt, interrupted halt. It sort of slowed down, became softer, and then stopped. So it wasn't like the thing on the other side of the door was startled by the tennis ball. It was more like
so
it
you
was
can always take a
suddenly
picture
aware of
of
my
the mirror. You can
presence
take a picture of the
and
bone. You can also
choosing to
just
stop on
picking
its
up the
own.
bone counts as credit
After
of
another
finding the
moment,
bone, but you
I
can
got
take a
annoyed at
picture to get
myself
extra
for
points.
being as creeped out as I was. I figured that I would leash my dog to the wall, open the garage door, and really scare the thing off. I attached my dog to his leash, sat on the steps, and hit the button. The carport door started to rumble as it began to raise itself slowly, and the light from the inside illuminated the driveway. I was expecting to see something small dart off quickly, but one thing I definitely wasn't expecting to see was the outline of two human-like legs forming in the darkness as the door continued to rumble open. The legs didn't move at all in response. In fact, they remained as still as a marble statue. As the door kept rising, I saw the torso and the arms start to take shape. I honestly don't know how to describe them other than pale and rough. I didn't see any clothing, just an outline of a body. The first thing that popped into my mind was that creature with its eyes on its hands from Pan's Labyrinth. My dog was barking like mad and tugging on its leash, but before the door could lift itself any higher and reveal whatever was above the figure's shoulders, I smacked the button again. The door paused, and then slowly began to lower itself again. I stood frozen, not taking my eyes off the thing before the door slowly set itself down on the concrete. I immediately grabbed a hatchet off of the shelf, took my dog, locked the garage door, and went inside. 1,000 questions were assaulting me at once, the most prominent being what the hell that thing was out there. Was I in danger? And was I going crazy? I had just about made up my mind that it was some kind of trespasser playing a sick joke when I witnessed something that shot that theory down. When I got to the back door to lock it, I saw something tearing across the backyard on two legs, faster than I expect any human would dare to run in the dark. When it reached the low fence that surrounded our pool, it leapt forward into a dive, landed on its arms, and then continued to bound out into the darkness on all fours. The next morning I couldn't bring myself to tell the rest of my family. I knew how it would sound, and I knew that none of them would ever believe me. I examined the scratch marks on the door and the footprints in the grass, but nothing about them was so unusual that they would help to validate my account in any way. I don't know what to think anymore. I used to consider myself an intelligent person, but now I'm terrified of something I can't explain. I don't feel safe in my own home anymore. What if that thing comes back? There is something in the woods behind my house. My sister was the first to see it months ago, stating that she saw it watching her from the tree line. But I blew it off as nothing. I imagine that most people would. There's not much to do out there. We can't get wireless internet or cell phone signal, so we mostly spend our time in town. A few weeks after she reported seeing this thing in our backyard, we were returning home from a night out. The garage door wasn't working, and we didn't feel like lifting the door manually. So we parked the car in the driveway and began walking up the path to the front door, when we both heard a noise. It was a deep, clear whooping cry. It didn't seem to be coming from the immediate area, but it was still far too close for my liking. What the hell was that? My sister asked in confused astonishment. I had no idea, but I was too tired to give it much thought. I quickly unlocked the front door to let us in. Once inside, it was easy just to dismiss it as nothing. We turned on the TV and air conditioning, and by the time we went to bed, I had completely forgotten about it. Maybe a week later, we were sitting around the back of our house at basement level under our deck. It was about 10 at night. There was barely any lights on in the house, and we were talking and smoking cigarettes. Had either of us remembered that noise we heard, we may have decided to smoke inside. From the distance, we heard the cry once more. And this time, I could definitely sense emotion to it. It sounded alarmed. My sister and I immediately went silent and then stood up. Which direction is that coming from? I asked. My sister put out her smoke and took a few steps forward. We then heard a shuffle of movement a few yards away in the trees. The shuffling turned into a loud snap, and we both booked it back inside. We locked the doors and turned off all the lights, and for a few minutes we tried to peer outside to catch a glimpse of what may have been watching us from the woods. But we didn't see anything. This time it was much harder to dismiss. The following Wednesday after the incident, I was home by myself. I remember the day of the week because my sister was at the gym. It was just starting to get dark when I went out and sat down under the deck again for a smoke. Because there was still daylight in the sky, my nerves were calm. I wasn't worried about seeing or hearing anything. So far, we had only heard those weird cries late at night. I had mentioned to my sister that we should put some motion sensor lights back there, but we both knew that we wouldn't follow through on that. I was just sitting there in the silence, looking at the trees as I smoked, and thinking about what was in the fridge. And that's when my eyes caught something, and before I knew what I was looking at, my body tensed up. There was a short figure crouched in the trees peering out at me. I could just make it out through the shadows as it leaned forward through the trees. I didn't take my eyes off of it, and I was careful to only make slight movements, as to not reveal to the thing that I saw it. I watched it shift its weight and turn its head slightly, and that's when I saw the faint glow of two glassy yellow eyes beneath its hair. I'm not sure how long I stared at it, maybe 2 minutes or so, but my cigarette burnt out, and when I set it down the creature vanished back behind the tree. I then heard a very faint rustling of the leaves. The rustling was so soft I wouldn't have paid any attention to it otherwise. I stood up and tried to find it again, but I couldn't. After another minute, I heard something cry out.
I couldn't.
I wasn't surprised by it this time. It was almost like I was expecting it. I went back inside and locked my door. I immediately began to feel uneasy. Not having my eyes on the thing made me nervous. I grabbed my dad's old shotgun from the closet and sat in the living room staring at the backyard until my sister came home. I then told her about my experience. Most of you may think that I saw some kind of monkey in the trees, but what type of monkey has eyes that glow yellow in the dark? It's only a guess, but we think whatever I saw in the trees is young and curious, and was trying to get a look at us. cry that we hear might be its parent, calling out to it that it's time to come home.
Mayhap it is, mayhap it ain't.
With my friend on the St. Johns River Delta, which is a system of several rivers that branch out all over eastern Florida. After a day of kayaking, we returned to my sailboat to spend the night on the mattress benches in the cabin. We settled in at about 10 p.m., and even though my friend passed out quickly, I had a hard time drifting off to sleep because of the sound of rain pattering on the cabin roof above me. I couldn't determine exactly why, but once the sun had gone down, I no longer felt safe. That didn't make any sense to me, as I had been coming out to the river delta to camp for years, and I had never felt a discomfort quite like this before. It was as though I had missed something obvious and potentially dangerous, and my mind was keeping me on high alert. At about 3 in the morning, I awoke from a light sleep for apparently no reason. There hadn't been any loud sound from outside, and the boat hadn't shaken or been rocked in any way. Still, I decided to peer outside the porthole that faced the entrance to the canal. The feeling that something wasn't right was still there. That's when my eyes fell upon a dark figure at the far side of the river. Its body was outlined by the glow of a distant street lamp. I felt shocked, but not surprised. I had almost known that something was going to be there. The figure made its way into the water and started swimming towards the boat in a stealthy, silent way. It barely made a ripple across the water as it approached. I suddenly started wondering if the thing was even human. I considered my options as I began to panic. The cabin of my boat had no weapons of any kind, and the closest shelter that we could make for was at least 100 yards away from our position. I was terrified to do it, but I took my eyes off the creature and turned around to shake my friend. It took an irritatingly long time to get her to stir, and every second lost felt like another nail on my coffin. When she finally opened her eyes and sat up, two things happened. The first, her eyes went about as wide as I've ever seen a pair of human eyes could get as she looked over my shoulder. And the second, I heard two small thumps and the faintest sensation of the boat tipping sideways. I turned to see the creature staring directly at us through the glass. It had a lizard-like face with a long snout. I remember that clearly because it had to tilt its head downward to press its face to the porthole. It had two extremely large, amber-colored eyes positioned on either side of its head, and it was staring at us in the same way I suspect a cat eyeballs two goldfish in a bowl. Its arms were raised above its head, and it seemed likely those two thumps I had heard before were the sounds of it resting its hands against the edge of the deck to steady itself. It stared at us in silence, and we stared right back. I kept whispering in a frantic, pleading tone to my friend not to scream or make any sounds that would startle it. After what felt like 5 minutes, it grew bored of us or simply lost its grip and sank back into the water. For a few moments, I was terrified that it would circle the boat, climb up the deck, and come out through the doorway. But after it sank into the water, I never saw it return. We were so terrified of a potential threat of being caught by that thing in the darkness. We lay awake shaking and terrified until 9 p.m. when the sun was rising high and made a dash to shore into our car. I haven't seen the creature since, but after that incident, I've been terrified of any water that isn't clear to the system towards you from the stars. I was dreaming or hallucinating, but my friend saw the exact same thing. I have no idea that when it swam off, there's always a reason to be afraid.
There's a reason.
This all happened in February of 2019, but I still remember this weekend vividly. My friends and I are war reenactors, and in this particular event, we were reenacting the Battle of Metz that took place in late 1944. Now, reenactors don't only do battles for museums and public viewing. Oftentimes, we do what is called tactical battles, which are private and take place over multiple days. Think camping, but with more gunfire. Anyways, this event was being held in rural Texas, near Waxahachie. The property was nestled right behind a cemetery and is owned by one of the reenactors in attendance. For the sake of privacy, this is as detailed as I will get. The property itself is old agricultural land that is surrounded by woods with a creek running through the northeastern side. There were 17 people in total, 5 portraying soldiers of the U.S. 5th Infantry Division, and 12 portraying soldiers of the 17th SS, myself included. Save for one American and one German soldier, we're all very young guys, in our late teens to early 20s. The first day consisted of arriving at the cemetery, marching into the property, and setting up camp in the woods. We dug some field works, ogled each other's guns and gear, and just generally shot the shit while waiting for the American attack. Night fell, and we all broke out food while the older guy in our group prepared a main course for dinner. We ate, and then decided that it was time for an attack. We had no idea where the Americans were set up, so we started from the entrance to the property and worked our way along the tree line. Eventually, we had a brief exchange of fire, and satisfied in our efforts to find the American camp, we retreated and left 2 of our men behind, Michael and Dylan, to watch the field for the rest of the night. It was a cloudy night. For anyone who has never been outdoors at night without any kind of light source, you should know that it does get pretty dark, to the point where everything has this sort of sepia tone to it. Distant figures more than an arm's length away are hazy. Firing a gun at night will also completely blind you for a moment, since your eyes have to go from hyper-focusing to see any glimpse of light, being totally overstimulated by the light of a muzzle flare, and then you go back to struggling to see any light whatsoever. Later that night, around midnight to 1 a.m., we decided to attack the American camp head-on. However, while approaching, one of my friends, Luke, caught his foot in a rabbit hole, and the advance had to be delayed. Luke was absolutely positive that he broke his ankle. In period fashion, 2 of my friends huddled with Luke and prayed in Latin. Meanwhile, our NCO ordered me to go tell Dylan and Michael the news. So I walked halfway across the property alone in the pitch-black darkness, peering into the northern tree line while calling out their names. Eventually, I heard the call, and I replied with, I then joined the pair in the trees. This call and response was done to verify the identity of anyone walking around in the darkness. I told the 2 what happened to Luke, and Dylan decided that we would go and try and help Luke off the property and coordinate the attack. Over the next half hour, Michael and I watched over the field that our men would have to cross to get Luke back to his car. The entire forest was dead silent, except for the faint sound of the creek. There was no wind, no birds, frogs, or anything. While Michael was whispering to me about one of his recent hunting trips, we both heard the sound of something trampling through the undergrowth. We both slowly turned on our sides to look deeper into the woods. We both heard the faint, yet distinct sound of a pig breathing. Of course, we couldn't see anything, because the trees were blocking the already scant light coming from the moon. After a few minutes of silence, we resumed our whispered conversation. That was when I heard what I assumed to be the sound of someone closing a bolt on a rifle. Michael and I both hushed again, and heard more pig noises, and then the sound of it trampling away, along with some rattling metal noise. We both figured that it was either another reenactor, or a javelina moving through some trash that someone had dumped. But after a few moments, silence fell again. Wherever it 20 minutes later, our
Most
NCO
likely a
locates us
javelina.
and orders us to fall in line. It was now time for the second attack. We all got into position, and a portion of the trio ran that juts into the middle of the property. We readied ourselves. Our NCO fired a flare to illuminate our approach to the American side of the property. However, this was a bright red emergency flare, not a starlight flare, but still, it looked pretty cool. And that's all that really counts in this hobby. We all ran across the field silently. Another friend of mine, Patrick, and myself decided to run down a road that was perpendicular to the American camp, making tons of noise on the way in an effort to flank them. After a short distance, we moved into the woods towards the American positions. That's when Patrick and I saw a strange figure beside a tree. It appeared to be looking straight up. At this time, the cloud coverage above had broken up, and our visuals had improved noticeably. The figure did not respond to our calls, so Patrick raised his rifle and fired.
Ow!
But once our vision returned, the figure had disappeared. Patrick and I ran back down the road to regroup with the rest of our squad and to report our findings. At this point, the Americans began to taunt us and fire at us. After a short night battle, we all gathered, Americans and Germans together. We discussed Luke's injury and the lack of attendees on the American side. I made a flippant remark that all the Americans had a 1903 Springfield. The conversation soon turned to the noises that Michael and I heard earlier. As it turns out, all of the American reenactors were asleep at the time, all the way up until Patrick fired a rifle at the mysterious figure. This was somewhat alarming to everyone, but ultimately, there was safety in numbers. We returned to our camps. Dylan switched sides, and the more hardcore of us braved the night in our camp, while the weaklings slept in their cars. Luke drove home the next morning, and has since made a full recovery. The rest of the event went smoothly, with a German attack that pushed the Americans all the way through an old orchard back up to the creek. The Americans counterattacked, that ended in the German surrender. We got some great photos, and it was all around a good time, except for Luke. This is all significant to me though, because this took place around midnight near a cemetery in the backwoods of Texas, after the sounds of real and simulated human distress. At the time these two events happened, everybody was accounted for. I've done some reading, and apparently the sounds of metallic clanking are often associated with paranormal events. I know the classic sign of a skinwalker is a putrid smell, but it was about 30 degrees that night, and we were all suffering from runny, stuffed-up noses. I know that javelina and feral pigs are present throughout all of Texas, but it's impossible for a pig to
And
make
they
a sound if
reek.
bolt being worked. Pigs also don't stand on two legs, and they certainly don't disappear without a trace. To preface, I live in Central Florida. Outside of quarantine times, I usually go to my dad's house every other weekend, since my parents are separated, and I mainly live with my mom. For reference, I'm 20, but I'm still a dependent. My dad lives about 30 minutes and 2 towns over from my mom, in one of the more suburban and less clustered towns in Volusia County, with a nature preserve cutting through our backyard and stretching on for miles alongside the unconnected forests between the neighborhoods. With how my dad's house is situated, our yard is connected on all 3 sides, with my room right up against one of the sides. Behind the house, the only thing separating the nature preserve and our backyard is a very short and worn-down barbed wire fence. With the wires being so worn down, I can comfortably climb the fence without much concern for getting hurt. On the side of the house is a huge window that looks out into the yard, which is located right behind my bed. At the time that this event took place, around last September, I only had a thin white blind over it that had a hole in it that was about eye level if I were sitting up in bed. From the outside, you could easily see when I had lights on, though I rarely ever worried about it.
Use that hole for peeping on the neighbor lady.
Instead of just a single weekend, since it was the summer.
'Cause
My
he's a
mom wanted me out of
perv.
the house. It was around 1 or 2 a.m., and I was just drawing and listening to music when I heard some
That's
light
why they
scratching
call
on the
him
window.
Pervy Pete.
Naturally, I froze up, confused at first, but I assumed it was just a squirrel or something trying to get onto the roof, so I ignored it and went back to drawing. But I made sure not to have anything making noise in my room afterwards. About 10 minutes later, I heard what sounded much more like a knock. This definitely caught me off guard and startled me. I had no idea how to respond, and I was nervous about making too much noise or getting up to go get my dad, since I could easily be heard and to some degree be seen through the window. So I simply slid down below the window and laid flat on my bed. I was frightened, and I had taken to a child's mentality. If it can't see me, maybe it'll go away. After about 10 minutes from when I first heard the knocking sound, it came again, this time much more insistent. Practically paralyzed, I kept laying there, listening to this pattern of repeated knocking on my window.
Oh no, it's gonna get him.
This cycle went on for about an hour before I heard something scrape against the back side of the house, and it finally came to a stop. That was around 4 a.m. In the morning, I didn't think to bring it up to my dad. I hadn't seen anything, so I couldn't give him specifics to any degree for him to do something about it. The next evening, I was sitting in my bedroom. It was around 1 a.m. when it started again. I slid down as before, this time turning my bedside lamp off
What
right
the
away.
fuck? Why
I laid there
did
waiting to see
that
if it
not
would
deploy my
as I did the
fucking...
previous night. It carried out the
Wait,
same
did my
repeated
fucking
pattern.
wing just fucking
I
die?
gave up much earlier this time.
It shouldn't
I was
have.
baffled and terrified. I had no idea who or what could be doing this.
Oh,
My
my
thought
glider
process at
did
the
die.
time was that maybe it was someone trying to break in. My dad's town is somewhat known for
Ouchie!
so it certainly wasn't an unreasonable idea. The third night carried on much the same, and I was starting to go from scared to outright annoyed at this point. So on the fourth night, I grabbed a dagger from my dad's room and stood to
Oh,
the side
actually...
of my bed, out of view of the window, leaving my light on. As was routine by now, the knocking started. But with a knife in one hand, I launched myself onto the bed, to the side where the broken part of the blinds were, and slammed my fist against the window in return, causing a loud resounding bang as the glass of the window rocked in its metal frame. "What do you want from me?" I yelled, and knocked
I
furiously
want
times,
your soul,
The only
little
sound I heard for the
boy.
next 10 minutes was the house settling until the knocking returned, but this time it was much stronger than before. It was similar to how I had done it. Were they just copying me? What the fuck? I thought to myself. I then chanced a sideways glance at the exposed slot of my window. There wasn't much light showing from the outside, as my room was lit by my lamp, unless something was on the window or right up against
Oh,
it.
my
I wouldn't be able to see
Lanta.
anything but the reflection of my own room. However, when I looked, I saw what looked like a hand retracting. It wasn't a normal-looking hand. It was very thin, and the skin was a sickly gray tone. This hand did not belong to a human. I couldn't see a face, thank God, but I saw
It's
claws
an
on the
alien?
window, as if someone had been breathing against it. I was sure then and there that something was trying to intimidate me. I know that sounds like a pretty dramatic conclusion to come up with, but bear in mind, I'm the type of person to be very open and accepting of the fact that creatures of myth, folklore, and cryptids all have the possibility of existing, especially with a nature preserve right outside my window. It could easily blend in or hide there, and its behavior gets written off as an animal creeping into someone's yard. so far it appeared to be more curious than hostile. Whatever it was simply exploring and repeating behavior it saw, or more likely heard, seeking different types of reactions. With that, I tried something a bit foolish. I tapped my nails in a pattern on the glass a few times, and then waited.
Oh, he's
After a
dead.
brief pause,
He
the
died
tapping
that
slowly
way.
returned. Not in the same pattern that I had tapped, but the same style of movement. I moved out of the window's view, stepping off the bed and waiting to see what would happen, if it would continue or not, like it had before. It held up its pattern of stop and go, now with the light tapping a few more times. Eventually, though, it stopped, and whatever it was left. I've since gotten some black curtains to hang up, the thick kind that completely blocks out all sunlight from getting in, and any signs of visibility from the inside. If it couldn't see anything of interest, maybe it wouldn't try to investigate anymore. This last evening with my new plan in action, I sat up as usual waiting for the knocking, tapping, whatever the thing was planning to do. Around 2 a.m., I heard a lot of movement out in the yard. Something sliding or dragging across the ground. There was also some scraping against the brick wall of the house, right up to the little ledge outside of my window. Then all fell silent. I imagined that whatever it was had lifted itself up to look inside, and was now waiting. It was a stalemate of sorts. I sat still and quiet, not daring to move or make a sound. I listened, waiting for whatever it was to make a move. After what felt like ages, I heard a drop on the ground, and the sounds of footsteps across the yard. It seemed that whatever it was had given up, no longer hearing or seeing anything to provoke its interest. Whatever it had been visiting me for, and whatever it would have done if it got inside, will remain a mystery to me for years to come, I suppose. About 5 years ago, I was working an overnight security shift out of my car. I was parked down by the Everglades, just off a residential street next to some dumpsters. I was there to deter any dumpster divers from trespassing on the property, as it had been a problem for
Yeah,
this
because
particular
stealing
neighborhood.
garbage is,
It was
such a
around 5
terrible
a.m.,
thing.
and it was still dark out, and the rain was coming down hard and heavy, with thunder booming across the sky every 5 minutes. I was relaxing in my driver's seat smoking a cigarette, with my back window open to crack. The car wasn't on, but the keys were in the ignition. I was half asleep, watching the rain run down my windshield. My shift officially ended at 5 a.m., but I was waiting for the gas station across the street to open up, so I could grab a cup of coffee for the drive home. I was just sitting there spacing out, waiting for 5:30 to roll around, which was when the shop opened up. That's when I caught movement directly to my left, inches from my face. The light from a nearby lamppost outlined what appeared to be a massive snake head just outside my window. I leapt sideways across the car into the passenger seat, my heart damn near exploding, as I stared into a pair of massive reptilian eyes. Let me pause here and say that I've never seen a snake this enormous in my life. Comparing it to an anaconda would be an insult. It looked more like if an anaconda fed on some radioactive material for a year and mutated. Based on the size of its head alone, I imagine this thing could have coiled itself around my car and crushed it with me inside. The massive head disappeared under my car, and as soon as it did, I felt the front side of my vehicle slightly rise up. I was so terrified in that moment that I didn't know what was happening, but looking back, I think the snake's massive body was actually lifting my car as it moved beneath it. My car was dragged sideways for a few feet before the front tires slammed back onto the ground. I looked up, and through the pelting rain, I saw what appeared to be one of the dumpsters moving to the side. "Fuck this," I shouted, and I forced myself back into the driver's seat, turned on the ignition, and floored it out of there. news to now. I know that this account is going to be hard to believe. If someone told me this story, I wouldn't believe them either, which is exactly why I left it out of my report. And technically, I was off the clock. But nevertheless, I know what I saw, and take my word for what it's worth. Somewhere out in the Everglades lurks one of the biggest snakes on this planet.
I don't buy it.
There's always a reason to be afraid. Today's video is sponsored by Raycon. So if you're a longtime fan of mine, you guys know that I'm a bit of a metalhead. So during my work supporter of independent creators, Raycon has a 45-day free return policy. So there's absolutely
Blah, blah, blah.
I would like to remain anonymous. Many of you are not going to believe this experience of mine, and I accept that. But this is something that has haunted me for nearly 30 years. No matter how many times I keep telling myself that I was just a kid, and there's nothing I could have done, it doesn't seem to help at all. This took place in the early 90s, in my small New England hometown. I grew up there with my best friend Jacob. Our town is near the Canadian border, in one of the most remote regions of the United States. We lived there because my father worked for a factory that was located in Canada. I don't think most kids today could survive in that kind of environment. Well, let's just say that if you weren't into the outdoors, you would be bored out of your mind there. Fortunately, Jacob and I were your typical outdoorsmen. Weekends were spent sledding, hiking, fishing, and canoeing. Whenever my family wanted to go do something together, we usually took weekend trips down to Burlington, or we go visit my grandparents in New Hampshire. One day, me and Jake were hiking through a forest that was located next to our neighborhood. It was early fall, so there was a light drizzle of snow on the ground, which was nothing compared to the amount of snow we got during the winter months. Since Jake and I were very young, we would often allow our imaginations to run wild when we were out there. We had to make our way through an area where some trees had fallen into each other, which created this sort of natural sanctuary that resembled a cave, which we called the Devil's Throat. Past the fallen trees was a small lake, which we nicknamed the Lake of the Dead. Beyond that was a maze of thick, towering pine trees, the Forest of Lost Souls. It amuses me that I can still remember all of these landmarks. It was like we created our own little world out there. On this particular day, we did
Wow, we cleared quite a bit of area.
The Forest of Lost Souls was a cutoff point for us, as we didn't know our way around past that point. Jake brought some neon green tree markers with him, and suggested that we find out what was beyond the pine trees. We both were adamant that if we found another lake, we would name it the Lake of Life. When we reached the pine trees, Jake began to tie the green markers to the trees every 10 yards or so, always making sure that each subsequent marker was within sight of the last. We made it about 50 yards into the Forest of Lost Souls when we came upon something that I can only describe as a crater in the earth. I'll try my best to give a good description. The trees suddenly stopped at a slope that dropped off. At the bottom of this depression was what appeared to be the entrance to a small cave. Upon seeing this, me and Jake got super excited. We had found something better than the second lake. Since the sun was beginning its descent, we decided that we would explore this cave another time. But first, we had to give it a name. We decided on Skeleton Cave. I remembered staring at the mouth of the cave and getting this cold feeling in my stomach. even though I couldn't see anything. It was as if something in the cave was staring back at me. Several days later, we followed the tree markings back to the cave's entrance. This time, we carefully made our way down the slope and stopped at the cave's entrance briefly to make sure the markings were working properly. We then entered the of the cave. Upon entry, I had a cold feeling enveloped me once more, but Jake was too excited to feel any sense of unease. We came across some interesting rocks and trees that made our way further inside, until we eventually reached a dead end. I couldn't really tell you how deep the cave was, but we went for about 20 minutes. Jake and I were talking about shooting the rock when suddenly, Jake caught his foot in something. We both shined our eyes on Jake's left foot and were met with some beyond reason. I had to take a break writing this because I started second guessing myself. Should I really put this out there? I don't know if anyone hearing my story will get anything out of this other than entertainment. After taking several shots of whiskey, I came to the conclusion that I should just go for it. Anyways, back to the story. So Jake caught his foot on something and we shined our flashlights to see what it was. There was what appeared to be a snake coiled around Jake's ankle. At least, it looked like a snake, but it seemed to have hair. Jake screamed as he was pulled backward into the dark. I stood there, petrified, with the flashlight by my side, listening to the screams of Jake. I'm gonna have to take another shot of whiskey before continuing. My 11-year-old self was paralyzed by absolute fear. However, I did raise my flashlight to see what was in front of me. Jake was dangling upside down in midair, flailing his arms about wildly. My flashlight beam was partially obscured by Jake's hanging body, but I did catch the glimpse of a pair of angry, glowing eyes. Jake was lifted further into the air before he was slammed onto his face. I just stood there, witnessing the horrifying occurrence play out. Jake was still alive and was making this awful gurgling sound. As he lifted his head, I saw his broken face before he let out a muffled scream as the dark mass lifted him into the air again. That's when I dropped my flashlight and took off. I could still hear Jake screaming. Help me! I ran all the way back to my parents' house and immediately told my dad about what happened. Both Jake's parents and the police were called, and a search party was put together. While that was taking place, Mom sat by my side as I explained to the police officer what happened. Now, I did tell the police officer the truth in a general sense. We went into the cave, and something grabbed him, and I ran out of the cave and left him behind. I withheld the snake-like thing I saw wrapped around his ankle, and the dark figure with angry eyes. After about an hour, the remains of Jake were found. I didn't find out until many years later. His body was mangled almost beyond recognition. I don't remember much after that. I was sent to stay with my grandparents for a couple of weeks, until the situation blew over. I would eventually go back to my parents, and we moved out of my hometown, closer to the city. I've never seen or heard from Jake's family ever again. There were several follow-up interviews with the police, and they even brought in a child psychologist to get the full story. I can't really remember that whole process well, but my mother ended up going to court to put a stop to the interrogations. With the investigation hitting a dead end, Jake's death was never officially determined. I think the police suspected that I killed Jake, but had no evidence to support that theory, so they were fishing for some kind of confession. And that's when things got ugly. I also think this is the real reason we left that town. I've put this whole thing behind me for the most part. To this day, I still have reoccurring nightmares. In the dream, I'm running through Skeleton Cave, listening to the screams of Jake behind me. I would always have this overwhelming urge to turn around. But every time I do, I wake up, screaming.
See, you don't have to be the toughest to survive
This has happened to me. I've had panic attacks
horrible things. You just have to be faster than someone else.
My social life and health. All the times that my parents have tried to get me to go outside, I always come up with an excuse not to. Also, I'm going to skip most of the graphic details of the story. Because of this story will be a bit short. Now let's get into it. This story takes place when I was 6. My mother briefly left me alone in a park while she went into a nearby store to grab a drink for me. The only reason that she left me alone was because our 5-year-old Doberman was with us. We'll call him Buster. Buster is very protective of me and barks every time anyone gets too close. This would scare most 6-year-olds, but for me, I felt like I could take on anyone and anything when he was by my side. When I was 6, Buster and I heard a noise behind us. Naturally, I turned around to see what it was. There was a small fox in the distance, and just as I was going to turn back around, they got sucked into the forest. We then heard a noise, and I listened carefully. It sounded like a pack of rabid dogs were chewing on me. Most kids my age probably would have passed out in fear, but I was like a deer caught in the headlights, and my life was going crazy. About a minute later, I saw something moving where the fox had disappeared. If my mom hadn't attached Buster's leash to the bench, he would have taken off. Here in England, most people don't believe in the skin, but I strongly believe in them after what I saw. A figure then emerged from the trees. It had to have been about 7 feet tall. It was so skinny that you could see its ribcage under a thin layer of skin. In that moment, I threw up all over the bench and started crying. As what looked like the same creature emerged from the shadows. Soon there was about 8 to 10 of them approaching us. When they were about 2 feet from us, Buster found the strength to break his leash and charged after them. At the time, I was devastated that my dog was going to die, but as soon as he charged, they scattered like a herd of sheep. Just as Buster came back, my mom walked through the gate, and the rest is a blur. When I asked my mom about this just before writing down this experience, she told me that when she found me, I was as pale as a ghost, and when she asked me why Buster had broken off his leash, I barely managed to relay what happened. She took me home and called the police, and told them about what I said. They said that they would look into it and would call us with follow-up details. At about noon, we got a call saying that they found the remains of a mutilated fox. They also found some bones that matched the description of what I saw. My mom called the station to see if they had any more details on the case. They said that there have been 20 similar incidences reported since my experience in 2009. Back in 85 or 86, my dad was released from the army and was going through some tough times from some fucked up things he had to do during his time in the service. After he came back, he would drink himself into a drunken stupor, mumbling something about a school bus. I remember him saying, "They were only children." I don't know what he was talking about, but he definitely had some skeletons in his closets. His troubles didn't end there, though. One night he was camping somewhere on the border of Alabama and Georgia in the Appalachian woods. It was late at night.
Ow.
He had his fire pit
Penny
set up
bacon?
and had plenty of gear with him. Camouflage clothing, some night vision goggles he stole from the army, and a hunting rifle. After he dozed off, he suddenly woke up, alarmed. He instinctively grabbed his rifle and aimed it at the tent's entrance. It was still sealed up by the zipper, and everything was still. However, he could sense that he was in danger. He focused and listened carefully. After about a minute, he heard the rustling of footsteps outside. Whatever was walking around out there was near the fire pit. He was fairly sure that it was some kind of animal sticking its nose where it didn't belong, but he listened more intently and realized the footsteps were distinctly human, or so he thought. He could see the glow of the dying fire and the shadow of a dark silhouette through his tent. He could feel himself sober up as adrenaline began to sharpen his senses. He then heard something. Breathing. It didn't sound human. It sounded like a beast was outside his tent. He then continued to watch the figure through the tent and noticed that the figure seemed almost human-like. The figure turned towards the tent. He then leveled his gun and pulled the trigger. The sound of the gunshot was drowned out by a human, blood-curdling scream as the figure scampered off. My dad put on his pair of night vision goggles as he unzipped the tent and scanned the area with his gun. He then noticed that something was about 20 or 30 feet away from him. It turned and stared straight at him with glowing eyes. He swears up and down that it was some kind of deformed, fucked up looking creature. To this day I can still see the fear in his eyes whenever he talks about it. He fired off another shot in its direction, but the bullet missed as the creature ran further into the dense forest. My dad retreated back into his tent and taking a flashlight to his rifle, he pointed it at the tent's opening until the sun came up. In the light of the day, he started investigating the area and found evidence of the strange creature from the night before. There were these misshapen footprints in the dirt, much larger than a wolf. He also observed droplets of dark red blood on the ground. He packed up and decided to leave right away, not wanting to take any chances with whatever was out there with him. He honestly believes that he had an encounter with some kind of werewolf, or possibly some sort of shape-shifting thing, like a skinwalker. There's always a reason to be afraid. My family and I used to take vacations at the lake house in Oklahoma, owned by some very close family friends. It's in a region well known for being a very relaxing getaway in the middle of nowhere. I'm 17 now, but I was 14 when this occurred. Other than the surrounding forest, the only things around the lake house were 3 mini cabins and another lake house at the bottom of the hill, next to a long dirt driveway that led to the lake itself. 3 years ago, my family and I, along with our close friends, went there for a week's vacation. It was a Tuesday night. My dad and I decided to take a stroll through the woods. I grabbed a pair of flashlights, and we went outside and made our way to the trees. The first thing I noticed were the footprints in the mud between the lake house and the cabins. They resembled human footprints. The only difference was the elongated toenails. They appeared to come up from the hill on the right side and back into the woods. Curiosity got the best of both of us, and we followed the footprints. After a while of walking, we saw something standing about 20 yards away from the path. My dad shined his flashlight directly at it, and we saw an emaciated body covered in gray skin as a pair of bright yellow eyes stared back at us. It had a skeletal nose and a mouth of razor-sharp teeth. I have never run so fast in my life, which is saying something because I'm a football player back home, and I've never gone that fast in a game. My dad is in his 50s and overweight and has terrible hips. He ran almost as fast as I did, all the way back to the lake house. Luckily, whatever that thing was didn't chase us. Since we were on vacation, we figured, fuck it. Let's not let whatever that thing is ruin our trip. That proved to be a huge mistake. The following evening, one of the dogs, a black lab named Benji, ran off like he usually did. Most days, he would run around for 20 to 30 minutes before coming back. This time, however, he never came back. After 2 hours, we all started looking. My dad and I did a really great job forgetting about the strange creature we had seen the night before. You would think that would be the first thing that came to mind as soon as the dog went missing, but it was almost as if our memories were slowly being suppressed. The recollection eventually came back to us, and even though we knew we sounded nuts, we talked to my dad's friend, who was Benji's owner. We told him what we saw, and to our shock, he actually saw some strange footprints in the before. This about moving ever since Wednesday night search came up empty. Effort to find Benji. The police car came down the driveway around noon. They said they and disappeared into the forest. We didn't see or hear from them until around 10 p.m. And at this point, everyone at the lake was on edge, effectively killing the vibe of the vacation. At around 2 in the morning, a fire truck and another police cruiser arrived at the lake. It turns out, deep in the woods, there was a hole in the ground, and someone skeleton of Benji. We spent the rest of that night trying to comfort Mook, his wife, and 3 kids, but nothing we did could ease the pain of them losing Benji. We decided that night to call off the vacation. When the sun came up the next day, we went outside after having some breakfast and get some fresh air before we started loading up the cars. What I saw in the parking lot still makes me nauseous whenever I think about it. The first thing I saw was the vultures as they were shooting at something in the middle of the parking area. I approached what I thought was a dead animal carcass at first. It was only until I saw the hollowed out sockets of a human skull that I realized it was a pair of human bodies laying side by side. Their skin was gone, leaving nothing but red. I'm sorry, but I can't bring myself to share any more than that. I'll save you the details of what happened after that. Let's just say it definitely sped up the leaving process. It's been 3 years since that vacation from hell. Our family and friends have made almost a full mental recovery from that incident, but we still don't like talking about it. Obviously, we found a new vacation spot. Too many bad memories to ever go back to that lake house. The incident brought our families closer together, but trust me, we will never forget the horror of that day and the strange creature we encountered. If you ever find yourself in the state of Maine and you rent a lake house in the middle of nowhere, make sure you bring a fucking gun.
Back in 2009, I lived in a very isolated area that was completely surrounded by woods. And if you were to walk through these woods, you'd eventually end up at a golf course. At the time, we lived with my mother's boyfriend. Let's call him Tom. And we would often go on hikes around his property. There were times when a few trespassers would wind up in his woods with some excuse as to why they were there. It would piss Todd off because we'd often find litter left on the ground and would have to clean it up. A lot of deer would come around every year, and Todd frequently go hunting on his own property. Sometimes he would find dead animals laying around the forest. Todd would usually blame it on the aforementioned trespassers. However, the dead deer were usually untouched, and no evidence signs of a fight. I didn't know much about hunting at the time, and I still don't. But I found it odd that hunters would come on the property, kill an animal, and just leave it behind. It made no sense to me. One afternoon in the fall, Todd went out hiking by himself. As soon as the sun was set, my mother and I were preparing a fire to roast marshmallows when Todd came back and decided to talk to her. I was curious about what was going on, but I was left in the conversation and was told to go inside and lock the doors. My mother and told me what had happened. He said he had found a deer with a massive bite mark. The entire stomach area had been removed. I remember it was like someone had taken some serious drugs, had a bad trip, and then attacked the deer. The lacerations also resembled human. Police, despite the fact that he should. To kill whoever. Slaughter. Todd grabbed his gun and went out into the woods with his flashlight and a vest full of ammunition. I was scared that something would happen to me. It was the closest thing I had to a fall. So I spent the night looking out the window, trying to see if I could spot it. I did see something move among the trees, but I couldn't make out what it was. I should mention that we didn't have smartphones or even cameras at the time. Nothing happened that night. Todd eventually came back to the house and stayed up till morning, watching the forest with his rifle by his side. It took some time before Todd allowed us to go hunting again. It was winter time. This was when we went up through the woods into the nearby golf course to go sledding. The steep hills and empty areas provided a perfect landscape. On our way back, Todd heard a sound from somewhere in the forest and told us to be quiet. He then pointed to something in the distance and whispered, "It's a deer. Look." Our eyes followed his hand to a figure that was off in the distance. We all thought it was a deer at first, but it looked like it was eating something. The figure then lifted its head to look around. It's hard to put into words exactly what it looked like. There were no antlers. Just imagine a hybrid between a deer and an emaciated human with a bald head. I couldn't see its legs. Once it started moving in our direction, Todd snapped us back to reality and had us running as fast as we could through the snow back to the house. Once we were safely inside, Todd pulled out one of his larger hunting rifles and set out to look for the strange creature. We heard gunshots. It was later revealed we was never able to find it again. It's been years since we've lived there. I constantly asked my mother about it a few months back for clarity. The whole experience felt more like a weird dream than a memory that was haunted me for years. She said it could have been a deer afflicted with some kind of disease. This explanation does not surprise me. What kind of disease makes a deer look like a deformed humanoid? To this day, I still think whatever it was responsible for all the dead deer found in Todd's compound. I can't say for certain it was paranormal or some kind of undocumented carnivore residing in those woods, But something tells me
It's a creep.
Maybe too terrifying to fathom.
It's a creepy monster.
When I used to live in Puerto Rico, I was 17, and I lived with my parents at the time. For a bit of background, my parents owned a house in a small town.
The Puerto Rican rum monster.
Our house didn't have a garage, and the only vehicle we had was my dad's car, and he would always park at the side of the house, which had a clear view into the backyard, where some trees were before it opened up into an empty field. My dad would always come home from work around 6 or 7 p.m. He would always park his vehicle at that same spot. This detail would be important for later. This happened in the times before smartphones or social media were popular. My neighbors and friends used to hang out at my place a lot. Most times we would just sit on the front porch of my house at night, facing the street, and we'd just talk about school or whatever for hours. These meetups would usually go on for longer on the weekends, since we didn't have to worry about school the following day. One Saturday night, my friend, who I'll call Kay, was there talking with me as usual. We were waiting for the rest of my friends to arrive. It was around 7 p.m. For some reason that I can't remember, on that particular night, my dad wasn't home yet, and the space where he would usually park his car was empty, which allowed me and my friend to see the backyard of the house while we were hanging out. It wasn't dark out yet, and we were in the middle of a conversation when I suddenly stopped. I froze and immediately started looking towards the trees in my backyard. At first, I thought I saw someone on one of the tree branches, but the more I stared at the figure, the more disturbed I became. Too many animalistic features to be a human being, with piercing red eyes that stared into my soul. It had the face of a primate, with what looked like wings protruding from its back. This thing was at least 5 feet tall, but it was crouching, so there was no telling how tall it truly was. I was utterly shocked at what I was seeing. The creature stood as still as a Gotham gargoyle, crouching among the trees, doing nothing but staring us down with its beaming red eyes. Without taking my eyes off the thing, I asked my friend,
Wendy's!
"Do you see what I'm seeing? If so, tell me, what does it look like to you?" I had to ask without telling him. I wanted to be sure that I wasn't losing my mind. His response chilled me. It looks like some kind of giant monkey with red eyes and wings. Fear overwhelmed the two of us, and we rushed inside the house and closed the door behind us. My mom was sitting on the living room couch, and she gave us a strange look. Something that you need to know about my family is that we're no strangers to the paranormal and weird sightings. That's a story for another time. This was definitely something different than anything I've ever experienced. I told my mom about the strange figure I saw crouching in the trees. The horrified look on Kate's face was all she needed to see to believe us. None of us dared to go outside to investigate. After that, I never saw that thing again. Thank God. To this day, I still have no idea what that thing was. I wonder, or why it was there. I don't think that this thing was the legendary chupacabra, since its physical features didn't match the story at all. I love Puerto Rico, but this is the reason that I'm glad I no longer live there. Hey everybody, it's Uncle Unit, and I hope you enjoyed today's video. I want to give a huge shout out to Creepy News for providing his Dutch accent for this video. This video is sponsored by Gin Rummy Stars, a friendly, fun, and free gin rummy game that you can play anywhere, anytime. My name is Caleb Hudson. My YouTube channel is Hudson Hornet. The following is a true experience that I will never forget. For some backstory, this happened in 2015. I live in South Carolina. I've always been a fan of horror movies and being creeped out. The thrill was almost addicting to me back then. My wife would make fun of me because whenever that creepy feeling came over me, my eyes would instinctively begin to water. Being military, I've seen all the ugly and depraved things that humans are capable of, and I've never given much thought to the notion of the Native American creatures known as skinwalkers. Having zero experience with the native tribes, and being unaware of stories surrounding these creatures, I would have never imagined that something like that could exist in my world. I have since changed my thinking on this, and I no longer have any doubt in my mind that they are out there. By sharing my experience, I hope I can open your mind and inform you that not every encounter ends with immediate death or bloodshed. Hopefully, by listening to my story, you will react correctly should you ever find yourself in the same predicament that I was in. I live in a somewhat rural area, and my house is on 2 acres of land, surrounded by woods on 3 sides. At the time, I was on mid-shift, from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. It was the weekend, and I normally stayed awake at night while my family was sleeping, so I didn't have to change my sleeping habits. I was outside working on my truck, so that the house would be quiet for all those sleeping. I was listening to some music, and cursing at the stubborn bolt I was trying to remove. The area was illuminated by a set of halogen work lights. I had my head stuck into the engine bay of my truck. I can't remember what song I was listening to, but I was singing along, trying to drown out the sound of my ratchet clicking over and over as I turned loose the rusty bolt. I wasn't really paying much attention to anything else. The song faded, and there was a slight pause before the next song started. In this 1 to 2 second break, whether it was conscious or subconscious, I picked up on something. An eerie tingling feeling running down my spine. The next song abruptly started, and I quickly reached up to my phone and paused it. After the music stopped, it happened again.
Oh, look at me. I am the hunchback.
My eyes immediately began watering up.
That's a sign that your armor doesn't fit quite right.
I froze in place, my head still leaning over into the engine bay. I listened carefully and slowly began to realize that the world around me had gone completely silent. Being 2 to 3 a.m. in late July in the South,
24-hour stream? No.
Or some random dogs barking.
No.
Maybe the wind blowing.
Hi, Looney. Nope, I've only been on for 7 hours. I'm shifting my hours a little bit more so that I will be more awake in the mornings, so that just in case I gotta take care of the snow and all that shit. So,
gazing into the utter darkness. I sighed with relief to know that no one was behind me, but that icy feeling and the deafening silence was still there.
because it's that time of year.
It was all in my head, but I had to look for some type of explanation for what I was experiencing. My work lights made it impossible for me to see anything in the darkness behind them. I grabbed a smaller handheld work light from my tool bag and switched it on to scan the tree line. My eyes were hyper-focused.
Yep, same old, same old.
Back and forth. I then saw it. Something was looming among the trees. My light reflected.
Plus, there are more people awake
Startled, I froze again, unable to
at this time of day, so
the light in my hand was too weak.
The chances of having a larger audience is better at this time of day.
I reached my hand out to my work lights and slowly spun them around. I tried not to blink and held my breath until the beams of light landed on the bush. It revealed the dog sitting behind the bush. I let out a frustrated sigh at the thought of how stupid I was to have been frozen in fear by some random dog. Seeing random dogs in the woods or prowling around your yard is really common in the South. Collar and leash laws are lax in rural areas, meaning that dogs are free to roam at their will. I called out to it, whistling and gesturing for it to go away. The dog didn't move. Confused, my eyes focused on the dog's details. That was when I noticed it's of normal size. It was huge. Sitting behind the bush, I knew that it was at least 4 feet tall. It was tall enough for me to see its head, neck, and most of its chest. It was sporting a coat of what looked like a German Shepherd, with some sort of skin irritation. Its large yellow eyes were haunting, and are now burned into my memory. I slowly began to realize that this wasn't a normal dog. Its face and body looked off. It's hard to explain, but it was like its skin didn't quite line up, like it was distorted in some way. My mind raced, staring into the creature's eyes, not knowing what it could be. My blood turned to ice after realizing how long I had been standing there. It must have been 5 to 10 minutes, and this thing hadn't moved an inch. It never even took a breath. I never saw its tail. To be honest, I don't even know if there was one. My mind spun as my heart rate elevated, and my skin began to crawl. I thought that if this thing was going to charge at me, I could do nothing other than scream as it tore me to pieces. I knew that no one was around me, and no one would know what happened to me, or what terror I experienced in my last moments. Trying desperately to gather myself, I thought that if I didn't take my eyes off of it, then it wouldn't move. Now I know that this might sound stupid, however I do think that this was the correct course of action. I couldn't take it any longer. I stepped backward, half expecting it to attack me in response. But it didn't. I took another step back as my legs shook uncontrollably, never breaking eye contact. I walked backward until my back literally hit the house. I slid against the side until I got to the door. I slowly grabbed the handle behind my back, backed into the house, then slammed the door shut, locking the handle and deadbolt. I flipped on the light, feeling safe, like when you were a kid and you pulled the covers over your head. I then broke into a million pieces, bursting into tears and sliding down the door, my head falling into my lap. I thanked my lucky stars for not panicking, taking deep breaths and trying to gather myself. From outside, I heard an unearthly, blood-chilling scream. I ran to every door and window in my house, ensuring that everything was shut and locked. My mind was at its breaking point, and I didn't want to process anything. I spent the rest of that night sitting in the room away from the windows, with every light on. I I now know that what I saw in the forest that night was a skinwalker. I told my wife and my close friend what happened, but I've read that just by talking about it creates an atmosphere of fear. Discuss it anymore. Every time I go outside after sunset, I can't help but scan the tree line with my flashlight, ever vigilant, and hoping that I never see that thing again. I still live in that same house to this day. If you take none of this away from my story, this, what? And two, always trust your gut instinct when it tells you that danger is near. And three, if you see them, stay calm. Do not speak. Breathe slowly. Carefully back away. And never take your eyes off of it. I grew up in a small coal mining town in Kentucky. During the early 90s, the town fell in hard times when the coal mine shut down. The coal mine was what kept this town running, and after it closed, a lot of people that lived there moved away, leaving entire blocks of vacant, empty houses. By the late 90s, the place had become a ghost town. My family, along with a handful of others, were the only ones left. My best friend Randy and I used to love going around the empty houses and messing around. We couldn't have been no older than 11 years old at the time. We used to play manhunt in this one house that sat at the end of a cul-de-sac. This particular place had been empty even before the coal mine shut down. And after doing some research as an adult, I discovered that it had been ravaged by fire in 1978, which killed the old man who used to live there.
Oh, that's sad.
Because it stood out like a sore thumb among the other homes in the abandoned neighborhood. It was the only two-story on the block, and it had a rotten look to it, with one side entirely charred by fire damage. Its creepy appearance is why we chose to play inside of it. We didn't really think about the potential danger of falling through decaying floorboards or breathing in the toxic mold that undoubtedly clung to its foundation. Being the clever kids we were, we dubbed it the Haunted Mansion. One day, Randy and I rode our bikes down to the Haunted Mansion for a game of manhunt. We wanted our mutual friend Kyle to join us, but his mom was being a real bitch that day, so he couldn't make it. We soon pulled up to the house, hid our bikes in some bushes, and then since Randy had been the hider last time, it was my turn to be the hider. So he waited by the front door and counted to 100, while I went to go find a hiding spot. I chose to hide in the basement. The basement was a very dark area that reeked of mildew and rotten wood. It wasn't exactly off limits, but we never picked it as a hiding place because of the smell. But I wanted to give Randy a run for his money that day. The basement was completely underground. It had no windows. The only light that came in was through the open doorway at the top of the stairs. At some point, the door had been removed off its hinges, so I simply walked to the open doorway and descended the steps into the dark basement. The only thing I could see was an old lopsided desk directly in front of the landing, so I decided that I would hide under it. Fortunately, there were several holes in the desk that I could see out of, so I could keep an eye on the staircase. After about 30 minutes of waiting in the dark, I heard someone shuffling around on the floor above me, before a figure appeared at the top of the stairs. I couldn't see too well from my hiding spot, but the figure appeared to be way too tall to be Randy. The person just stood there. The only thing I can seem to remember about them was that they appeared to be wearing a long, hooded jacket. The silhouette eventually began to descend the wooden steps. This next part is hard for me to relay, because I'm not sure how to put it into words exactly. The figure seemed to transform as it made its way down the steps. It went from looking like a man to an enormous spider with several elongated legs sprouting from its body. Tears rolled down my face as I covered my mouth to muffle the uncontrolled sobs as I stared at the horrifying shape that was now only a few feet away from the desk. It looked like something straight out of a nightmare. The spider thing stared at the desk before it pivoted and disappeared into the dark basement. As soon as it vanished from sight, I pissed myself. That's not a figure of speech either. I literally pissed myself, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. After about 5 minutes of sitting in the darkness, something happened that I'll never forget. From somewhere inside the dark basement, a hoarse voice spoke to me.
We all float down here.
I ran out of there as fast as I could. Within seconds, I exited the front door to see Randy on his bike, smirking at me. I knew you were down in the basement. No way was I going down there so you could jump out and scare me. Hey, did you piss yourself? I didn't say a word to him. I just grabbed my bike and sped off, with Randy following behind me, making jokes about the wet stain on my pants. When we got back to my house, I tried to explain everything that happened. He didn't believe a word of it, of course, and was still making fun of me for pissing my pants. For all these years, I thought that this was just all in my head. Perhaps I dozed off underneath that desk and had a bad dream. This was until I heard a series of stories on this channel about something called the Long-Legs Monster. In almost every story, it first appears as a grown man, then takes the form of a giant spider-like creature. The sightings have mostly taken place in the northeast United States. I'm not entirely sure if what I encountered was the same creature, but the similarities are hard to ignore. This event took place a couple of years ago, and is downright the most horrific experience of my life. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. My name is George. At the time of this
Hello,
story,
George.
I was 23 years old. I would go camping deep in the woods with my 3 friends, Jasmine, Richard, and Robert, who were all around the same age as me. The 4 of us met in high school, and were avid campers. We all considered it living life to the fullest. There was a large forest near Jasmine's neighborhood where we usually went camping. Normally, we would use a dirt trail until we found a big enough clearing so we could smoke, drink, and basically have a good time. However, this time we decided to change things up. We would go deeper into the woods than we had ever gone before, just for the hell of it. We left the truck at the beginning of the trail and began our hike. Eventually, we came upon a clearing. After about 20 minutes, we got the tent set up, busted out the coolers, and got the party going. I've always had a crush on Jasmine, so Richard and Robert were doing their best to give us some alone time. Since Robert was into hunting, he would use the excuse to go off and tinker with his rifle about 30 feet away from the fire. While he was doing that, Richard said, "I think I'll go get some more firewood." He grabbed his flashlight and gave me a subtle wink before he set off into the forest, leaving me with Jasmine. All was going well. Jasmine and I were flirting with each other for maybe about 10 minutes or so, when we heard this flapping above us.
What the hell is that?
Don't worry, it was probably a hawk or something.
Are you sure? That sounded way too big to be a hawk.
I'm sure it's fine. Robert says that large birds are common around these parts. After explaining this to Jasmine, she calmed down. This was short-lived, however, when the 3 of us heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the forest in the direction that Richard ventured off to. Robert and I jumped up, while Jasmine let out a small yelp. Robert quickly loaded his gun, and then tossed me a baseball bat. We told Jasmine to return to the truck.
Why did he have a baseball bat?
Where we heard the scream. We slowed our pace when we saw shreds of Richard's blue shirt, which were now stained by fresh blood. We continued forward quietly, Robert leading with his rifle, and me following behind with the bat ready. After a couple of minutes, we started to hear a repulsive chomping sound, like someone was tearing into a piece of meat. We had our flashlights pointed in front of us, but saw nothing. As we continued, the sound became louder and louder. I then realized the sound wasn't in front of us. It was above us. Robert and I looked at each other. The same thing had also occurred to him. He slowly aimed his light upward, and I nearly pissed myself at what the beam of light revealed. What looked like the biggest owl I had ever seen, standing at least 6 feet tall, was perched on a branch. Its feathers appeared to be gray and black in color. It had large talons wrapping around the thick branch it was on. Immediately after Robert illuminated the creature, it spun around. We then realized 2 things. This thing was not an owl, at least not completely. Its face was almost human-like. It was covered in smooth feathers and had pointed ears with a pair of massive eyes. Its nose was a strange amalgamation between a beak and a human nose, with a regular mouth underneath. In other words, it appeared to be a hybrid between a man and an owl. The second thing we noticed was that its mouth was covered in blood. Richard's blood. The giant owl then revealed another set of hand-like talons attached to arms above its wings. One of them was holding intestines. What was left of Richard's body was behind it. This thing glared at us with its piercing eyes. Robert was so awestruck that he didn't even raise his rifle. He was completely paralyzed with fear. After what felt like an eternity, it suddenly dropped the intestines, which landed with a splat. It then opened its massive wingspan and swooped down at us. Robert and I instinctively ducked down. "Shit! Go! Go!" Robert shouted. We didn't waste any time. We hauled ass back to the truck, all while hearing the flapping of giant wings above us. Once we got there, we quickly got in and floored it out of there, leaving our stuff behind.
What is it? What's wrong? Wait, where's Richard?
He's gone.
What do you mean he's gone? What happened to him?
Robert and I stayed silent.
It ate him.
We called the police as soon as we got back home. We told them that Richard was attacked by an animal, nothing more. We led the officers back to where we found what was left of Richard, still in the tree. Richard's lower torso was gone, while the rest of him was a mangled, bloody mess. Robert and a few of the cops threw up at the gruesome sight. I was somehow able to hold it together, but I silently wept for Richard. There was an investigation that ultimately concluded that Richard was the victim of a mountain lion attack. Robert and I haven't talked much about what happened that night ever since. The 3 of us still hang out, but it hasn't been the same without Richard. Despite what happened, Jasmine and I still got together, and we've been a couple for a few years now. I still never told her what actually happened, for fear of scaring her, or her not believing me. I conducted my own research based on what I saw. I think what we encountered that night was a creature known as the Owl Man. Until now, Robert and I were the only ones who knew what actually happened to Richard. But every night since then, I still find myself asking,
I'm back.
will it come for me next?
Dun dun dun.
Autumn evening in rural Wisconsin. The first encounter. It was a crisp autumn evening in rural Wisconsin. Noah, a farmhand who'd worked the Johnson family farm for years.
Oh my god. Stop having AI read your shit.
These following stories have been taken from the subreddit No Sleep. Story 1. I'm an animal control officer for a rural county. I cover an area that has isolated communities of people who don't trust outsiders. I say this because after this call, I couldn't get anyone to talk to me. In dealing with these communities, I have had some rather strange calls. One such call was made by a woman whose family had moved into one of these places. She and her husband were doctors, and since rural doctors are hard to come by, her and her husband wanted to fill that need. For the two of them, though, it was a bit of a culture shock. The problem the doctors ran into was a number of animals that were allowed to run loose. This triggered several calls from the woman to me about aggressive dogs. There wasn't much I could do about the dogs because every time I showed up, the dogs had been hidden. The last call I received from her would also be one of the most terrifying calls. I was called once again about an aggressive animal, but this time she wasn't sure if it was a dog or not. She'd made a house call to a family that lived at the
21 minutes of glide time remaining.
Everything was normal as much as it could be under such circumstances. It was when she stepped into the house that things got weird. She told me that while she was doing a checkup on the children, she heard a growling noise coming from behind the wall. When she asked the family about it, they quickly escorted her out of the house. She called me when she got home because she thought it might have been a mountain lion or some other big cat. I was skeptical because our area is known for bears, and no mountain lions have been spotted in years. I didn't tell her this though, because she sounded upset enough. I told her I'd check it out regardless, and when she gave me the address, we said our goodbyes. I looked up the address and saw that it would take me at least 2 hours to get there. This house was located in one of the remotest parts of the county. I planned for a morning drive so that I would get there before it got too hot. We were heading into summer, and I'm a big man that doesn't handle heat very well. I hate having to hike through the forest when it's hot out, and because of where this place was located, I wouldn't be able to drive up to the house. Bright and early the next morning, I loaded up my truck and headed out. I stopped by the gas station with a coffee and a juice. With that done, I headed out of town on my way to the middle of nowhere. It was a nice drive, and I got to the dirt road about 30 minutes early. Since it was still early, I stopped to stretch my legs and use the bathroom. I was surrounded by forest with the closest house over a mile away, so I wasn't worried about being caught with my pants down. With that need taken care of, I used some hand sanitizer and headed out again. The doctor had warned me that the road was poorly maintained, and I knew immediately that she hadn't been exaggerating. The first pothole I hit, I thought I was going to tear off my front tire. I slowed down further until I was going about 2 miles an hour. Even going at that speed, I felt like I was in a paint-shaking machine. By the time I got to the end of the road, my teeth were rattling. I gratefully stopped when I reached the end and sat for a minute waiting for my insides to settle back where they were supposed to be. Then I grabbed my gear and stepped out of my truck. I bought some water, a gun, and a tranquilizer. If there was a wild animal, I didn't know how I was going to catch it by myself. The hope was that it was another false call, and I didn't have to worry about it. Right now, though, my biggest concern was getting to the house without getting lost. I looked around, and like when I stopped for a break, all I could see was trees. Other than that, there was something that felt off about the forest surrounding me. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, and regardless of how warm it was, a shiver crawled its way down my back. I frowned at the feeling. In my line of work, listening to your instincts can save your life, and I almost got back into my truck and left. I took a deep breath and shook the feeling off. There was
Shake it off! Shake it off!
And I told myself I was being ridiculous. I made my way to the faint trail I could see between some trees. Once I was there, I set my GPS so that I could find my way back to the truck. With that taken care of, I started on my walk. The doctor had told me the house was a half a mile from the end of the dirt road. As I walked down the path, I became aware of the lack of sound. Usually, I would hear birds, bugs, or animals moving through the underbush. Now, there was nothing to hear except my footsteps. I kept looking around me, hoping to spot any sign of life, but I was out of luck. All I could see was the sun shining down through the trees, and I could feel the temperature rising as the morning wore on. But then as I got closer to the house, I could hear the sound of children playing and animals calling out. I felt myself sag in relief at the sounds of life after such a quiet walk. The relief didn't last long though, because as I pushed through the trees into a clearing, I saw that there was no one there. I froze and looked around. I could see paddocks and an old barn that looked like it was about to fall. A way off from that, I saw the house in question. It was dilapidated, much like the barn. It looked like a stiff breeze was all it needed to bring it down. By now, I was starting to wonder if I'd been sent on a wild goose chase. This looked nothing like what the doctor had described. I swallowed and forced my feet to move. "This is animal control. Is there anyone home?" I called out as I moved further into the clearing. The silence was my only answer. I moved closer to the paddock, and I jumped back with a small cry. There in the paddock was a fresh cow. This one had three massive foremarks down its side. On top of that, its eyes were bulging out along with its tongue. The cow looked like it had been choked and clawed to pieces. Now, I don't know about you, but I can't think of anyone strong enough to choke out a cow. I left the paddock and turned back toward the house. I decided I would leave the barn because it looked too dangerous for me to go into. "Hello? Is anyone there?" I called out again. I knew if I was smart, I would turn tail and run. I couldn't leave without making sure someone didn't need my help, though. With the damage to the cow, I was worried about what had happened to the family that lived here. If, in fact, anyone lived here at all. I reached the rotting front porch, and I stopped before climbing the stairs. The front door was hanging on by one hinge, and the windows were broken. It looked like no one had been here in many years. "Hello? This is animal control. Is anyone home?" I called out for the third time. Of course, I didn't get an answer, and I was about to call off the search. Before I could turn around, I heard a faint cry like that of a child. "Is someone there?" I hollered as I cautiously climbed the stairs. I heard the sound again, and it sounded like it was getting closer. I pulled out my flashlight and shone the light in through the open doorway. All I could see was debris from the forest and a thick layer of dust on the floor. I stepped closer to the door, and the porch let out an alarming creak. I froze, but the door held. By now, I was calling myself an idiot for not leaving already. The cry came again, so I forced myself to step through the door. Inside, it looked like the family had simply disappeared. Everything was still in its place. In the corner of the room, there was even a dinner set out on the dining table. The air in the house smelled of decay and mold. As I walked deeper into the room, it was completely quiet in the house now. All that I could hear was my increasing heartbeat and the air moving in and out of my lungs. It was quiet, didn't sound watching where I stepped, I moved
Ooh, that's a long, creepy bridge.
only one story. The kitchen, dining room, and the living room took up one half of the house. I stepped outside of the kitchen door and glanced in to see if anything was waiting for me. The kitchen was like the rest of the house, with the remains of supper sitting on the stove. I didn't go into the room because there was a hole in the middle. Moving on, I found the first bedroom across from the kitchen. From the decorations in this room, it was a child's room. Not seeing any interest, I moved past the next kid's room to the largest bedroom at the end of the hall. I stepped into this room, and the first thing I saw was blood smeared across the wall behind the bed. It was in the shape of
Now you're stuck. Reverse out of it there, Hobie. Oh, he got out of it.
And my eyes slid across a shadow. When it struck me that something was there, I brought the flashlight up, hoping that I was seeing things. No luck, because sitting in a corner was an animal I'd never seen before. It was as tall as me, sitting down, and on each of its front feet were 3 massive claws. The muscles of the front legs looked strong.
Oh, just see his ear twitching.
The creature gave a low cry, and I went cold. It sounded like a child crying. I started backing toward the door, and the creature stood up. I could see instantly I was right about its size. I watched in horror as it opened its mouth and started panting. It had rows of massive teeth, and even from where I was, the smell was horrible. Its back legs were as muscled as its front legs, and I wondered how I could outrun this thing if I had to do so. I took another step back, and the creature stepped forward.
Adrenaline. That's how you outrun it.
I walked backward, and the creature matched my steps. I brought my gun up and leveled it on the creature.
You ready to go home?
Toward me beside playing Follow the Leader.
You had your Wendy's. It's time to go home and have a nap.
Down my guard. At the side of the gun, the creature lunged for me, and I quickly fired off 2 shots. The creature fell back with a deafening roar. I used this opportunity to turn and
Oh, fucking scared the shit out of me.
I knew I had wounded it. So
God damn, fucking bat.
As I ran toward the front door, I prayed to every god I can think of that the floors would hold. Somehow, I made it to the front door, and from behind me, I could hear the creature trying to get up. It was making these awful whimpering and crying noises. It sounded so much like a child in extreme pain that I almost turned back. I called myself an idiot and took off running again. That day, I found my inner track star and I ran as hard as I could to the safety of the trees. I was hoping that I had enough of a head start. I was also hoping that the creature didn't have a good sense of smell, because when a man my size sweats, everyone within 100 feet can smell me. I found a place to hide, and I waited anxiously for the creature to find me. After 10 minutes, I grew tired of hiding. I clutched my gun in my right hand and cautiously stepped out of my hiding place. I looked around, but the coast was clear. I started toward my truck, expecting to be attacked at any moment. As I walked, I could have sworn that there was something behind me. Every time I checked, though, there was nothing there. I still jumped at every sound, and I was constantly checking behind me. Although it had been quiet when I first walked down this path, now it sounded like every branch in the forest was cracking. Somehow I made it to my truck unmolested. When I stopped to catch my breath near my truck, I saw to my horror that there were 3 long claw marks down the side of the driver's door. I quickly fumbled my keys out of my pocket, something I knew I should have done already, I know. I managed to get the door open without dropping the keys. Once the door was open, I scrambled inside. I was desperate for some water, but before I could reach for my thermos, I saw movement. I looked up and saw the creature was watching me. I swallowed a scream at the sight. I felt the creature was playing with me. It started moving toward me, and I frantically turned the truck on. I jerked it into reverse and made the fastest turnaround I've ever done in my life. As I started forward, I saw the creature stop. This last thing I saw in my rearview mirror was an elderly man with 2 bullet holes in his chest. I almost ran into a tree at the sight, but I wasn't stopping to ask questions. I made it back home in record time. I ran into my house and placed a call to the doctor that had sent me out to that house. I desperately wanted answers, and she was the only one to have them. Instead of the woman doctor, a confused elderly woman answered the phone. I asked for the doctor, and the elderly woman told me that she lived in her house for 50 years. She also told me that the phone number I called had been hers for the past 20 years. I apologized for bothering her and hung up the phone. I was now confused and terrified. I made some more calls, but everyone I talked to said they didn't know who I was talking about. I don't know who I had been talking to, but it wasn't a doctor wanting to help some unfortunate people. I never went back to that house. Some instinct was telling me that was why the creature had let me go. It wanted me to bring more people to investigate. Therefore, that would be more food for him. I had no intention of doing that. For one, who would believe me? And two, I may be a bit stubborn, but I'm not stupid. I had gotten away once. I doubt I would get away again. I've since left that job, and all I've been able to figure out was that creature could be related to a Wendigo. I'm probably wrong though, because the only similarity I could find between the two was the eating of people. So that's the story of my most terrifying call, and the reason I left a fairly easy job. For me, no job is worth getting eaten by some mystical creature.
And Skippy.
Story 2. No names or locations will be mentioned for protection and safety reasons. My name isn't really important, but what I say here may be very important. And all you need to know is that I am a resident of a rural community in a, as of late, isolated county. I've had my suspicions, and I've been observing and documenting the happenings of my town from my cabin. These are my findings. Let me lay some cards on the table with a stupid question. Is anyone here familiar with Sasquatch? Whether you believe or not, numerous people all over the world have claimed to have seen these creatures, or similar creatures. Big, hairy humanoids living out in the woods and or mountains. Just about every continent has its own variation or myth of these things. I became a researcher, or at least reading up on others' research, on account of the increase of sightings.
Oh, look at that horrible hunch.
About a month ago, when our local rangers noticed a significant decrease in the deer and elk population, and an increase of their half-eaten bodies clustering the region. Naturally, we assumed it was bears, but if you're reading this now, you can probably guess that it wasn't the case. Rangers and hunting parties started to plan a culling or hunt to deal with what we thought was at least one super aggressive bear. Normally, they wouldn't let more hunters on the reserve, but in this case, several farmers found these carcasses on their fields. One was found in a barnyard. In retrospect, we should have noted that among the animal carcasses found, all of them had their faces eaten. We didn't think much of it. The local suspicions of a bear was seemingly confirmed when the 4-year-old son of one of the local farmers spotted what he called the bear man climbing over a fence in his family's field. The man part we naturally dismissed, writing it off as the over-imaginative exaggerations of a child. As part of the hunting expedition, many have set up trail cams along the borders of the forest and fields, hoping to pinpoint the animal. Or should we say, animals. There were different sightings taking place as different locations at or around the same time. And despite our first glances, these animals were not bears. They had the face, hair and build you expect to see on a bear, but their actual body was humanoid in shape when they stood up. You can tell when it's a bear walking on its hind legs, and what the camera caught was a clear, human-like structure. As you can imagine, there was a bit of a spectacle when these trail cam images were leaked to the town. At first, rangers only let the farmers and hunters know, but one of the farmers wanted some attention, so they tried to leak it to the media. Pretty soon, the town was up in arms about it. Some citizens were ecstatic, others afraid, others skeptical that Bigfoot has made this region his home. Some wanted the hunting to cease, maybe capitalizing on Sasquatch sightings that had been pouring in. The less enthusiastic and more rational insisted that the hunting continue, rationalizing that these were in fact bears and that camera tricks and reception issues were involved. Others thought the whistleblower must have photoshopped the images to play attention hog, and rangers insisted that these were mere bears and it was voted up that they needed to be culled or driven away for the townspeople's safety. Before the following, there hasn't been any confirmed aggressive behavior from these things. One weekend, a family made their stay at their vacation home, a cabin, from their usual lives in the city. They came by every year during the summer, certain holidays and other special occasions to revisit their family living in the Not
Oops.
one day into their vacation, the mother took her two young children for a walk on the trail. She was warned to stay on the trail so as to avoid hunters. It wasn't long before her little girl pointed to get her mother to look at the monkey people that had been following them. There was two, and the mother insisted they keep their distance from this wild family. The little girl began yelling and waving at the animals who were staring at them from several dozen yards away. Eventually, one started advancing towards them, puffing and puffing and growling at them, and the mother hastily took her children back to the cabin. They left the next day, which is a good thing, because the day after they left, their cabin was ransacked. Once again, blamed on by the bears. Unfortunately, that was the more passive.
Always the bears.
You probably roll your eyes when you hear the story of a kid waking up his parents in the middle of the night, crying about some kind of man with no face in the trees outside the window. I rolled my eyes too before I read the rest of the report. But what the report says is no laughing matter. There was, in fact, a man's dead body hanging in the trees in front of the child's window, and said face was chewed off. The body was identified as a local shopkeeper whose family lived just out of the outskirts of town. He wasn't labelled missing, but his sister, who he lived with, mentioned how he hadn't come home the night before, and she wanted to wait until morning before she pestered the police about it. Her brother's car was found shortly after, pulled off the side of a road in a forest area on a highway, not a quarter-mile away from their home. It was here that this animal, or animals as it were in fact a danger to humans. They had to be hunted, and they had to be killed. But that was easier said than done. You can count how many times someone tried to hunt what they've said was Bigfoot. How many of these things have evaded hunters for centuries? Stopped that night. Was what they thought was an oddly placed
Hello?
placed in the deepest parts of the woods.
Oh, am I on the outskirts?
There was a pungent smell in the air, and when they
I bet I'm on the outskirts. I can't build anything. Oh,
human and animal alike. All of them were half eaten, with the constant being that the beast that had been eating them had a special affinity for their faces. Only 4 bodies.
No, that...
Missing persons from 7 months back. The rest couldn't be accounted for, but there have been a series of missing persons in the outer courts that extend well beyond the county's borders. None of these creatures have been found, but we did find a series of large human-like footprints leading away from the territory and towards the town. That, and dozens more of these dams, and upon further investigation we could infer that these were not homes to these creatures, but more or less fridges to store their meals. Now comes the part where I give you a little folklore lesson. My research. As you may or may not know, with all these Sasquatch sightings recorded, some descriptions may vary. For the most part, people claim to see what they describe as standard Bigfoot, just a big humanoid man like ape. But there are others that Sasquatch researchers categorize as types. Once in a while, people claim to see what they describe as looking more werewolf than man. The common name among Sasquatch sightings of this type is Guggle, a name that derives from the name Cuckus. It is often described in comparison with a Wendigo, which should give you an idea of what kind of animal we are dealing with. First mentions to a legend of Bigfoot were described as man-eating ogre-like creatures. Not exactly the cute Bigfoot you see in cartoons or media, right? Well, as a matter of fact, these things are described as being separated from what most people would call Sasquatch. They are closer to being bear-like than Bigfoot. Among the names the natives had given was the Face Eater, and of course, due to their appearance and facial structure, the Bear. When people describe the Sasquatch, specifically their heads and faces, we get something closer to a human, gorilla, or chimp-type face. The Gargoyle has a snout, according to witnesses, to be more akin to baboon or mandrill. Some sightings have mistaken them for werewolves or dogmen. Besides appearances, these beings were different from what was considered to be normal Bigfoot. When they describe Sasquatch, they describe creatures that are rarely hostile, mostly docile, omnivores that generally keep to themselves from humans. Albeit, they are still territorial. These things are famous for affinity for eating flesh, violent temperament, and will actively hunt humans. And like the Sasquatch, sightings of these things have increased in recent years, with most people passing the hot when they say. In the far north of America, Canadian, and Alaska regions, there are legends there too. There they are referred to as the Genoski, and again, often overlap with the nature of the weather. They describe how these things are nocturnal, how they live underground, how they were not only cunning hunters, but efficient survivors. They got the nickname the Stone Giants by adorning their fur with mud and rocks, forming makeshift armor on them. By further research, from a number of sources, tells me that while they are often not solitary hunters, they do operate as family groups and rarely, if ever, live together. How they function is hardly any more pleasant than what is previously described. Some of my sources tell of how these creatures practice cannibalism for the dead when they are unsuccessful in hunting, how in cold weather they wear the hides of their kills, and some even describe how they have a tribal mentality. This begs the question of just how intelligent they really are. One can almost call them evil, insofar as you can call a sentient animal evil. Conclusions and consequences. Which brings us to here. As with the rise of Sasquatch sightings around the world, there has also been a rise of sightings of gigantic and Genoski, and I have more than enough reason to believe that we are getting a steady rise of these creatures in the long term. 4 days ago, streets were closed because large dark shapes could be seen walking or standing near the forested areas just off the school grounds, separated only by a small field and a chain-linked fence. When the kids left the schools, they were walking, standing by and watching the elementary school, and have been specifically observing the buses before disappearing back into the trees. One of the local farming families left town in a hurry last weekend when a dog ran into a barn to confront an intruder. The dog never came out, and when the farmer investigated, he almost immediately ran out, got his family into the car, and fled the property without so much as a word to the confused neighbors. Days later, said neighbors noticed a thick, pungent smell, muskier than anything that usually comes out of a barn. It was as if it was stuffed with dead and decaying bodies. The dog's remains were later found just off one of the neighbors' property, when the animals on his own farm started acting up on the disturbance. All that remained of the dog was a spine, ribs, and mandible. 2 days ago, a gas station just out of town was raided and ransacked. All of its snacks were half-eaten and discarded. The attendant said he hid in a garage when he saw 6 Sasquatch walking onto the scene while he was about to close up. He described them carrying the remains of a cat and a raccoon. Obviously, it was not enough to satisfy their hunger, and the food at the gas station obviously wasn't healthy. The only snacks that were not thrown away was the meat products, the jerky, and the hot dogs, but that was about it. One became frustrated, and they attacked the smallest in their group and dragged its remains away. The attendant should count himself lucky that the smell of gasoline and motor oil must have covered his scent. Around the same time that very night, a couple who lived just outside of town awoke to the sight of 2 of them scavenging for garbage when one of the creatures noticed the couple through the window. As these animals began to pound on the doors and windows, the residents had to make a daring attempt out the back door. They had to lure the beast back after them and run around the other side of the house to their jeep and drive to the police station. Getting the police to believe them wasn't a problem considering the increase of sightings, but by the time they got there, the creatures were nowhere to be found. What they did find was what was left of the boyfriend's elderly mother who was in the couple's care. After these incidents, the town was afraid. Half of them wanted to leave this town for a safer place. It was decided that the hunt continue in order to deal with the threat at hand, with the aid of the police and park rangers. Some idiots thought that it was best to leave them alone and for the town to continue to capitalize off Bigfoot sightings. So the other night, about 60 hunters went into the woods, determined to put an end to the threat. There is 200 miles of unexplored forest in our parks, and places that previously hunting expeditions never reached. During that night, the forests were filled with howls, not matching the kind normally heard from wolves and coyotes, and the occasional gunshot. As far as any success rate goes, only 28 hunters walked out of the woods the next morning, the rest unaccounted for. There has been no confirmed kills among these things, nor were the bodies found of the missing hunters. Around the same time, the town was being evacuated. only a select few families stayed behind. Unfortunately, a few roads were blocked by large boulders and rocks, a classic calling card of the Sasquatch, their way of setting the borders of their territory. Who is to say the Gaga or the Janoska, or whatever you want to call them, is any different in that regard? A few people blocked out noted dark shapes observing us from the trees. Many are expecting these logs or boulders to be removed by the police in order to continue evacuation, but there's few concerns that doing so could lead to a death trap with those things watching from the woods. Now, we are considering calling in the National Guard for interference, but I have concerns of my own. It's not like they wouldn't have any reason not to believe us with the evidence we collected. Sure, they could help with the evacuation, maybe try to help in the extermination, but there lies the problem. I'm not a military artillery expert, but if the stories of the Janoska armor are true, and considering the apparent failures of the hunters' rifles, their ammo should fare better, right? I guess it depends on what these creatures are coating their fur with, but whatever it is was able to stand the bullets of hunting rifles. The stone giants got their name for their armor and how it made them resilient. If those stories are true, the easiest solution is to start a fire, bring explosives in, etc. This would, at best, start forest fires, and at worst, turn our county into a war zone. And considering how bold these creatures are in sneaking near or into the town, I can't help but think of the worst-case scenario, such as once again taking into account the increase of Sasquatch sightings. I don't believe it to be a coincidence that these coincide with environmental changes, deforestation, pollution, natural or man-made climate change, etc. Last year, there was a chemical plant built for the next town, on the other side of the forest. Besides this acquiring a small amount of deforestation months before this whole mess started, there was a controversy of them dumping their waste in the unexplored regions of the woods, requiring more human interference to salvage what they can. But alas, the immediate environment was considered too polluted for any animal to survive off the land there. What is an animal to do when their environment is destroyed? Naturally, they migrate, search for a more hospitable environment. And unfortunately, humans have always been on their menu. I believe the increase of sightings in my county is a prelude for what's to come, considering that climate change isn't going to stop in the foreseeable future. And with more and more sightings of Sasquatch-like creatures, I fear the absolute worst-case scenario is cities will possibly be seen as a new food source. At the very least, my county may be the first of many incidents. You want to know what's ironic? The only bears we've seen in this whole ordeal were among the animal carcasses found within basic eating. Thank you for watching and or listening to this video. If you enjoyed it, please go ahead and hit the like button, and let me know what you think of these stories in the comments section.
Wow, we went way north. Holy crap. There's our mountain base right there. Holy shit, we are way north. Damn, I didn't know we'd gone that far north. I thought we were way south of Elysium. Yes, I wish to transport. Frozen piggy head. Regular. Frozen. Let's start putting pelts and stuff in here. Along with bear claws. Bear hides. Throw the grass out. Boar hides. Yeah. Yeah. All that stuff. Seeds. Found out that when you get a scroll that's already unlocked, it will go into your inventory. So if it goes into your inventory, it does you no good. Throw them out. Throw them out. Okay. Right. Bear claws. Similar. Bear hide. Feathers. Doubloons. Bee stingers. Chicken feathers. And name. Thought I had empty chest. Lots of sticks. Okay. If that's everything. Back there. Off the horrible armor. Makes us run even worse than before. Ugh. Ugh. What to send? Gonna send everybody over to silence. Just doing some Phasmo. Solo Phasmo. The kid. Show her some love. Say hi. Check in with her before you run off and do your own things. I will be back on Thursday. Well, Friday morning. As usual. Till then, I love y'all. Thanks for hanging out, chilling with me, listening to creepy stories. That's about as far as they go as creepy because they're definitely not scary. But till Friday morning, I love y'all. Peace out. Remember, at the end of the day, it's just a game. Have fun with it. Good night, everybody. Bye.